Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Miss Clark opened her mouth but couldn't speak. He raised his head and glanced at Rayquaza, who had returned to the clouds after whipping his tail, and was suddenly even more speechless. All in all, I was shocked for 10,000 years. This was definitely the most outrageous scene of taming a divine beast that she had ever seen in her life. Is this guy just lucky? Or is it that Rayquaza has a deep knowledge of Deoxys and deliberately had Deoxys captured? This conquest is simply too exaggerated. While Miss Clark and Ash and his group were gaping in shock, a system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Deoxys. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Psychic type Phantom Pokémon Deoxys. Gender, none. Ability, pressure puts rival into a tense contest condition, with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Psychic sends a powerful confusion attack to rival. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Psycho Shift, use Psychic to give hints, thereby transferring the status condition you are suffering to rival. Zen Headbutt focuses the power of thoughts on the forehead to attack. Sometimes it will make rival flinch. Cosmic Power, absorb the mysterious power from the universe to improve your defense and special defense. Recover, allow cells to regenerate, thereby restoring half of your maximum health. Psycho Boost, use all your strength to attack rival. After using it, the special attack will be temporarily reduced due to the reaction force. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Safeguard, protected by a mysterious force for a period of time, so that you will not be affected by status condition. Due to the power of Psychic's origin law, after the host captures the psychic Pokémon Deoxys, the host's psychic origin law power usage times will increase by 5 times. Now 30 times, most of Deoxys' skills are psychic. After Xia Fan looked at them, he found that there were no other good choices except its exclusive skills. System, I choose Deoxys' Psycho Boost. Xia Fan said silently in his heart after a while. The skill Psycho Boost appeared in the skill bar in my mind. You are really lucky, but I still want to ask, do you know that Rayquaza? Why is it so nice to you after being shocked for a while? Miss Clark finally uttered the first sentence, MS. Clark, you've got to be joking, this is purely luck. How could I possibly command Rayquaza? It's just luck. Xia Fan smiled and scratched his head looking very naive, which made Miss Clark and Ash and his group jealous. About an hour later, when it was completely dark, Xia Fan carried Mew and left the Pokémon Center using teleport. Everyone returned to the Pokémon Center to treat the injured Pokémon. There was a flash of red light and a white Jengar appeared. It looked at Xia Fan with dissatisfaction, as if it didn't like Xia Fan asking it to fight against the little brat. But Xia Fan ignored its dissatisfaction. It's not that I think Ash has no money, but I think a protagonist like him will definitely encounter more legendary beasts in the future. Come out, Skeptile. Xia Fan released Deoxys and let it and the white Jengar enjoy Nurse Joy's treatment. At the same time, she met Miss Clark's request for a brief research and stayed on the island for a few more days. Of course, facing Ash's challenge, Xia Fan agreed with a smile and took out the Pokéball ball. Come out, Jengar. After taming Deoxys, Xia Fan allowed Entei to communicate with it over a long distance through the spiritual shared world. Deoxys was willing to travel with him. Xia Fan walked up to Ash, patted his shoulder gently, comforted him and handed him a note with a number on it. Xia Fan, don't think too much. I think you have a certain temperament. It would be a pleasure to be friends with you. And I believe you can become a Pokémon Master, Mr. Xia Fan. Ash took the note and looked at Xia Fan. Under the setting sun, he felt that the man in front of him was extremely tall. Huan wasn't what I just said very cool. He communicated with Mew in his mind through the spiritual shared world. As expected of you, you are the master of reverse attributes. You use the grass type to fight the poison type when you appear. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly as if it was expected. This was the first game he won without asking for a bounty. The sun sets, so he could only come here secretly tonight and let Rayquaza take Meteorite away before he was taken away. Thank you for the compliment, sir, Ash said gratefully, his expression recovering from his previous discouragement. She just asked him to take the Meteorite with him. But Miss Clark told him during the day that the Conservationist Alliance would send someone to study the Meteorite. I really don't understand what it means to be polite in front of leaders. Mr. Xia Fan, we are not going to stay here for long. We need to continue our journey, but before we say goodbye, I want to have the duel we talked about before. Well, full of B characters. Master, you are really no different from what Reiku said. You are so pretentious. But before Mew could speak, Jengar answered first. Came to the meteorite crash site of Deoxys. Don't be sad, don't be discouraged, Ash. There is still a long way to go. This is my phone number. If you have a chance to fight again, or if you encounter any difficult problems or Pokémon that are difficult to defeat, you can also contact me. I will rush to help you as soon as possible. Half an hour later, after a series of rounds of battles, Ash was defeated miserably. He looked at Xia Fan in disbelief, unable to accept that he had not defeated even a Jengar, even though all 5 Pokémon had appeared. Xia Fan smiled, touched Pikachu's little head again, and turned to walk towards the Pokémon Center. As for how to explain it later, he didn't care. He refused to admit it, and insisted that he did not go out of the Pokémon Center tonight, and was not capable of moving a meteorite weighing thousands of pounds in one night. Xia Fan took a glance at it and then put it into the ball. 3, 2, 1 battle begins. After Ash and Xiaoyao's Pokémon were treated, Ash approached Xia Fan and wanted to have a battle before leaving. Ash, however, was full of confidence. Without saying anything, he took out Skeptile to fight against Jengar's reverse attribute. Then summon Rayquaza and have it take Meteorite away and put it somewhere. Then I'll be the referee. The fight will begin in 3 seconds. Xiaogang rushed between the two and started the countdown. 3 days later, Xia Fan said goodbye to Miss Clark while sitting on Jengar's back, and headed to where the next legendary Pokémon would appear. Petalburg Woods. There are more than 20 days left until June 15th. For the next 20 days, he planned to stay in Petalburg City next to Petalburg Woods and wait for Celibi, known as the god of the Foristo, come there. In a hotel in Petalburg City, Deoxys. You should learn to express yourself telepathically from Entei these days. If you want to go out, you can use teleport to leave the room with Entei. But don't expose yourselves in front of humans to avoid causing a commotion. In the room, Xia Fan released Deoxys, and then use space teleportation to teleport Entei from Chengdu region. After letting Entei and his friends regain their freedom and continue their wandering lives, Entei ran back to his own little piece of land in the Chengdu region. But since Deoxys could only communicate in alien language, Xia Fan had a headache. After all, he couldn't understand it. And neither could Mew. So he called Entei over and asked it to help Deoxys learn the Pokémon communication method on this planet. As for why they could communicate before, it was because Xia Fan let Deoxys take over Jengar's brain and speak through Jengar. But this method is too troublesome, and Jengar always protests. So Deoxys can only learn by himself. Deoxys nodded, and at the same time involuntarily uttered an incomprehensible alien language. Xia Fan looked at its expression and nodded repeatedly, not caring whether he could understand it or not. Good kids, just wait for me to bring you some delicious food. Don't worry, you won't be lonely after you follow me. I, your master, will never let my Pokémon be lonely. And you don't have to be afraid of Rayquaza. It won't attack you for no reason anymore. I can assure you of this on its behalf. After that, Xia Fan took Mew out of the room, leaving Entei and Deoxys alone in the room to learn Pokémon language. While the time came to June 14th, there is still 1 day left until Celibi appears. Xia Fan checked out of the hotel and headed towards the historic Petalburg Woods alone. Legend has it that Celibi travels through time and wanders around. And in the forests where he appears, the grass and trees will grow very lush. So he entered here a day in advance to feel the breath of the forest. Before entering the forest, Xia Fan passed a village where the houses seemed to be built on the trunks of large trees. "Is this a tree house?" Xia Fan muttered to himself. This was the first time he saw a house like this. In front of the village, there was a fallen tree trunk. It seemed to be tens of meters wide. Xia Fan couldn't help but gasp in amazement. If it was so wide, how high would it have been before it fell? It must have been as high as the sky. The fallen tree blocked Xia Fan's way like a mountain. However, Xia Fan still saw an entrance that seemed to be artificially dug out on the tree trunk. Wait a moment. When Xia Fan was about to enter the entrance, he heard an old voice shouting in his ear. He turned his head and saw an old lady with a white headscarf and a cane staring at him on a tree house. "I haven't seen you before. Do you want to enter the forest?" said the old lady. Xia Fan nodded. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. "The first thing you see is the lush trees." His expression was naturally unwilling. He stayed here for 3 days and caught the ghost Celibi. But after 3 days, no one knew which time and space Celibi had run off to. The woman continued, "My name is Jiume. My grandmother has been guarding the entrance to this forest and giving advice to those who enter. Now that he was here, what else could he do but go into the forest? There is an extra-dimensional space in Jenger's stomach, so Xia Fan uses it as a storage space." Xia Fan looked at the woman. "The forest is so big, it's not a bad idea to let them play here. And it just happens to allow Deoxys, a Pokémon from the universe, to get to know the Pokémon on this planet. Jenger, spit out all the snacks and meat I asked you to swallow. I will show you my cooking skills." The sound of the forest. Legend. Xia Fan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since she wouldn't let him move around, he had to move around anyway. There are all kinds of sounds in the forest: the sound of wind, the sound of trees, the sound of water, and the growl of various Pokémon. What kind of sounds does the old man refer to in the forest? "Then you'd better stay here for 3 days before entering," said the old lady, seeing that Mew didn't know either. Xia Fan shrugged and thought about it tomorrow. So he released Entei, Deoxys, and the white Jenger. "What advice?" Xia Fan replied. He probably understood that bathing should refer to Celibi coming to the forest, purifying the forest and bringing life to the forest. "I suggest you listen to your grandmother's advice. There are Heracross, Spinarak, Ariados, and other grass-type and bug-type Pokémon lying on it, because this must be related to Celibi." Xia Fan looked at the white Jenger. It seems like a paradise for these 2 types of Pokémon. "Don't laugh." The old man saw Xia Fan actually smiled, and he was so angry that he picked up his walking stick and hit the ground hard. "If you don't want to get lost in the forest, you have to do as the legend says." At this time, a very delicate and beautiful woman appeared beside Xia Fan carrying a fruit basket. "Zio Huan, do you know?" Upon hearing this, the white Jenger opened his mouth wide and spit out bags of snacks and frozen meat. "Thank you, old man. I have kept your advice in mind." Xia Fan put away his smile, bowed solemnly to the old man, and ran into the dark entrance of the tree hole with Mew in his arms. Xia Fan looked at the old lady and said, "Then please continue." "Old lady, I want to hear the reasons. But I can tell you first that I have something important to do today. So I must enter the forest today. When you hear the sound of the forest, you must stay where you are and not move," said the old man. "Let's share our feelings. This is a legend of the forest." Jiume added. Mew shook his head. "It's not a forest. So how would it know what a forest is called?" After walking in the dark entrance for a minute, he walked out. "In the next few days, the forest will have a bath. This bath is extremely important to the forest. I hope you won't enter the forest and disturb the bath." If you insist on entering, I can only give you a piece of advice, said the old man. Xia Fan began to stroll in the forest, thinking about what the old man had just said in this way. The Pokémon and Xia Fan spent a day eating, drinking and having fun. The time came to June 15th. According to the map provided by Tiantian Technology, today is the time when Celibi traveled through time and space to come here. In the early mornings, Xia Fan was awakened from his sleep by an indescribable sound. He removed his blindfold and looked up at the woods. The pupils shrank, because he suddenly felt that the world before his eyes was greener and more lush. There are rays of soft light watering the woods. Is this the so-called sound of the forest? Does it mean that Celibi is coming soon? Xia Fan muttered to himself, hurriedly packed up his sleeping bag, and then let Jengar swallow the thing a minute later. Xia Fan led Mew and Jengar to follow the sound. 20 minutes of progress. Xia Fan saw a stone niche full of traces of time. The strange sound came from the niche. Xia Fan walked forward thinking that Celibi was in the niche. But it was empty. Master, what should we do now? Mew asked Xia Fan puzzledly. Wait. Xia Fan said calmly, this sound must be related to Celibi. After saying that, Xia Fan asked Jengar to spit out the toiletries, then used teleport to move to a nearby river to brush his teeth and wash his face. When I came back after doing all this, I was suddenly surprised to find that many Pokémon had gathered around. They guard the shrine as if they were on pilgrimage. Seeing Xia Fan suddenly appear, an expression of rage immediately appeared. If Mew hadn't stopped him, hundreds of skills would have been thrown at Xia Fan. Xia Fan smacked his lips and started to stay here and make breakfast. About 10 minutes later, the space in front of the niche began to fluctuate. Xia Fan looked up and decisively put his hands on his waist. After a while, a pink Pokémon-like Pokémon appeared out of nowhere. It has a round head that curves back to the back. Green tentacles with blue tips on its forehead. Light blue eyes with thick black eye circles. Round toeless feet and three-fingered hands. Strange Celibi, Xia Fan said in surprise. And at the same time a little excited. He didn't expect that the Celibi that appeared here was flashes. Bibibi tilde Celibi made a pleasant sound after appearing, and looked around. When he saw Mew, he rushed over with joy. They hugged each other in midair like old friends meeting. Have you two met? Xia Fan asked Mew using the spiritual shared world. I've seen it once before, Mew replied with a smile. I didn't expect to see it again this time. After saying that, Mew pulled Celibi to Xia Fan and introduced him to Celibi as its owner. After Celibi was released, he looked at Xia Fan in shock. Recover allows cells to regenerate, thereby restoring half of your maximum health. Entei, who took over the important task, walked forward with his head held high and boasted to Celibi about Xia Fan's awesomeness. Future Sight sent out a ball of confusion, attacking the enemy at some point in the future. Where is his bottom line? I couldn't understand Mew's owner. He threw the ball at it when I was greeting him just now. He'll block after using this move. The player will not be able to recover health through moves. Abilities are items carried for a period of time. Perish Song after this move is activated. All Pokémon on the field will fall into a death contest condition after a period of time. Healing Wish, heal other injured Pokémon at the cost of your own frequent death. Carrying things, none. A red light flashed. And Xia Fan released Celibi Agonand, then released Entei. A Leech Seed, implant Leech Seed into Rival. It will continuously absorb Rival's life contest condition to restore itself in the future. Ability, Natural Recovery. The status condition will be cured after returning to the team. The status condition will be lifted once the Pokémon with this ability is put back into the Pokéball, regardless of whether it is in battle or not. Natural Gift, gain power from berries to attack. The attributes and power of the move will change depending on the berries you carry. At a glance at Celibi's skills, Xia Fan found that he could basically use many of them. Leaf Storm uses pointed leaves to roll gust towards Rival. After using it, the reaction force will reduce the special attack for a while. Due to the power of Psychic's origin law, after the host captures psychic Pokémon Celibi, the host's psychic origin law power usage times will increase by 5 times. Now 35 times. Entei, thank you for your effort in explaining it. Facing Celibi's gaze, Xia Fan patted Entei's back without blushing or beating his heart. Xia Fan couldn't help but throw the Pokéball ball at the cute look. System, I choose Celibi's Leaf Storm. Celibi was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Mew to recognize his master, however. He still politely circled around Xia Fan and said hello. 2 seconds later, the system prompt sound echoed in my mind. Dear book friends, regardless of age, I wish you all a childhood hearthappy holidays. The next stage will enter the Sinnoh region. I will sort out the outline. Psychic type and grass type phantom Pokémon, Celibi. The author has something to say. So after thinking for a while, he said in his heart. Skills are as follows: ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Celibi. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Among his current skills, he doesn't have any grass-type ones. So he just takes this opportunity to choose a powerful one. Gender nuns. There was a flash of red light and Celibi was taken in. A few seconds later, Leaf Storm appeared in Xia Fan's skill list 1 day later. After Celibi finished his mission of bringing life to the forest, he waved goodbye to Xia Fan in Petalburg Woods. Since this Celibi likes to travel through time and space to help Pokémon and humans who need help. He asks fans to give him freedom. Xia Fan agreed. So after spending a day together, he said goodbye anyway. If you want to meet, just use the spiritual shared world to contact each other. And then teleport through space. After leaving Petalburg Woods, Xia Fan has basically captured all the legendary Pokémon in the Hoenn region. Except for Jirachi, a mythical Pokémon that wakes up 7 days after 1,000 years. So it was time for his journey in the Hoenn region to end. Where should the next region go? After walking out of the forest, Xia Fan picked up his mobile phone and checked the world map. Forget it, let's go to the Sinnoh region. If you think about it carefully, many of the big brothers among the mythical beasts are there. Especially the god of creation. Although I don't know if there is a chance to meet him. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, Xia Fan made a decision. 15 days later. Sinnoh region, Lake Varity. A young boy jumped down from Jengar, who was floating in the air, with a Pikachu standing on his shoulder. This is the legendary sleeping place of Mesprit, right? Okay, I'll wait here for it. Looking at the vast lake, Xia Fan muttered to himself. He got the news from his subordinates. After leaving the Hoenn regions, he first went to the Kanto region and met Suicun. He learned from it that Mewtwo had left them and found an unknown place to practice madly, leaving these captured Pokémon to help it develop its power on their own. After meeting Suicun, he went to Chengdu region and briefed the members of the Pantheon on some new tasks. He told them that he was going to march into Sinnoh region and asked them to send some people to help him investigate the information of the mythical beasts. The sleeping place of Mesprit, one of the 3 sacred mushrooms, was learned from some legends during the days I came to the Sinnoh region. Jengar, spit out all the food, drink, and shelter you have. We need to be prepared for a long battle here. The white Jengar opened its mouth and spit out a large pile of items. Xia Fan immediately began to prepare for a protracted war and sorted out the food and drinks here. In this way, Xia Fan stayed at Lake Varity for more than 3 months. Oh no, I can't stay in this shitty place any longer. I'm going crazy. One day 3 months later, Xia Fan howled to the sky. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. During the past 3 months, not only had he not seen any hair of Mesprit, but his life was also so monotonous and boring that it was really driving him crazy. Jengar suddenly, Xia Fan had an idea and turned his gaze to Jengar, who was also bored enough to beat yawn. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago, when Wu Zhang James reported to him about the development of the Pantheon, James mentioned to him that their family had a villa nearby and that he could live there when he was free. as long as he told his housekeeper that he was his friend. Now is a good time to go over and have some fun. But if Mesprit suddenly appears when it is playing, it will really vomit 3 liters of blood. So it is better to leave a god-level Pokémon here to hold Mesprit back and then call him over. What's wrong, Master? Feeling Xia Fan's gaze, Jengar asked uneasily via telepathy. Excuse me for your trouble. We are almost out of food and drink here. I will go and prepare some food. It will probably take 2 to 3 days. How about you stay here during this time? Don't worry. I will definitely prepare a lot of delicious food and drink for you. Xia Fan rubbed his hands and walked forward. Smiling sheepishly, the white Jengar glanced at him. It knew exactly what kind of person Xia Fan was. If he didn't agree, this guy would definitely talk a lot of nonsense to brainwash him. So okay, go prepare some food and drinks. If I see Mesprit, I'll notify you immediately. The white Jengar stretched out his fat white arm and waved it. Haha, thank you then. Xia Fan took Mew and ran away. And at the same time picked up his mobile phone to call James to ask where their villa was. He turned his head and smiled cunningly under the shade of the tree. What kind of Pokémon is this? It's so cute. Dawn said in surprise as she looked at Mew, who had transformed into Pikachu. This is my friend. His name is Pikachu. An electric-type Pokémon. Xia Fan touched Mew's neck to make it feel comfortable. As for Mesprit, it had better pray that it doesn't come out these days. Otherwise it will definitely swallow it. Anyway, when Xia Fan asked it, it said it didn't know. Ha, Jengar is truly a genius. Mew stood on Xia Fan's shoulder and raised his hand. Xia Fan passed by Sanjam Town according to the address James had just sent him. When he passed a corner, he was bumped into by a girl on a bicycle in a panic. Fortunately, Xia Fan was agile and dodged, and at the same time stabilized the bicycle with one hand. Otherwise, the two would have collided head-on. That's right. He is one of the destined protagonists of the Sinnoh region. It has forgotten a lot of the original Sinnoh region animation plot and only remembers the names of some powerful Pokémon. Oh, can I touch it? Dawn nodded repeatedly, and couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. The white Jengar, who was so bored that he beat yawn, watched Xia Fan leave without the constraints of Xia Fan. It can finally have fun freely for a few days. Then he let out a long sigh as he looked carefully at the girl's dress. Pika tilde. After leaving Lake Varity and white Jengar separately, a black v-neck tank top, white underwear, a pink skirt, and a hat with Pokémon balls printed on it. It will make this place a short-term paradise for ghost Pokémon. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. This name sounds so familiar. I'm sorry, I understand. The girl nodded apologetically. And then she thought of something and asked Xia Fan, by the way, do you know where Professor Rowan Laboratory is? My name is Dawn, and today is my first day to receive Pokémon and become a rookie trainer. So I'm a little anxious. Xia Fan looked at her leaving figure and couldn't help wondering if Ash was going to be here soon. I'm fine, Xia Fan waved her hand and smiled, telling the girl not to worry. But no matter how anxious you are, you have to slow down. This is a girl wearing a white cap with a pink Pokémon ball pattern. She is apologizing to Xia Fan with a nervous look on her face. No, I don't know, I was just passing by here. My name is Xia Fan. Xia Fan shook his head. How could he know? He had been in Lake Varity for the past few months since he came to Sinnoh region. He had never been to other places. Then why did you react like that just now, Mr. Xia Fan? Dawn's mouth twitched slightly, and she was happy for nothing, sorry for being late. There will be more later, moreover. He hadn't even found the address of the villa that James had sent him. So how could he know the address of the laboratory that held the rookie Pokémon? You know that, right? Dawn was delighted when she saw Xia Fan suddenly let out a long "oh." Thinking that she had asked the right person, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry that I accidentally scratched a stone. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Then he quickly said goodbye to Xia Fan. Dawn was stunned. Then she remembered that she still had to get Pokémon. The author has something to say. Nothing. I just think Rookie is a little reckless like you guys when he gets Pokémon. Xia Fan said with a smile, right, Pikachu. Of course, but aren't you going to get your first Pokémon? Xia Fan said with a smile and raised his eyebrows. After parting with Dawn, Xia Fan finally spent 4 hours to find James' family villa. Not only is it big, it's also quite luxurious. It's obviously capitalism at first glance. But it's really cool. After claiming and proving himself to be James' friend to the butler, he began to enjoy his life. There are all kinds of delicious food drinks and fun things. Xia Fan was so excited that he really didn't want to go to Lake Varity and wait for opportunities anymore. And on the other side, Dawn, who separated from Xia Fan, experienced a rather troublesome incident when collecting Pokémon. That is before picking up the Pokémon. 2 of the 3 starter Pokémon in the laboratory, Charmeleon and Piplup, fought and fled from the laboratory. And she chased after them after she found out, finally. After a lot of hardships, she found the escaped Piplup in front of a lake and became friends with it. But when she was about to leave with Piplup, a strong wind suddenly blew in the lake. The wind direction was unknown. And then she saw a transparent Pokémon with spatial fluctuations greeting her. Just as she was puzzled, a fat and plump Pokémon suddenly appeared. The fat white Pokémon suddenly went crazy. As soon as it saw the transparent Pokémon, it opened its mouth wide and pounced on it, and then it was empty. The transparent Pokémon disappeared before it, then. The fat white Pokémon gave Dawn and Piplup a hideous smile. He licked his saliva, and Dawn was so scared that she quickly ran away with Piplup in her arms. Master, the legendary Pokémon just now seemed to have suddenly appeared. After Dawn left, Jengar used the spiritual shared world to contact Xia Fan. At this moment, Xia Fan was enjoying the massage from her servant, and she didn't know how comfortable it was. But Jengar's mind-sharing interrupted him, it appeared. Did you hold it off? Xia Fan stood up excitedly, leaving the servant looking puzzled. No, because I don't know if it counts as appearing or not. Anyway, it appeared in front of a girl in a transparent form. As soon as I went over, it ran away and never appeared again. Jengar answered using mind-sharing, girl. Describe it in detail. Jengar then described Dawn's appearance. Oh. And it also brought a Piplup, Dawn. Xia Fan was surprised after hearing this. The protagonist's halo was triggered so quickly, damn. If I had known, I would have followed her as soon as I met her. Where is she now? Xia Fan asked. I don't know. I scared her and she ran away, but she didn't run far. Do you want me to chase her now? Jengar said. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow and finally shook his head and said, Forget it, no need, you just stay there. And I will go find it myself later. With that, Xia Fan and Jengar's spiritual conversation came to an end, while Xia Fan was still enjoying it. Although Jengar didn't know why the girl came to it again, Xia Fan seemed to value her very much. Then stay another hour or 2, Xia Fan asked again. She eventually succeeded in this idea. The Pikachu seemed to be being chased by a group of people in red uniforms. Isn't this exactly Ash's Pokémon from a few months ago? In each of these cases, Jengar gave them a good lesson. Xia Fan picked up his phone and set an alarm for 1 hour. Dawn successfully got her own Pokémon, Piplup. However, 2 hours later, he looked at the pretty servant who was massaging him and sighed. Then he picked up his cell phone and checked the time. There was still an hour left before the time they had agreed to leave. Okay, then we'll stay here for 2 hours. After 2 hours, we absolutely cannot be lazy anymore, Xia Fan said and continued to enjoy herself with a clear conscience. Master, where are you? Didn't you say you were looking for her? Jengar asked again, but at the beginning of her journey, she met a Pikachu covered in scars. This land of gentleness is so comfortable. I'd better enjoy it for another hour or 2 before going out to look for something else. Xia Fan muttered to himself. She remembered there was a somewhat scary white Pokémon there. Xia Fan asked Mew, who was also enjoying a massage there. Pikachu, did you enjoy your meal and have fun? It wanted to challenge its master, but ended up beating up several Pokémon. I'm looking for her, but the legs are on her feet, so I don't know where she will go. But it's good that they are with you now. I'll go over there right away. You can take care of them until I get there. Mew shook his head. It was so comfortable here. Mew nodded. You can't blame him for this. It was Mew's decision. And he was only respecting his own Pokémon's inner thoughts. So as soon as Pikachu saw Jengar, he immediately asked it for help. Only Jengar and Pikachu were left staring at each other. I want to use the power of that Pokémon to drive those people away. After eating the souls and scaring those people away, Jengar used this shared spirit to contact Xia Fan. Ash's Pikachu was there too, Xia Fan, who was still enjoying the massage, asked in surprise. When those wearing red uniforms saw Jengar, they thought it was an ownerless flash Pokémon and were ecstatic to fight and capture it, and started his own journey after a fight. She felt that she could not defeat those people's Pokémon. So she took Pikachu and Piplup and fled to Lake Varity, which was not far from here. Master, where are you? That girl came to my place again and brought Ash's Pikachu with her, under the pretext of fighting violence and upholding justice. He rolled up the Pokémon souls of those people and ate them all. Plus there's another reason that Pikachu knows it. An hour later, Xia Fan released Deoxys, who turned into speed form and took Xia Fan from the villa to Lake Varity in just 3 minutes. As soon as he landed, Xia Fan patted the white Jengar's belly solemnly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Jengar. I brought you a lot of delicious food." Xiao Dai put down all the food. Deoxys behind him nodded and put down the dozen large bags of food and snacks that he was holding on his head with confusion. These were all bought with the help of someone from the villa. The white Jengar looked at him with sidelong glances, with an expression that said, "I've had enough fun. I've eaten enough, I've drunk enough." Xia Fan scratched his head awkwardly, too embarrassed to explain himself. "Mr. Xia Fan, is this Jengar yours at this time?" Dawn walked forwards, holding Piplup in her arms and a Pikachu at her feet. As soon as the Pikachu saw Xia Fan and Mew on his shoulder, it immediately shouted happily, "Pika Pikachu." Mew jumped off Xia Fan's shoulder and started playing with Pikachu. "Yes, this Jengar is mine. The Piplup in your arms is the Pokémon you received," Xia Fan said with a smile. Dawn nodded, and then told Xia Fan about her experience, wanting Xia Fan to help her find Pikachu's owner, of course. "I know the owner of this Pikachu, I'll contact him right away." Xia Fan took out his cell phone and prepared to contact Ash. But then he was stunned because he suddenly remembered that Ash didn't seem to leave him any contact information. And it was he who took the initiative to give Ash his contact information. This is a little troublesome. Xia Fan bit her lip lightly, thought for a moment and turned her gaze to the Pikachu who was greeting Mew. "Pikachu, can you tell me how you separated from your master?" Pika Pika tilde Pikachu then called out to Xia Fan. Xia Fan listened and nodded repeatedly. According to Pikachu's voice, it and its owner Ash came to the Sinnoh region on a boat. As soon as they landed, a group of people in red uniforms attacked them and kidnapped it. It escaped by accident and met Dawn during the escape. Then with Dawn's help it came here. Mr. Xia Fan, do you understand what Pikachu is saying? Is this okay? Dawn frowned slightly. Okay. Ancestor Jengar, you can call yourself whatever you think you should be called. Xia Fan shrugged. You can think of it as using psychic to say what you want to say in the other person's mind. Xia Fan explained, patting Jengar on the shoulder, giving it a chance to show off its fan base. The sight of this tall figure made the little girl Dawn cry. Jengar arrogantly attacked Dawn with telepathy. "Little girl, I am not the ancestor Jengar trying to attack you. But I can tell from your Piplup that you will never be able to learn telepathy in your lifetime. Besides, telepathy is not that easy to learn. This is the biggest trait it has learned after following Xia Fan for so long. I can understand because my Jengar can communicate telepathically," Xia Fan said with a smile, giving the credit for Mew's translation to Jengar. "The author has something to say." Jengar then raised his proud fat head and said hello in Dawn's mind. Xia Fan glanced at Jengar, thinking that it was because it had just spoken too harshly. "Why is it not possible? I am the longest-lived Pokémon in the Jengar clan. And I am also the only common Pokémon that can stand on equal footing with Entei and the others. Shouldn't I have such a nickname to distinguish myself from those little guys? Facing Xia Fan's gaze, Jengar began to boast without blushing. Jengar sighed and could only use telepathy to speak again. Don't cry. Little girl, I'm convinced by you. If you want your Piplup to communicate with you normally, it's not impossible, there is another way. At this moment, Dawn suddenly started sobbing. There is another one in the code. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Jengar. When did this guy give himself such a nickname? Why does he sound so much like an old devil? Dawn Wells. Xia Fan smacked his lips and was about to tactfully tell it that the possibility was close to zero when Jengar answered. Seeing Xia Fan nodding continuously, Dawn couldn't help but wonders. Jengar patted his chest and said, "Of course you can. I saw a Meowth that could speak humanity in Chengdu a few months ago. It spoke very accurately, better than many humans. So where there is a will, there is a way. As long as you let your Piplup study humanity as hard as he can, he will definitely be able to communicate with you normally one day." Bullshit, am I as deceiving as him? Xia Fan immediately retorted, and then interrupted Dawn's wild thoughts, asking her to return to the right path and stop thinking about these nonsense. Helping Pikachu find its owner Ash is the most urgent and the most important thing to do now. Telepathy, what does this mean, as Rookie's trainer? Dawn still doesn't understand some of the terms. If he remembered correctly, Dawn's dream was to become the winner of the contest. Besides, she might not even be able to learn to speak human language. So this was a complete waste of time. Master Jengar is really becoming more and more like you. Thick-skinned. It turned out that when Jengar was bragging about himself just now, in order to show off his high level of coolness, he glanced at Dawn coldly. Mew's telepathy rang in Xia Fan's mind. That's amazing. Dawn's eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Jengar excitedly. This is the first time I know that Pokémon can talk to humans in this way. Mr. Xia Fan, if I train my Piplup, it can also talk to me in this way. Dawn's sobbing stopped immediately. What method? 10 minutes later, Xia Fan, Dawn and Pikachu left Lake Varity, leaving only Jengar to guard there. Xia Fan on the side twitched his lips slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. If this Piplup really learned to speak human language, then what's the point of participating in the contest? Dawn fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and turned her gaze to Piplup in her arms, imagining it speaking human language in the past hour. Jengar had ignored her and had never spoken to her like this. Jengar and Xia Fan looked at each other, and were speechless for a while before saying, "Tell your Piplup to forget the growl race and learn the human language." Jengar ancestor. Faced with the crying girl, Xia Fan was suddenly at a loss. If he had a grudge against her, he would have slapped her and threatened to kill her if she cried again. But it was different with Dawn, Mr. Xia Fan, what was that Pokémon that took you flying just now? I can't find it with the Pokédex. Leaving Lake Varity, Dawn asked Xia Fan. That's called Deoxys, a Pokémon from outer space. If your Pokédex is updated to the Hone region, you can scan it out, Xia Fan said with a smile. Then he thought of something and released Deoxys from the ball. Deoxys, Ash, do you remember what it looks like? Please help me find it. If you find it, let me know immediately. Okay, Master. Deoxys nodded, then transformed into speed form and left. Deoxys is now able to communicate with Xia Fan telepathically. At this time, in the woods more than 10 miles away from Xia Fan, a boy wearing a hat had an apem standing on his shoulder, holding a map in his hand, and was walking side by side with a bronze-skinned boy. The bronze-skinned boy gnashed his teeth and said, "This is unforgivable. I thought that without Team Rocket, no one would try to catch Pikachu anymore. But I didn't expect that in the Sinnoh region. There would be bastards like this who would snatch other people's Pokémon." The boy in the hat sighed and said nothing. After a while, the two saw Staravia flying through the woods. Ash thought he could ask it to help him find Pikachu, so he commanded Apem to fight with it and easily captured it. The two then followed Staravia and continued to look for Pikachu. About 5 minutes later, a strong thunder shock erupted in the woods in front of them. Ash saw Zyoging and looked at him, then he ran over quickly. Finally, under a tree, they saw a purple-haired boy leading an Elekid to capture Pokémon. Ash's Starly flying was also thrown by the ball while in the air. But because the Pokémon with an owner could not be captured a second time, it failed, so it's your Starly, don't get in the way. The purple-haired boy said coldly after seeing Starly land on Ash's shoulder. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were catching Pokémon here. Ash politely apologized for his obstruction. Then continued. I would like to ask if you have seen a group of people in red uniforms with a Pikachu in this forest. My Pikachu was taken away by them. No. The purple-haired boy didn't care whether Ash's Pokémon was stolen or not. Instead, he said coldly, however, I saw you capture Starly from a distance just now. I want to ask, are you satisfied with such an easy-to-capture Starly? If it were me, I would capture the most powerful Starly. Can you tell which one of them is stronger? Ash frowned. The purple-haired boy smiled and said, of course. Just wait and see after that. He took out 3 Pokéballs and released 3 Starlies. You can scan the captured Pokémon with the Pokémon Pokédex to find out what special moves it can use. Don't you ever do that. The boy's words were full of disdain for Ash, which made Ash very angry. The boy's ridicule did not end there. After he used the Pokémon Pokédex to scan the 3 Starlies he had just captured and confirmed the one with the most and strongest skills, he released the other 2 in front of Ash. Only by capturing Starlies over and over again like this can you find the strongest Starlies. The Pokémon that is most qualified to be breeders. Capturing Starlies casually like you do is basically capturing garbage. A waste of time, Ash retorted. Any Pokémon can become stronger if it is properly trained. The boy sneered, since you say that. How about a Pokémon battles? Ash, okay, I accept your challenge. Then let's have a 3v3 battle, the boy said coldly. If you want to know what Pokémon the trainer is best at, and see the balance of species, 3v3 is the best way. Ash was stunned, with a frustrated expression, but I only have 2 Pokémon on me now. Only 2 humph you slack guy, Elekid, let's go. The young man said coldly after saying that. He turned and left, but as he turned around, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a Pokémon he had never seen before flying towards, soaring in the sky. The image is like an alien. The boy's eyes lit up and he immediately felt the desire to conquer her. Elekid used Thunder Shock, beep tilde. Elekid puffed out his chest and stepped forward, sending a powerful Thunder Shock towards the Pokémon. Facing the attack, the Pokémon first looked at the boy and Elekid in surprise, then changed its form, becoming a defensive form to block the Thunder Shock. Then, the Pokémon felt that Thunder Shock did not seem to have much power, so it transformed again, becoming a normal form, and a teleport came to the boy's side. Under the shocked gaze of the young man, it swung out its slender tentacles and slammed both the man and the beast into the river more than 10 meters away. Deoxys, why are you here? After the boy was slapped away, Ash and Zyoging ran forward in surprise. My master sent me to find you. Deoxys' voice echoed in Ash and Gon's minds, telepathy. The two were surprised because Deoxys didn't communicate with them like this the last time they met. What did Mr. Xia Fan ask you to do with us? Ash wondered. No, the master didn't ask me to look for him, only for you. Deoxys pointed his tentacle straight at Ash. Your partner Pikachu is now with the master. My Pikachu is with Mr. Xia Fan, Ash said excitedly. If that was the case, he should be able to see Pikachu soon. Where it is, take me to find Mr. Xia Fan. Ash urged Deoxys to take him to find Xia Fan. Deoxys nodded and used Psychic to carry Ash and Zyoging into the sky. A minute later, the purple-haired boy led his Elekidol wet. To the previous position, he didn't look sad or upset, but rather excited, muttering that he must capture that unknown Pokémon. Only a Pokémon as rare and powerful as that could be worthy of him. Paul afterwards, he came to his senses and wanted to ask Ash where the Pokémon had gone, but found that the person had disappeared. Let's turn our attention back to Xia Fan. As he left Lake Varity with Dawn, heading to the nearest Pokémon Center, a group of people in red uniforms suddenly appeared and blocked their way. He threatened Xia Fan to hand over Pikachu. Otherwise, he would kill them. Xia Fan naturally raised his eyebrows when he heard this. No one had given him money for a long time. This was something he had been longing for, Mr. Xia Fan. They were the ones who wanted Snatch Pikachu before. After these people appeared, Dawn shouted at Xia Fan as if she was complaining. Don't worry with me, Harith, these people will just be clowns. Xia Fan comforted after hearing this. The people on the opposite side said coldly, boy, being arrogant is not a good thing. There were 5 people in red uniforms, and they threw their Pokeballs. 5 red lights flashed by. Torterra, Infernape, Empoleon, Lucario, Garchomp. 5 Pokémon that have evolved to their final forms appear. After they appeared, they showed ferocious expressions towards Xia Fan. The young man in the middle of the 5 gave the order, Garchomp. Dragon Rush. Garchomp walked forward and roared, releasing a terrifying murderous aura. He jumped more than a foot high and rushed straight towards Xia Fan and the others. Xia Fan laughed sarcastically and was about to command Mew to go forward and give it a thunder. From above, a roar came from Growl, Pikachu. Everyone looked up and saw Ash and Gon. The 2 of them were brought here by Deoxys. Deoxys saw his master being attacked by Garchomp, so he changed into speed form and came to Xia Fan in an instant. Then changed into defense form and blocked Garchomp's Dragon Rush. Deoxys. The 5 people on the opposite side exclaimed and looked at each other in shock. How could this Pokémon appear here? How is this possible? The woman on the far left said, covering her mouth. Nothing is impossible. Deoxys uses Psycho Boost. Xia Fan said coldly. Deoxys changed from defense to attack mode again, and a psychic ball quickly condensed from his chest and threw it out, hitting Garchomp directly. Accompanied by a burst of thick smoke, a scream was uttered. When the smoke cleared, Garchomp fell to the ground, unable to fight. Deoxys, the remaining 4 are also in your hands. Good master. A breeze blew by, and Deoxys changed from attack form to speed form in an instant and approached the Pokémon opposite, as if to say, I have surrounded you. The 5 people on the opposite side were startled. But after Deoxys resisted with the defensive form, he changed into the offensive form. The tentacles on his hands instantly increased from 4 to 8. And then he wrapped up the 4 Pokémon. Along with a noisy sound, a black destructive death light condensed from his mouth. 3 of the 5 people thought of the white Jengar in Lake Varity, and their faces turned pale. They still remembered clearly the scene in which that Jengar swallowed the souls of their other Pokémon. Swallow trying to see the legendary Pokémon through Ash. Ash, who had just reunited with Pikachu, couldn't help but swallow his saliva after seeing Deoxys kill 5 powerful Pokémon in a short time. He remembered that battles. If there hadn't been a Jengar beside him, his Sceptile and Swallow would have been killed instantly. However, based on the information they sent members out to collect in the past year, they found that several key soul figures were missing from Ash's journey, the Rocket Trio. Jesse James and Meowth. The first thing he did when he appeared was to command Deoxys. Do you think this is fun or not? Seeing Xia Fan walking towards them, the 5 people in red uniforms immediately became nervous. You tell me this is too much. They are players from a player organization called the God Catcher Hall. However, this organization is somewhat unworthy of its name so far. They have not encountered any of the legendary beasts in the Sinnoh region, let alone captured them. No longer follows Ash and his group to capture Pikachu. When Deoxys covered the ears of the other 4 people, except the young man in the middle. The young man directly confessed his origins to Xia Fan in panic. The 5 people on the opposite side fell to their knees in a daze. The beam was spit out and 4 Pokémon died instantly. The 5 of them looked at each other, as if they didn't know whether they should tell the truth. Compared to Jengara Pokémon that likes to eat human souls, Deoxys prefers to kill the enemy instantly without mercy. So they thought of Ash such a terrifying power. Dawn swallowed. She didn't expect that this Pokémon from the universe would be so powerful. Their fourth god catchers came up with an idea, which was to replace the original Team Rocket and act as Ash's experience baby along the way. You two don't know each other yet. Let's get to know each other, Ash. Your Pikachu was originally protected by a girl named Dawn. At this time, Xia Fan interrupted their shock. If you still try to catch NM's legendary Pokémon, you're just rushing to become someone else's wedding dress. The five people's faces suddenly turned paler. Ash and Zyogin came back to their senses from their shock and introduced themselves to each other. Except for Garchomp's master, the other four commanded their Pokémon to attack Deoxys. Is that Jengar yours too? The young man who was leading the five people trembled all over. What are you up to? The first close encounter with the legendary Pokémon scared them to death. Deoxys, you don't need to cover the ear of the one in the middle. Cover the ears of the other four to block out the sound. I will let each of the five of them answer these questions. If any one of the answers is inconsistent, take them all back to Lake Varity and feed them to Jengar. We can let Jengar read their memories anyway. It just takes more time, Xia Fan said coldly. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you, Xia Fan smiled. But the tone of his smile revealed his desire to eat people. I will ask you a few questions now. If you can answer them, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will call my Jengar to eat you. If Ash could no longer encounter the sacred beasts in the Sinnoh region because of the absence of these three people, then the God Catcher Hall would be at a huge loss. After Xia Fan briefly interjected a sentence or two, he walked out from among them and headed towards the five people opposite. But no one expected that a bug-level character would appear here. What do you think? Xia Fan shrugged. Stop talking about irrelevant topics like this. Now just tell me whether you are a player, what player organization you are from, and why you are catching Pikachu, Jengar. So their boss suspected that there might be something wrong with their luck and that they needed to follow a chosen one to improve it. These three were originally the alternative protagonist group that followed Ash and specialized in catching Pikachu. But for some reason, they disappeared after Team Rocket was wiped out by players in the Chengdu region and Kanto region. After hearing what the young man said, Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't know how to respond for a moment. Deoxys could only cover the young man's ears and let someone else answer. After a while, the other person finished answering, and what he said was basically the same as what the previous person said. I then asked three other people, and their answers were almost the same. After confirming that what they said was correct, Xia Fan looked at them and began to formulate a plan in his mind. He felt that what these people said made a lot of sense. To catch legendary Pokémon, you should follow the protagonist group to have the greatest chance. Or you could be like him, who has been waiting in Lake Varity for several months but hasn't even seen the shadow of Mesprit. But Dawn could see it immediately when he got here. He wouldn't believe it if it wasn't for the halo of destiny. Therefore, at this time, we should take the opportunity to stalk the cicada while waiting for the Oriole behind. He might as well just let these guys go. Let them continue with their plans. And then he would reap the benefits. Yeah, perfect. Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked at these people's faces and began to feel truly happy. He turned around and glanced at Ash and the other two who were still communicating. So he asked Mew to start modifying the memories of these five people. Change the scene with Deoxys to one of Pikachu fighting. As for how their Pokémon were beaten to death by Pikachu, he didn't care. He let them figure out for themselves whether it was the protagonist's halo or something else. Anyway, as long as they can continue with their plans. That's enough. 5 minutes later, Ash, let's go. After the memory modification was completed, Xia Fan led Mew back to Ash and the others. What about them? Why are they unconscious here? Ash looked at the five people, only to find that all five of them were unconscious for some reason. Xia Fan waved his hand. I asked Deoxys to hypnotize them. Shouldn't it be sent to the police station? Dawn asked puzzledly. Forget it. Killing all their Pokémon is already a very severe punishment. I believe they won't dare to bother you again, Xia Fan said with a smile, then looked at Ash's Pikachu and patted its cute head. Shouldn't the most important thing now be to send your Pikachu to the Pokémon Center for healing? It must have suffered a lot during the time it was separated from you. That seems to be true. Ash scratched his head and looked at the scarred Pikachu. Feeling distressed after a while, the group of 4 walked towards the Pokémon Center, ignoring the 5 unconscious members of the Pokémon Catcher Hall. Not long after Xia Fan and his 4 companions left, Paul walked out from a grove of trees. He looked at the 5 unconscious members of the God Catcher Hall, and then glanced at Fan and the others departing backs. What a pity. That powerful Pokémon actually has an owner. Paul clenched his hands, his expression full of jealousy. He had just witnessed Deoxys kill 5 Pokémon that had evolved to their ultimate forms in a short period of time. The shock in his heart was completely indescribable. Paul will also have such a powerful Pokémon one day. But before that, I want to understand how big the gap is between me now and that person. Paul's eyes were fixed on Xia Fan's back after a while. He didn't know what was going on, but the man seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked back. And they met each other's gaze in surprise. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the blue sky and struck a tree 2 meters behind him. But Paul was scared without saying a word. He grabbed a Lekid and ran away as if he had seen a ghost. The picture is extremely funny. Arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash entrusted Pikachu to Nurse Joy and then contacted Professor Rowan of the Sinnoh region. After explaining that he was Ash from the Kanto region, he learned from Professor Rowan that his mother had sent him a piece of luggage for him to pick up. Therefore, after Pikachu was cured at the Pokémon Center, everyone rushed to Professor Rowan laboratory in Sanjam Town to meet with Professor Rowan. And Xia Fan followed them all the time. When Professor Rowan met Xia Fan, he didn't care about her at first, until he learned from Ash that Xia Fan had a Deoxys. Then his opinion changed drastically. He kept saying Xia Fan growth first, Xia Fan second, and begged Xia Fan to give him Deoxys to study for some time. But Xia Fan refused. He would never lend his Pokémon Solacin to others for research. After all, speaking from his conscience, he believed that no intelligent creature would like to be studied. Fortunately, Professor Rowan was not the kind of person who would force things. Seeing Xia Fan's refusal, he could only sigh and leave. Let Xia Fan tell him if he needs help, and he will definitely help. By the way, Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing in Sinnoh region? After Professor Rowan left, Ash and the other 2 came over. As for me, I came here to have some fun and see if there are any legendary Pokémon here. If possible, I want to capture them, Xia Fan confessed. Ha, you are worthy of being Mr. Xia Fan. You speak so frankly, Ash said with a smile. He felt that people like Mr. Xia Fan who confessed their desires were the ones worth making friends with. What he feared most were those who had ambitions but hid them, and would expose them at the critical moment to harm others. So, Mr. Xia Fan, are you wandering around the Sinnoh region without a destination? Xiao Gang interrupted. Xia Fan nodded, I don't know where to go. You are the first group of friends I met here. Ash invited him after hearing this. In that case, Mr. Xia Fan, why don't you come with us? Because I'm going to challenge the Sinnoh Alliance. So I'll be going to various gyms in the Sinnoh region, Mr. Xia Fan. If you come with us, we should be able to travel to every corner of the Sinnoh region. Xia Fan immediately made a thoughtful expression. And after thinking for a few seconds, he smiled and nodded, okay, I'll go with you. I believe that even if I can't encounter the legendary Pokémon, I will definitely see many interesting things. Ash was immediately overjoyed. And the Pikachu on his shoulder also shouted to mew on Xia Fan's shoulder. Then let me see which gym is the closest to Sanjam Town. Xiaogang took out the map, it's Orberg City, then Mr. Xia Fan, let's go through Jubilife City together. Xia Fan nodded. At this time, Dawn said happily, then I will go with you too. I want to become a top coordination trainer. So I want to participate in the contest held by Jubilife City first. I see. Ash snapped his fingers. Okay, it's decided. The more people you travel with, the more fun it is. Let's go together. What do you think, Mr. Xia Fan? Xia Fan smiled and nodded, but couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why are you asking me when you already said you have made the decision? In this way, Ash Xiaoging Dawn and Xia Fan became the traveling team of Sinnoh region. 20 minutes later, the four packed up their things and left Professor Rowan laboratory. But as soon as they came out, a purple-haired boy blocked their way. Sir, you own a very rare Pokémon, right? Can you have a Pokémon battle with me? I'm from Veilstone City and my name is Paul. The purple-haired boy walked directly in front of Xia Fan with a very cold expression. Is this the guy who was peeking from behind before? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, looking a little impatient, because this guy's cold expression didn't seem like he was asking him to fight, but rather it was like he was begging him to fight, which was really awesome. Paul, aren't you here to fight me? Ash interrupted. With you? Paul glanced at Ash with a look of arrogance and contempt. Why don't you have 3 Pokémon ready now, Pikachu? Ash's Pikachu glared at Paul angrily, and his contemptuous expression was very rage. Ash was also a little angry. He raised his right fist and clenched it, of course. My Pikachu has been found. You can fight anytime you want. Then you'd better stand back. I want to fight with this gentleman more now. Paul turned his eyes to Xia Fan at this time. Xia Fan's expression changed from displeasure to surprise, because the name Paul awakened a trace of impression in him. This guy seems to be Ash's rival in the Sinnoh region. Or in other words, a stepping stone to improve Ash's strength. But now this stepping stone seemed to have focused all its attention on me because of my appearance. You'd better fight with Ash. I only have 2 Pokémon on me right now, Xia Fan refused. It would be better for him not to snatch Ash's stepping stone, if it affects his ability to catch legendary Pokémon in the future. He would be in big trouble. Xia Fan's words caught Paul off guard. It was the first time he had encountered someone who refused his challenge. So he quickly said 2 is fine. 2 can also test our strength, however. As soon as these words were spoken, Ash, Xiaoging and Apom immediately looked at each other with dead fish eyes. If they remembered correctly when they first met, this guy seemed to have said that if you want to know what Pokémon a trainer is best at, you have to look at the balance of species. And 3v3 is the best way. How come it has changed so quickly now? I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. This time Xia Fan refused directly and concisely. Paul frowned, thinking that Xia Fan might think that he was not strong enough. If that was the case, would beat Ash up in front of him, so that he would realize his own strength before challenging him again. Okay, then I'll fight him first and prove my strength before I fight you, sir. Paul pointed at Ash. How about this, you guys go fight in the backyard? Professor Rowan interrupted as he sent the 4 people out the door. 5 minutes later, the 6 people came to the back lawn of the laboratory. This is my first time watching a live Pokémon battle, Dawn said excitedly as she was watching before the battle began. Then just watch here, the Pokémon battle is very exciting. Ash responded with a smile. Huh, Paul sneered. Ash was immediately annoyed. What's so funny? Paul, nothing, I just think you are very naive. The rules of the game are as I said before, 3-on-3. No substitutions in the middle, owned by 1. The one who wins 2 games win. Show about that. No problem, Starly has decided it's you. Ash threw the Pokéball with great enthusiasm. A red light flashed and a Starly appeared. Seeing this, Paul also took out Starly. That guy named Paul's words are really annoying. Dawn pouted, then looked up and asked Xia Fan, Mr. Xia Fan, who do you think will win between the 2 of them? Xia Fan did not rush to answer. After racking his brains and thinking for a while, said, although Paul's words are indeed annoying, I think their strength should be on par in this battle. I know a little about Ash's Pokémon. If he brought the Pokémon he captured before to the Sinnoh region, I believe he can win, but starting from the beginning, I think their strength is on par with each other. The most likely outcome is a draw. Dawn let out a long O. 1 minute later after a fierce fight, Ash's Starly was finally defeated by Paul's Starly using Aerial Ace. We've lost the initiative now if we lose another game. Ash will lose, Dawn said worriedly. Have faith in Ash. In the next game, I believe he can win with his strength. Xia Fan patted Dawn's shoulder and said with a smile. Pika Pika, Mew responded over his shoulder. Dawn nodded. In the second game, Ash released Apom and Paul released Charmander. After a fierce fight, Ash's Apom finally defeated Paul's Charmander with an iron tail. That's great, Dawn exclaimed happily. In the third game, Ash sent out his Pikachu while Paul sent out his Elekid. 5 minutes later after a fierce fight in the end, Ash's Pikachu and Paul's Elekid both fell. And Zyoging was judged to be a draw, Mr. Xia Fan. It's just as you said, it's a draw. Dawn looked at Xia Fan in surprise. Xia Fan smiled but said nothing at this time. Ash in the middle of the field said to Paul, I lost this game. My Pikachu fell to the ground before your Elekid. Paul sneered. This result is not a complete victory. After saying this in front of everyone, he took out Starly's Pokeball and released it. Are you going to release Pokémon again? Ash said angrily. He was very angry at Paul's behavior of kicking away any weak Pokémon. He felt that since he had captured Ith should train it well, instead of tasting it like food and throwing it away as garbage if it didn't taste good. The duty of a Pokémon trainer should be to train weak Pokémon step by step to keep them company. Paul said disdainfully, you can find Starlies of that level everywhere. Just wait until you encounter a stronger one and then conquer him. After saying that, he looked at Xia Fan. Sir, now that we both only have 2 Pokémon, can you fight me? Xia Fan did not respond, but looked at Ash, who was so angry that his teeth were clenched. After thinking for a moment, he patted Ash's shoulder and whispered in his ear, I'll help you vent your anger and kill his self-righteous arrogance. Then turned around and said to Paul with a smile, of course you can fight me. But I have a habit of fighting. As long as you agree, I will fight you. What habit? Paul frowned. That means betting all your assets with me. Such as the mobile phone I'm holding in my hand now. If you win me, I will transfer all the money in the phone to you. Xia Fan took out his mobile phone with a smile. Paul was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would have to risk his fortune in a challenge. It's not like he hasn't fought with people for bounties. But the bounties were usually between 1,000 and 4,000. The highest was 8,000. And it had never exceeded 10,000. Why you don't dare? Xia Fan asked again. Paul didn't dare to speak. At this time, Dawn nervously pulled Fan's sleeve. As a rookie trainer, she had heard about bounty battles from her mother. But she never knew that one could directly fight with all his assets. This was too scary, Mr. Xia Fan. Why don't you lower the bounty to 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000? Dawn said nervously, if you lose, you will lose a lot. Ash and Zyoging nodded beside them. They were also frightened by Xia Fan's habits. Facing their expressions, Xia Fan smacked his lips. He really wanted to say, how can you let Deoxys lose? Unless Paul can command the creator god Arceus, or the other 3 first-level gods in the Sinnoh region. If he loses, Ash will kneel down and give the money to him. But after thinking about it, Xia Fan decided to change his tone and explain, it's not that I want to set such a high bounty. But I have to set it so high, you also know that I have Deoxys. If this matter is known to many people, there will definitely be many people challenging me. I can't accept every one of them. So I will simply set a limit for the challenger. If you want to challenge me, you must accept my requirements and bet all your assets with me. If you win, all my money belongs to you. If I win, all your money belongs to me. If the other party is really desperate to understand the difference in strength between you, then don't be afraid. If it's just for fun, then don't agree to my habit. After saying that, Xia Fan glanced at Paul. After listening to Xia Fan's explanation, Paul gritted his teeth and made a decision. Okay. I agree to your request. If I lose, I will transfer all my money to you if I lose. The worst that can happen is that I will have a hard time in the future. However, I want to teleport my foster Pokémon over. Whatever, Xia Fan shrugged Ashton. And Zyoging looked at each other and said no more. Half an hour later, the group came to the backyard lawn of the laboratory again. Xia Fan released Deoxys without a word. Paul released Weevil, who was being fostered by his brother before the fight. Paul said your Pokémon is called Deoxys, right? I just learned from Professor Rowan that this Pokémon is from outer space. Since it is a psychic type, I will use the evil and ice-type Weevil to fight you. I hope you can live up to its power. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Paul. He really couldn't understand why this guy liked to show off so much. Just relying on a Weevil, he now felt that he had a sure win and could beat him. Attribute Restraint. Can it be useful against legendary Pokémon? When one's strength reaches a certain level, Attribute Restraint is useless in certain situations, such as Groudon and Kyogre, Deoxys when the battle starts. You can ravage the Weevil as much as you want without killing it. Xia Fan said coldly. If you want to say that, then he will not be polite. Yes, Master, Deoxys responded telepathically, then changed from normal form to attack form. The challenge begins with Zyoging's order. The battle between Paul and Xia Fan began. Paul was the first to give the order, Weevil Dark Pulse. Machan tilde its teleport. So just when Weevil's Dark Pulse was about to hit Deoxys, Deoxys suddenly disappeared. Ash and Zyoging nodded when they heard this. They could understand this. No matter how Paul called out, there was no response. Xia Fan clapped his hands when he heard this. Yeah. That's right, Weevil can't survive in space, it's over. It's all over now, so where is it going to take my Weevil? Paul asked, I don't know, you'll have to ask it later. Xia Fan shook his head, after all. It couldn't say that Deoxys had just called Rayquaza over through the mental shared world to cooperate with it in scaring Weevil. Weevil looked forward with a look of fear on his face. And there were no scars on his body. Paul looked at Xia Fan's exaggerated appearance and couldn't help but put his hand to his heart, looking like he was about to vomit blood out of anger. Paul yelled angrily, but my Weevil is not from the universe. It is from the Earth, how can it fight there? When everyone came to their senses, Deoxys had already returned to ground with Weevil. Deoxys appeared above his head with an indifferent look on his face, and those tentacles were differentiated from his hands. Paul looked up the next second. Several pairs of red and blue tentacles suddenly rushed out from the top of its head and tied up Weevil with lightning speed, and tightly restrained its hands, feet, and neck, causing Weevil great pain, as if he had seen something and was frightened. Ash swallowed and hesitantly walked over to Xia Fan and asked. Dawn and Zyoging couldn't help but come over. Zyoging, who was acting as the referee, exclaimed. My Weevil, Paul said in shock after coming to his senses. He glared at Fan. Where did you let your Deoxys take my Weevil? Then everyone saw a flash of light, and Deoxys disappeared with Weevil. It attracted the whole town. A deafening dragon roar was heard from soaring in the sky. Weevil struggled to break free from Deoxys's restraints. When Paul ordered icy wind, it opened its mouth with difficulty and icy air began to condense in its body. I really don't know, Xia Fan shook his head, and then shook his head sincerely at Ash and the others, with an expression that said I really didn't lie to him. But I can only make a rough guess. My Deoxys may have taken it to the Heidkey layer or outside the Earth. Hey, you also know that this child is from the universe. So it is possible that he couldn't help but move the battlefield to the universe. Paul was startled and looked around quickly. And after Deoxys became afraid of Weevil, his form changed again from attack form to speed form. Where did Deoxys take it, then? Under the pressure of Deoxys, Aura Weevil became afraid, failed to cast Icy Wind, and looked terrified and dared not look at Deoxys for another second. Suddenly, Mayutilda, however, in the next second, Deoxys brought Weevil in front of him and looked at it with indifference. The two Pokémon just looked at each other. Weevil, use Icy Wind, Paul ordered decisively. Xia Fan saw that no order was given because the order had already been given at the beginning. Xia Fan looked confused and said, Don't ask me. Have you ever given Deoxys any instructions since the battle started? 3 seconds later, the dragon's roar faded, and a ray of light fell from soaring in the sky. Weevil's eyes darkened, and waves of dark and terrifying energy emanated from his body and rushed towards Deoxys. Xia Fan won the first battle because Weevil was mentally traumatized and did not obey his master's command. Paul sent out a second Pokémon Drappion, a poison type, and a dark type borrowed from my brother Reggie. As soon as it came on the scene, Paul reminded Drappion to be careful of being taken to heaven by Deoxys, and at the same time ordered it to use venom to attack. Drappion responded, spitting purple venom at Deoxys in the air. Xia Fan sneered at this and looked up at soaring in the sky. Without receiving any instructions, Deoxys easily blocked the venom with just one safeguard. Then he used the same trick again, and several pairs of red and blue tentacles bound Drappion. Drappion, get out of the way. Paul, who had sensed something, quickly gave the order. Hearing this, Drappion slammed his tail on the ground and used the force to jump away. But just as it was about to jump away, an extremely strong feeling of oppression suddenly pressed upon its body. Deoxys suddenly appeared before its eyes, and a darkness swept in from behind, enveloping Drappion. Nightshade. Ghost skills use terrifying phantoms to cause serious psychological damage to the enemy. Drappion, Paul said in panic. After being wrapped in darkness, he could only hear Drappion's scream of fear inside. No one knew what it had experienced or seen in the darkness. But when the darkness dissipated, Drappion was already standing there numbly. But fortunately, he still had some consciousness and would look back when Paul called him. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around, Deoxys transformed into speed form, wrapped Drappion with its tentacles, and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. A second later, the deafening dragon roar was heard again in soaring in the sky. 3 seconds later, Deoxys sent Drappion back. Drappion looked just like Weevil before, terrified and numb after landing on the ground. He collapsed immediately as if he was paralyzed by fear. He was as limp as a bug and ignored Paul no matter how he called out. Master, I have completed the ravage you requested. On the other side, Deoxys excitedly reported to Xia Fan via telepathy. Xia Fan smacked his lips and looked at Drappion with some sympathy. He swore that calling Rayquaza to intimidate him was not his idea at all, but Deoxys' own idea. 10 seconds later, Paul put Drappion back into the Pokéball. He walked up to Xia Fan with a cold face and took out a card from his wallet. I will challenge you again. One day I will defeat your Deoxys. This card contains all my money now. The password is **. Xia Fan nodded and reached out to take the card, but felt a reluctant resistance from Paul. He raised his eyebrows and then used a little force to take it in his hand. I found the professor took out a card machine and transferred out all the money in it. 58,000. I'm waiting for you to challenge me next time. I left $200 in the card for you. After transferring the money, Xia Fan returned the card to Paul, who was sulking. Then they set out on their journey again with Ash and the others. However, before embarking on the journey, Xia Fan called Jengar back from Lake Varity. Let it appear in future battles. Deoxys is too obvious, so it is better to use Jengar. Although the heterochromatic Jengar is also very rare, it is less likely to cause a commotion than Deoxys. On the forest road, a group of boys and girls walked side by side. 2 boys and a girl wearing hats were arguing with each other. Hey Tilda, it's all because of someone that I didn't catch Bunnery, said the girl. Oh, if I had known the result would be like this, I should have been the one to subdue him from the beginning, said the young man. Please don't nag me next time, said the girl. Okay, as long as you throw the ball more decisively, said the boy. I told you I'm fine, said the girl. Your situation doesn't seem to be without problems at all, said the young man. We were just at the beginning of our trip, and how could we start arguing over catching a Pokémon? Suddenly, Xia Fan felt the temperature getting a little hotter and very warm. He looked up and found that the sun was particularly dazzling. Did it use it? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow and said. This Pokémon is recognizable, so there is no need to scan it. Sunny day, Xia Fan muttered. Suddenly a Mewtwo came out. The journey continues. There will definitely be no problem next time. The result was a great defeat as the sun was about to set. They arrived at a Pokémon Center, where Ash registered for the Sinnoh Alliance challenge and also instigated Xia Fan to go with him. Otherwise, it would be too boring to follow them. I said there is no problem, that's it. If I say there will be problems, there will be problems. I just hope Comrade Ash won't regret it in the future. Then he felt something turned his head and saw a man in a robe sitting under a tree not far away. What sunny day? Dawn asked puzzledly. There will definitely be problems next time. 2 months later, after a while, Dawn took the initiative to challenge the man to a fight. Wanting to prove her strength to Ash, Jamie Tilda. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a lot better, Dawn said with a smile. Xia Fan took a deep breath and looked at Dawn and Ash, who were bickering in front of him speechlessly. Dawn and Ash took out the Pokémon Pokédex scan in surprise. I thought about it for a while, but couldn't remember anything. If that's the case, then he must be a minor character. He really didn't know whether to say that these two guys were bickering lovers or enemies from a previous life. Xia Fan thought about it and felt that the excuse of just meeting a legendary Pokémon was indeed a bit bad. So he registered for the Sinnoh Alliance challenge and fulfilled his wish of becoming a Pokémon competition champion. Mr. Xia Fan, who do you think is right, me or him? The girl turned to look at the oldest boy in the group. It's a special move used by grass-type Pokémon when they need to temporarily increase their strength. Xia Fan said. Xia Fan shrugged and then stepped aside. It was of little use to encounter a divine beast, which meant that it was here to give Ash, Dawn, and the others laser focus. He should just be a mute and not interfere, Nando. Xia Fan muttered in his heart and began to look at the man in front of him, trying to remember whether this man would be useful when encountering the divine beast. After Thade walked over to Ash and Dawn and smiled. How are you? Have you calmed down from the arguments? If you have a violent heart, your words will also be filled with violence. The man stood up slowly with his back to them, reciting the words Bud Pokémon Mewtwo. A relaxing and happy sunny day come your mind. Looking at them with a smile on his face, Ash and Dawn looked at each other, awkwardly nodded, and introduced themselves. Xia Fan and Xiao Gang also reported their names. The man nodded. I am the Pokémon Bard Nando. Time passed. 2 months later. In the past 2 months, Xiaogang captured a Krogunk, Ash captured a Turtwig, and got the Orberg Gym badge in Orberg City, and also defeated Xia Fan. Dawn also recently got the ribbon badge for the first contest competition, and captured a Bunyari and a Pachirisu as partners. On the way, they also met Pokémon Hunter J, a group that used high-tech violence to snatch other people's Pokémon. Unfortunately, when they tried to snatch Xia Fan Jengar, Xia Fan robbed them back and let them go. Now they are continuing their journey with their sights set on the second gym match. Eterna City. Mr. Xia Fan, does Jengar still have snacks stored in his stomach? I feel like I'm starving to death in the woods. Ash held Hoothut's growling stomach and asked Xia Fan. Wait a minute. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball. A red light flashed and a white Jengar emerged. It soon vomited out a bag of potato chips and a bottle of drink from its stomach. He used telepathy to tell everyone that there were only these two left, but they were exclusive snacks left for Xiao. Ash was drooling and ignored Jengar's words, wanting to get some chips and a drink. However, Mew took the chips and drinks away before him. Mew looked at Ash pitifully in the form of Pikachu and made 2 pika sounds. It said, Ash, how dare you steal from me? The Jengar replied telepathically. Ash blushed and rubbed his hands, saying embarrassedly, Xiao, I'm really hungry. Can I just have some chips or a drink is fine, Ash said. Looking at his Pikachu on his shoulder, Pikachu, help me persuade him too. Before he could finish his words, Mew jumped onto a tree trunk, tore open the potato chips with one hand, ate the whole bag of chips in one bite, then opened a can of drink with one hand and drank it all in one gulp. Pika Pika after eating and drinking. Mew jumped back onto Xia Fan's shoulder and threw the bag of potato chips and cans to Ash. Zio Huan said there's still a small piece in the bag of potato chips and a small sip in the can. Which will meet your needs, Jengar conveyed, poof. Xia Fan, Dawn and Zio Gang couldn't help laughing out loud. Ash blushed and stared at Mew for a long time. He held it in for a long time before saying, thank you. After saying that, he ate a small piece of potato chips and drank a little bit of drink. It's okay, just hold on a little longer. I just looked at the map and there's a Pokémon Center nearby. We can eat and drink as much as we want when we get there. Xia Fan smiled and patted Ash's shoulder. Mew and Ash have been at odds recently because Ash always takes away Mew's snacks and they are consumed too quickly. So Mew is very angry, Pokémon Center. Ash looked at Xia Fan excitedly. Then we'll have food to eat when we get there. Nurse Joy is here too. Zio Gang also interrupted excitedly, let's go. Xia Fan and Dawn glanced at the two of them speechlessly. One was a foodie, the other was a pervert, alas tilde. 20 minutes later, the group of 4 and their Pokémon came to a somewhat old Pokémon Center. The expression was somewhat unbelievable, is this really the Pokémon Center? Ash hesitated. Looking at the dilapidated house and the gates, it looks like it should be correct. Xia Fan frowned and looked at the old peace sign above his head. If it weren't for the sign, he would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Anyway, let's go in and take a look first. As he spoke, Xia Fan opened the door, however. As soon as they pushed open the door, 4 Ghastlies suddenly rushed out and flew directly over the 4 people's heads, scaring Dawn and asking bluntly, is this really the Pokémon Center? Xia Fan patted her on the shoulder and told her not to be afraid. Then walked to the front and cleared the way for everyone. The area behind the gate is very not like a Pokémon Center, but rather like an ordinary family's residence. After a while, they arrived at the living room of the house, where a delicious meal was laid out on a table. Ash was about to go forward with drooling eyes when a little Stephanie, who looked very much like Nurse Joy, rushed out of a room holding a broom. Bluntly said that the 4 were thieves. Ash quickly defended himself after a while. The noise of the few people attracted a young man named Joy and a young girl named Joy. After some communication, everyone realized that the Pokémon Center here was inherited by the young Nurse Joy. And the young girl Joy and little Stephanie Joy were her daughters. After the misunderstanding was resolved, the 4 were invited to stay with the young man Joy to share lunch. Xia Fan's pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. But after a while he relaxed and looked at Ash with a smile on his face. He had just asked Ho-Oh in his mind. The river was calm and did not respond to Paige's calls. Come out quickly, Paige, I'm here. Paige came to the river bank and shouted. Especially the river water, it is very clear, as if it has been purified after lunch. Little Stephanie Joy was asked by her mother to distribute cookie snacks to the Pokémon in the forest, and invited Xia Fan and the others to join in. It turns out that it is better to follow Ash. Only by following him can you encounter legendary Pokémon. Ho-Oh replies that there is more than one Suicun. However, this Suicun should not have a priestly position. An hour later, the 4 began to stroll in the forest, splitting into 2 groups to distribute snacks and biscuits to the Pokémon. What's wrong with the name? Xia Fan asked puzzledly. What Pokémon is it? Ash asked at this time. Ash, Xia Fan. Little Stephanie Joy, Zio Gang and Dawn are together. However, she hesitated when she said the name. My sister told me not to tell anyone. Paige said with her head down. Paige is the name of little Stephanie Joy. In response to Ash's smiling question, Paige nodded and said, yes, I am friends with all kinds of Pokémon, but I also know a friend who is even more powerful. After saying that, she took Xia Fan and Ash's hands and ran to a part of the forest. Is that so? Xia Fan said regretfully, then there's nothing we can do. Hey, why don't you come out? Paige asked puzzledly. After distributing them, Ash smiled and asked little Stephanie Paige, you are friends with all kinds of Pokémon. The author has something to say. I hope that the readers who will take the college entrance examination tomorrow will get good grades and enter their ideal universities. I also hope that the readers who are about to take the exam will also get very ideal grades and have a good holiday. Come on, come on, come on, but the next second. Little Stephanie seemed to have made a decision and said with a smile, "Forget it. I will just take Brother Xia Fan and Brother Ash to meet that friend." A more powerful friend, Xia Fan interrupted with a smile, thinking that this was a joke from little Stephanie. Joy is her last name. Xia Fan glanced at Ash, who was full of interest, smiled and nodded after passing through the cave. They came to a place that seemed like a paradise. The mountains here are beautiful, and the environment is much better than the woods and rivers before entering the cave. Paige nodded and gestured with her hands excitedly, indicating that it was very huge and very handsome. "It's Suicun," Paige said with a smile. The only one it endowed with divinity was the one he tamed. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at a hidden cave. Suddenly Xia Fan felt that someone was watching him. Then he looked towards the woods in the southwest. And soon he saw a Pidgeotto flying out. He laughed sarcastically and muttered in his heart, "The God Capture Hall." Over the past 2 months, the God Catcher Hall has been doing things exactly in line with the pace of Team Rocket. They are all actors like him, but their lives are miserable. In order to help Ash grow, they are often taught a lesson by Ash, unlike him, who is following Ash comfortably and openly. So now that the news about Suicun has come out, they probably can't hold back any longer, Mr. Xia Fan. I never expected that legendary Pokémon would appear here. Ash smiled and looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded. The three of them waited for a few more minutes, but Suicun still did not appear in response to Paige's calls. Paige said regretfully, "Xia Fan, Brother Ash, brother. Suicun may not want to come out to play today, let's go back." Xia Fan and Ash looked at each other and then left with Paige. However, after entering the caves, Xia Fan's body was split into two due to the darkness of the cave. I used the skill substitute I got from Articuno. Let the substitute follow Ash and Paige back, while the original body takes Mew back to the lakeshore. Then the cat quietly hid under an inconspicuous tree. As he guessed after they left, the God Catcher Hall appeared by the lake like an idiot. He was calling out Suicun's name, begging her to come out and meet them. "If you keep shouting like this, it would be strange if Suicun came out to see you. Please don't forget who you are." Xia Fan shook his head, but he didn't go out to interfere. The people from the God Catcher Hall shouted for more than 20 minutes, and finally released their Pokémon directly. They are Empoleon, Snorlax, Toxicroak, Abomasnow, and Electivires, under the orders of several people from the God Catcher Hall. The 5 Pokémon began to wreak havoc here. "Isn't that right? This is what you can do with your status." Xia Fan nodded. The lake began to become polluted due to the destruction of the God Catching Hall. A few minutes later, something strange happened in the lake. White mist spread from the lake, and the people from the God Catcher Hall hurriedly asked their Pokémon to retreat. "Are you finally unable to hold it in and let it out?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows about 10 seconds later. A blue Pokémon with white diamond-shaped spots on his torso walked out of the mist on the lake. Seeing this, the God Catcher on the lakeshore started dancing excitedly and shouting, "Suicun, you are finally out." After saying that, they commanded their respective Pokémon to attack Suicun. "Fight with Suicun and beat up. Master, is it time for us to make our debut?" Watching Suicun being beat up, Mew asked Xia Fan telepathically, "Don't worry, let's see the strength of this Suicun." Xia Fan smiled and shook his head. No matter if he had a priesthood or not, or if he had caught one before or not, as long as it was a legendary Pokémon, he would catch it whenever he encountered it. Not for anything else, but because he didn't want others to catch it and discuss them. Yes, it was disgusting, but before catching it, he wanted to see how big the difference was between a Suicun without a priesthood and one with a priesthood. A few minutes later, Xia Fan looked at Suicun, which was gradually losing ground due to beat up, and had a rough understanding of its strength. His strength is still far from god level. He can only be said to be very strong in a one-on-one fight, but not in a small group. If he encounters Jengar before he conquers him, he will probably be beaten to a pulp. It's time for us to show up. Xia Fan stood up and patted the leafage on his body. The leafage frillish fell to the ground, but Xia Fan disappeared in an instant. Then he suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, in front of Suicun, who was beaten up with his hands open. A powerful psychic burst out from his body. The 5 beat-up Suicun Pokémon were caught off guard and flew backwards several feet. The people from the God-catching hall looked at Xia Fan in horror. They were shocked at how this guy had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield and flicked their Pokémon away with just his hands. It's him, the guy named Xia Fan. Someone with sharp eyes recognized Xia Fan through the mist. Meow tilde. They were immediately terrified and asked their respective Pokémon to come and rescue them. While Mew was modifying his memory, Xia Fan released Suicun. The 5 people in the God-catching hall began to feel a little confused and felt that there was something wrong with their understanding of this world. Guess what? Xia Fan smiled playfully as he looked at the 5 people on the shore. At the same time, he glanced at Suicun, who was also shocked. He reached his hand to his waist, and while Suicun was still wondering why Mew was here, he gently threw the Pokeball in his hand over. Who are you calling a B********? However, since this Suicun had neither god-level strength nor divine nature, no system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. The 5 people from the God-catching hall on the opposite side looked at this scene and immediately realized that they were being tricked and started cursing. Brothers, we were wrongs. The owner of the Jengar who traveled with Ash. But isn't he human? Is he a Pokémon? Meow tilde. There was a flash of red light and Suicun was taken in. Don't think too much. If I am Mew, then what is it? Faced with this scene, the leader of the 5 people said anxiously, Isn't there only one Mew? This Pikachu is Mew, so what is he? As soon as the voice fell, Xia Fan and the fog disappeared in an instant, and instead a cold voice came from behind him. Let it continue to live here, but you need to keep the money. Just admit your mistake. Xia Fan immediately let the 5 people go. But the next sentence made them realize that it was too early for them to be happy. The 5 people looked at Xia Fan in confusion. They didn't expect that the man in front of them was so easy to talk to. 10 minutes later, Mew's memory modification was completed. Xia Fan carried it away and returned to Ash. A few minutes later, the 5 members of the God-catcher hall fell asleep after transferring the money. Mew began to modify their memories and those of their respective Pokémon. These 5 people would still be able to use the legendary Pokémon in the future. Someone subconsciously responded. But before they could finish their words, a confusion lifted the 5 of them up. There was a flash of white light, and Mew changed from Pikachu back to his original appearance. Wait, could he be Mew? Continue their journey. Facing the fanatical eyes of the God-catcher, Xia Fan smiled and touched Mew's head. The fanatical expressions of the 5 people in the God-catching hall suddenly froze. You be ******D. However, Mew stopped the 5 Pokémon, exchanged glances with them, and the 5 Pokémon fell to the ground and fell asleep. Wait until it has god-level power, and then see if it can provide me with skills in return. The eyes of the 5 people in the God-catching hall changed from horror to fanaticism. They kept breathing in and out, suppressing their inner excitement. How is this possible? Whole curse. 10 days later, everyone arrived at Eterna City. This is a city with a very long history. To the east of the city, there is a rather large sculpture of an ancient Pokémon Dialga, the god of time who possesses the power to control time. As soon as the group arrived here, they saw a notice posted at the entrance. It says that in the next 3 days, the Eterna Museum in the city will exhibit an ancient object closely related to the god of time Dialga. The Adamant orb. Mr. Xia Fan, why don't you guys not challenge the gym yet? Let's all go to this museum first. Just relax and take a day off. Dawn said longingly as she looked at the notice. Sure. I want to go see it too, but it says there are only 3 days left. So it would be a shame if I missed it. Ash looked at Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, what do you think? Go ahead, I'm curious too. Xia Fan smiled and nodded. How could he not be interested if it was related to Dialga? The god of time, okay, then let's head to the Eterna Museum. Dawn said excitedly after being recognized by everyone. After asking passersby for the approximate direction, she led everyone to the Eterna Museum. After walking for about 40 minutes, the group arrived at a huge museum. At this time, there was a queue several dozen meters long. There are too many people, Dawn said with a frustrated look as she looked at the team. There's nothing we can do after all. It's a treasure related to Dialga, god of time. Xiao Gang also sighed. Why don't we eat something before queuing otherwise? I feel like we might not be able to hold on halfway through. There's only an hour left until noon, Ash said, holding his stomach. Dawn and Xiaogang looked at each other and thought it made sense. Just as they were about to nod, Xia Fan waved his hand. Don't panic, your mister. Xia Fan is very capable of solving things like queuing. The three of them and Pikachu looked at Xia Fan in confusion. Xia Fan took out his cell phone and said calmly, your mister. Xia Fan, in addition to having a handsome face and some powerful Pokémon, has one biggest advantage, which is a little money. After saying that, Xia Fan led everyone towards the security guard who was responsible for maintaining order. 5 minutes later, the four were respectfully welcomed in by the museum director. There is no way. No one in this world can resist the charm of money. If you can resist it, it's not enough and you have to pay more. Sohan Xia Fan spent 3 million in one go. The person in charge immediately acted like a dog and took the four of them into the museum. Oh, Mr. Xia Fan, this painting was painted by the master Smeargle. If you want to collect it, I can sell it to you for 5 million. After entering the museum, the person in charge, Modulio, seemed to treat Xia Fan as a wealthy collector and kept following him. Whenever Xia Fan showed interest in an item or stopped to look at it, he would immediately come forward to introduce it and give a price. Moduluo said goodbye and called a new beautiful tour guide to introduce the museum's exhibits to Xia Fan and the others. Modulio's shoulders trembled slightly. Mr. Xia Fan, you make me, as he spoke. Xia Fan made an action as if to turn around, but was stopped by Majuro upon hearing this explanation. Ash and the other two twitched their lips slightly, comparing Madero to a prodigal son. If his father was not dead, he would definitely be hung up and beaten. Xia Fan interrupted again, the last price is 1 billion. If you still don't want to sell it, forget it. Xia Fan then looked around, and soon he found that in addition to that man, several other guys from the God-catching hall were also there. 100 millions. Xia Fan interrupted expressionlessly, Ash, Don Xiaogang, and Pikachu all looked at him with dead eyes upon hearing that. At this time, they had walked to the deepest exhibition hall of the museum. There was only a dazzling glass orb on display in this exhibition hall, and the sign below it read Adamant Orbs finally. Ash couldn't help it and asked Midora whether everything in the museum could be sold. Modulio was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xia Fan to be so decisive, but he still refused. Mr. Xia Fan, I really can't decide on this thing, it's not mine. Madelo nodded generously, saying that most of the things in the museum were his grandfather's collections. But his grandfather passed away and he took over now. So he has the right to dispose of everything here. Except for some individual items, Mr. Xia Fan, what are you laughing at? It's time to go to other exhibition halls. Upon hearing the price, Xia Fan immediately shifted his gaze away from the picture of Eevee drinking milk and continued walking forward with Ash and the others. Seeing this expression, Xia Fan's mouth curled up, and he suddenly no longer wanted to spend money to buy Adamant Orb. They showed greed for the Adamant Orb, sell. Modulio hurriedly said, Mr. Xia Fan, please give me 2 days. I will discuss it with my grandfather's old friend and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Xia Fan looked at the item and smiled. Then are you selling this adamant orb? I'm very interested in it. Maduo Luo said apologetically, I'm sorry, mister. Xia Fan, this pearl is not mine. I borrowed it from my grandfather's old friend. It is the only thing that is not for sale here. If I dare to sell it. Ash couldn't help but mutter softly, sure enough. The words of a prodigal son are unreliable. Oh, sorry, this painting doesn't interest me. Ash interrupted Xia Fan's thoughts, Mr. Xia Fan. I will contact and discuss this with my grandfather's old friend. The author has something to say. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something funny. Xia Fan smiled and waved his hand, and went to the next exhibition hall with Ash and the others. Not long after Madu Luo left, Xia Fan followed the beautiful guide to another exhibition hall when she caught a glimpse of a familiar face out of the corner of her eye. 300 million, Xia Fan said again. A person who replaced Team Rocket and gave Ash experience. Although he is rich, he is not the kind of nouveau rich who likes to be ripped off. But the person in charge, Madulio, did not give up. He still introduced the items and quoted prices every time when Xia Fan was viewing them. These few came here, which definitely means that this thing is useful for summoning Dialga. Why would he spend any money? He could just wait for them to summon Dialga or Palkia and then pick up the bargain himself. Dawn, Brock, and Pikachu all nodded. The museum's smoke alarm suddenly went off. A thick and disgusting haze came from nowhere and quickly spread throughout the museum. Countless people who had entered the museum to visit began to panic and flee. A group of people who heard the noise in another exhibition hall walked out of the exhibition hall and were immediately shocked by the panic of the crowd. Ash was shocked and said, "Why is it so chaotic all of a sudden? What's with that haze? Stop talking, everyone, cover your mouths." Dawn warned Hayes as he approached. But just as they finished their words, the four of them plus the beautiful coach were dispersed by the chaotic crowd. And under the hazeth he couldn't tell east, west, south. Or Northand didn't know where they were. Is the god-catching hall taking action so quickly? Only Xia Fan was the most relaxed. Amid the noisy and surging crowd, he muttered something and disappeared from the spot with the help of Hayes' teleport. No one noticed when he reappeared. He had already reached the second floor of the museum, a place that is temporarily free from the haze. Xia Fan stood there and could just see the Adamant Orb exhibition hall. Suddenly, Xia Fan heard the sound of broken glass. Immediately afterwards, several vines suddenly sprang out from the thick fog in the exhibition hall and bound the escalator on the second floor of the exhibition hall. Two people wearing special masks climbed up the vines, one of them holding a glass orb that emitted dazzling light. After a while, the two men jumped along the vines to the second level where Hayes was not covered, followed by a sunflora. The vine just now belongs to this Pokémon. Xia Fan glanced at Mew on his shoulder, then looked up. And after confirming that there was no surveillance, he muttered. The next second transformed into Mew. And Mew changed from Pikachu's appearance to its original appearance. The two of them entered the invisible contest condition and followed the men in black. About a minute later, Xia Fan and Mew followed the man in black into a room. In addition to the two men in black, there were three other people and three Weezings. When they took off their masks, they revealed themselves to be exactly the guys from the God-catching hall. They happily changed their clothes and prepared to escape. But after a while, sirens were heard outside, and the members of the God-catcher hall who were watching from the window turned around in panic and said, "Oh no, the police are here. What? How come they are so fast?" A young man among the five people asked in amazement. "It's only been a short while since we started this operation." As he said, Thaith walked to the window and took a look, and said worriedly, "It's over. We are completely surrounded. If we go out like this, we will definitely be caught." "Why don't we just force a breakthrough?" said a girl. "What if we damage the Adamant Orb by forcing a breakthrough? This is our first cooperation with Team Galactic. We must give them the orb intact. Only they can summon Dialga and Palkia." A middle-aged man said sarcastically, "Team Galactic." In the corner of the rooms, Xia Fan heard the words Team Galactic, and a memory immediately emerged. If he remembered correctly, this organization was indeed the key organization that summoned Dialga and Palkia. Just as the guy just said, how about I be an actor and help them to speed up their summoning process? Xia Fan couldn't help but have a little idea. Since they had to be summoned anyway, he might as well let him give it a push the next second. He and Mew Teleport disappeared from the room and came outside. At this time, the thick fog in the museum's exhibition halls had dissipated. The chaotic crowd was controlled by the police who came in. In the middle of the museum lobby, Madara was being questioned by Officer Jenny from Eterna City. Xia Fan teleported to their side and eavesdropped on their conversation. After a while, he found out why the police were able to arrive so quickly. It turned out that they were conducting an exercise nearby today. So they rushed over immediately after the museum called the police. Officer Jenny, please catch thief as soon as possible. The Adamant orb is of great significance and priceless. If it is lost, I will not be able to apologize even if I commit suicide. Madara pleaded with Officer Jenny, don't worry, mister. Majuro, we will catch the thief as soon as possible. Please give today's surveillance footage to our police to identify any suspicious persons, especially the Adamant Orb exhibition hall surveillance footage. Officer Jenny said after that. Officer Jenny shouted to her colleagues around her. Seal off the museum. Don't let anyone who enters the exhibition hall today out. Oh yes. As police officers responded, the museum was cordoned off. This is a bit troublesome, Xia Fan muttered to himself. Then he suddenly heard Ash and the others shouting growl. Calling his name, isn't Mr. Xia Fan with you? When Maduluo heard the shouting, he left Jenny and walked over immediately in his eyes. Xia Fan is the god of wealth that he can only encounter once in a while. No, the museum was too chaotic just now, Mr. Xia Fan and we were separated by the crowd. We are all looking for him now, Ash said, who is Mr. Xia Fan. Is he important? Officer Jenny, who was standing by, asked in confusion when she saw that Maduluo was paying too much attention to this person. Without thinking twice, Madulo told Officer Jenny Xia that Fan was a rich man who wanted to buy the Adamant Orb from their museum. When Jenny heard this, a light flashed before her eyes. It's over, are they going to count me as a suspect too? When Xia Fan saw this look, he realized that if he didn't come out, he would have to take the blame. So the next second I teleported to the bathroom, changed back to my original appearance, and when Ash and the others called me again, I responded and came out shouting, I'm here. Ash and the other two saw Xia Fan and walked over happily. Mr. Xia Fan, why are you in the bathroom? Ash said. Just know after I was separated by the crowd. I saw a toilet nearby and hid here. Xia Fan scratched his head, Pika Pika. Mew shouted over his shoulder, I'm glad you're okay, mister. Xia Fan, Madulio stepped forward and said, It's okay, thank you for your concern. Xia Fan nodded, but MRMA Duelu, what's going on? Why is there so much foul-smelling fog coming out of a good museum? Madara explained with an apologetic look on his face, and cursed those who stole the Adamant Orb with hatred. After he finished explaining all this, the police officers who were called by Jenny to check the surveillance came over with a photo. The picture shows two masked men in black and a sunflora. When Officer Jenny saw this, she immediately had an idea for an investigation and asked the officers to investigate the trainers who owned Sunflora in the museum. After giving the order, Officer Jenny turned her gaze to Xia Fan and the other four people, everyone. As a matter of routine, please release your Pokémon. His eyes were focused on Xia Fan. Obviously, I am still a little skeptical about Xia Fan. After Ashdon and Xiaoging released their Pokémon, Officer Jenny looked at Xia Fan. Sir, please release your Pokémon. My Pokémon may not be suitable for this occasion. Xia Fan looked embarrassed. Officer Jenny was excited when she heard this. Thinking that Xia Fan actually had a Sunflora with her, don't talk nonsense. Take it out quickly or I will take you to the police station. If Officer Jenny really wants, Could you please move to this exhibition hall and close the door? Xia Fan pointed to an unattended exhibition hall on the left. What are you going to do? Officer Jenny asked alertly. Don't worry, I'm not lustful. Xia Fan was speechless and then asked Ash and the others to accompany him to reassure Jenny. After a while, they moved to the empty exhibition hall. Xia Fan released his Pokémon, Deoxys and Jengar. Officer Jenny was stunned when these two Pokémon appeared. What Pokémon is this? Officer Jenny pointed at Deoxys. Officer Jenny, this is Deoxys. Brock stepped forward happily to explain that Deoxys is a Pokémon from outer space. A powerful and rare Pokémon that can compete with Rayquaza from the Hojin region. Officer Jenny was stunned after hearing this and was speechless for a moment as she looked at Xia Fan. She knew that Rayquaza was the guardian deity of the Hojin region and was extremely powerful. Equal in status to Dialgath, god of time and Palkia, the god of space in their Sinnoh region. But I didn't expect that this Pokémon could actually fight Rayquaza. Doesn't that mean it can fight Dialga and Palkia? How could such a Pokémon be captured by a young boy? Xia Fan looked at Officer Jenny's expression and smiled. Officer Jenino, you understand my difficulties, right? It's not that I don't want to show you, but my Deoxys is too rare and too easy to attract attention. And I'm not someone who likes to be the center of attention. Officer Jenny said nothing, but took out her phone and started searching for the name Deoxys. After a while, a video of a Deoxys fighting Rayquaza in Lara City in the Fengyuan region appeared on the phone. Officer Jenny was even more speechless after seeing this image. She opened her mouth and her eyes kept switching between Deoxys and the image on her phone. This made the white Jengar standing next to Deoxys very unhappy. Damn it! Isn't my different color appearance worthy of attention? Why the hell are you only paying attention to Deoxys and not this? I am also very rare. I am the first Pokémon that possesses the power of a god in my own right. Finally, Jengar couldn't help it and used telepathy to say, Girl, have you never seen an alien? Have you seen my skin color? Am I not rarer than an alien? Not stronger than an alien? Not more worthy of your attention than an alien? Officer Jenny, who was shocked by Deoxys' powerful strength, was stunned. She looked around and finally found Jengar in all white. Were you talking to me just now? Officer Jenny pointed at the white Jengar in disbelief. What do you think? The white Jengar had an angry look on his face, wishing he could devour the soul of this woman who had only just discovered her existence. You, a Jengar, can actually have telepathy, Officer Jenny said, covering her mouth with her left hand. When the white Jengar saw Jenny's expression, he immediately raised his proud head and prepared to accept Officer Jenny's flattery. But the next second, what it waited for was Officer Jenny turning around and asking Xia Fan seriously, Do you have any other Pokémons? You don't just have these three. Yes, but he's not around. Xia Fan said suddenly. The temperature in this exhibition hall dropped suddenly to 0 degrees. Everyone turned to look. What we saw was Jengar looking angry. A lot of things came out of his mouth, including snacks knives and a bunch of unimportant miscellaneous items. After these things are spit out, they float in the air. Jengar looked at Officer Jenny with a cold expression. Girl, do you know how to write the word respect? Officer Jenny was stunned. And then she said something that no one expected. Another dimension. I remember that there is an other dimension hidden in Jengar's stomach, which can store things. Come on, officers, take control of Xia Fan and Jengar. Are you satisfied now we are considered suspects? Do you understand the principle of impatience? Why are you getting angry with an ignorant woman? In a bedroom, Xia Fan looked speechlessly at Jengar, who was sulking beside her. Because of Jengar, he is now temporarily detained in a room in the museum. Snort, Jengar ignored Xia Fan and turned his head away. Killing is not enough. And what Jengar hates most is people who ignore it, mister. Xia Fan, are you and Jengar okay in there? Ash. His two companions and Madara arrived outside the examination room, followed by 2 police officers. Xia Fan waved her hand. It's okay, I'm fine, mister. Xia Fan, don't worry, Dawn. Zyoging and I will definitely catch the real bad guys and clear you and Jenger's name. Ash said seriously, and then handed Xia Fan some food through a window. Xia Fan smiled and said thank you. He still has great trust in the three of Ash. Ma Duelio came forward from the window and said, Mr. Xia Fan, you have been wronged. I believe you have been wronged, don't worry. I will ask Officer Jenny to release you as soon as possible. Xia Fan also said thank Yalbut in his eyes. This guy was definitely trying to get close to him so that he could sell the Adamant orb to him after he found it. The four chatted with Xia Fan for a while and then left. Only Xia Fan was left in the room. Master, are we just going to stay here like this? Mew asked telepathically, how is that possible? If I continue to stay here, those unlucky guys in the God-catching hall will most likely be caught. Xia Fan shook his head. He wanted to speed up the process of encountering the divine beasts. So he had to send those guys away with this Adamant orb. At this point, Xia Fan's mouth suddenly curled up. And he suddenly thought that being caught by Officer Jenny didn't seem like a bad thing. By staying here, he would have an alibi for whatever he did next. A few seconds later, Xia Fan used the skill Substitute and disappeared from the room holding Mew. You are such a loser, you are still here. After disappearing from the room, Xia Fan reappeared in the room where the 5 people from the God-catching hall had previously hidden. The 5 people are still staying in this room, but they are hiding in the ventilation duct above. Just now a police officer came in to check and they hid there. When they came down from the ventilation duct, they were still discussing how to escape from here. After a while, Mew's telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Master, look at the ventilation duct opening. Xia Fan turned his head and looked, seeing a few shadows at the entrance of the pipe. He used confusion to float himself over as he got closer. He finally saw clearly that it was Ash's Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup. The 2 Pokémon stared intently at the Adamant orb that was being held. Piplup tried to jump down, but Pikachu grabbed his tail and dragged him behind. The 2 Pokémon started arguing. Mew translated for Xia Fan. It means that Piplup wanted to go and get the Adamant orb back by himself. But Pikachu refused and said he had to call Ash and the others to come over. Finally, Pikachu persuaded Piplup to stay and watch while he went back to call Ash. Xia Fan sighed helplessly once Pikachu called Ash over. These guys would really have no way to escape. It seems that I am the only one who can help them, Zyuhuan. Follow my instructions and use teleport to move these guys outside the museum. Master, aren't you going to use it now? Mew asked doubtfully. No, there's no rush. At least let that suspicious Officer Jenny see with her own eyes that the Adamant orb is in the hands of these guys. And then you can use teleport to move it away after that. No matter what happens, she shouldn't have any excuse to suspect me. Mew nodded, indicating that he understood. About 2 minutes later, the members of the God Catchers who were guarding outside ran in a panic, saying that Ash and the other 2 were leading Officer Jenny towards this side. The 4 people who were hiding inside and discussing how to escape hurriedly crawled towards the ventilation duct again. But just about to climb in, a bubble beam suddenly spit out from the pipe, knocking several people back. Poga tilde. Piplup stood at the entrance of the ventilation duct with an arrogant look on his face. Looking down at the 5 people, it's like saying, "You damn thivastade, I Piplupum here. So just surrender obediently." Sunflora, use the vines. Someone shouted with a snap. The next second, Piplup, who was standing high above, was pulled down from the ventilation duct by the vines. What a loser! Xia Fan glanced at the fallen Piplup, used a teleport to go into the ventilation duct, and used Psychic to create an illusion of a female ghost with disheveled hair to block the corner of the duct. 3 seconds later, a shrill ghost growl sound came out of the pipe. The guy who climbed to the front kicked the guy following behind him out with a crazy look on his face. About 5 seconds later, the 5 people who had crawled in with great difficulty were frightened out. By Zijing RUF**** G-sick. The young man who climbed to the second place and had his face kicked into a pig-like state roared at a young man. Ghost, there's a female ghost in the ventilation duct. The young man said in fear, holding his heart. It's at the corner of the ventilation duct, FKU. The young man continued to roar, don't make noise. What we should do is to escape from here as soon as possible. The middle-aged man among the 5 people persuaded and took the initiative to climb up to the ventilation duct. However, a few seconds passed. A ghost growl came out of the pipes. The young man who climbed to the second place was still the same young man. His face was even more swollen than before, but this time. After all of them came down, Ash and the others finally arrived. Godcatcher Hall, it's you guys. Ash turned to Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny. You guys are members of a criminal organization. And you often snatch other people's Pokémon. The guy in the middle is holding the Adamant orb. Officer Jenny nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie and called the police officers to come quickly. A completion. The 5 people from the God-catching hall were completely disheartened. They were going to be in trouble this time. Huan, you can use teleport to move them away. Seeing that Officer Jenny had already seen the 5 people, Xia Fan began to give orders. Mew nodded, closing his eyes and floating in the air. The next second, the 5 people from the God-catcher hall and their Pokémon were wrapped in fluorescent light and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Where are the people? Ash, the other 2. And Officer Jenny were instantly stunned. How come the person who was standing here just now disappeared all of a sudden? At this time, a voice came from Officer Jenny's walkie-talkie. And the police officer guarding outside said that he saw someone suddenly appear in midair. Officer Jenny and Ash looked at each other and hurriedly looked towards the window. The 5 guys and their Pokémon were floating in the air and flying out. Chase them, don't let them run away. They are the ones who stole the Adamant orb. Officer Jenny responded quickly, however. With Mew's teleport, these 5 guys would not be so easy to catch. The view came to the outside of the museum. And the 5 people from the God-catching hall also looked confused. You look at me, I look at you. Both with a look of astonishment on our faces. It's unbelievable how they suddenly ran out of the museum. Someone is using psychic Pokémon to help us, right? Said the only girl among the 5. Could it be that Team Galactic saw that we haven't come out yet and knew we are trapped? So they helped us, one person answered. But we can always see which Pokémon it is. Otherwise, why would they ask us to steal it? It's easy enough to do it ourselves. Another person retorted. The 5 of them were stuck in discussion until Mew threw them into the dense forest outside Eterna City. And they still hadn't figured out who was saving them. Master, is this all right? After putting the 5 people down, Mew asked Xia Fan. It's okay. I just hope they can summon Dialga and Palkia faster. Xia Fan said and then took Mew back to the museum. On the way back to the museum, Xia Fan saw Officer Jenny riding a motorcycle with a dozen police cars heading into the dense forest. Master, do you want to go back and take them further away? Mew asked worriedly. Xia Fan sneered, no need. We've already helped them to this extent. If they can still be caught, they should just commit suicide. It's a waste of air to live in this world. 2 minutes later. With continuous teleport, Xia Fan and Mew returned to the room in the museum where they were being held. After removing the substitute, I lay on the sofa, sipping a drink and eating potato chips, enjoying life. As for Jenger, he was still mad at Officer Jenny for ignoring him. I lay in the room like this for another 10 minutes. Ash and the others came outside the room. Mr. Xia Fan, you can come out now. We have found the bad guy who stole the Adamant orb. Ash asked the police officer to open the door and walked in. Found it. Xia Fan looked surprised. This is great. Who is it? You caught him, right? Ash and the other 2 looked at each other awkwardly and shook their heads. The person who stole the Adamant orb was from the God Catchers. But we didn't catch him, Ash said regretfully. Dawn defended herself. They could have been caught. But we never expected that a psychic-type Pokémon would use teleport to help them out. This is really abominable. Did someone command the Pokémon to use teleport to rescue them? Xia Fan still looked confused. Ash and the other two immediately told Xia Fan everything they had seen. Xia Fan let out a long sigh after hearing this, then gnashed his teeth in anger and said, "The guys from the God Catcher Hall are really too abominable. This Adamant orb is an important part of the myths and legends of the Sinnoh region. They actually came to steal such a thing with a strong historical flavor. They really deserve to be cut into pieces." But just as he finished speaking, Jengar, who was sulking on the side, suddenly sneered. Everyone in the room looked over. "You guys go on and curse me all you want. I just suddenly thought of something very funny." Jengar said telepathically. He knew exactly what Xia Fan had done with Substitute. So when Ash said that the 5 members of the God Catcher Hall had disappeared inexplicably from the encirclement, he could figure out who did it even with his toes. Upon hearing this, Ash and the other two withdrew their gazes and cursed the God Catcher Hall together with Xia Fan. But despite all the scolding in the end, Ash and the other two could only accept it and sighed. Life has to go on, and the Adamant orb can only be recovered with the help of Officer Jenny. The 4 left the museum, however. When they passed by the exhibition hall, they saw Madelo crying loudly with tears and snot. He kept cursing the ancestors of the God Catcher Hall who stole the pearl. "He's so pitiful," Dawn sympathized. Ash and Xia Gang nodded. Only Xia Fan came forward and transferred 1 million to him, and left a contact number, expressing his deep sympathy for his situation. If he got any other treasures about Sinnoh history in the future, he should contact him and he would definitely buy them at a price that would satisfy him. After hearing this, Maduluo was so grateful that he immediately acknowledged Fan as a brother, and said that he would tell him immediately if he saw any good collections or treasures in the future. "It's true." Dawn walked forward, looked at the ancient text and read a sentence. "All life will meet other life and produce something." Ash and Dawn looked at each other after hearing this and became even more confused. It was the first time they heard the name Arceus. After walking for about 20 minutes, they saw 2 large stone statues, Dialga and Palkia. Xia Fan only took 1 minute to push forward. The challenge lasted for half an hour and in the end, Ash led Apem to a narrow victory, of course. Xia Fan bent down seriously, looked at the stone statue and said, "It says here that Earl Dervish exists only in chaos and fluctuations. Everything is mixed together. From the center, the original thing was born. The original thing created 2 clones. Time began to rotate and run, and space began to expand and extend. After that, 3 lives were born from itself. The 2 clones prayed and gave birth to things called things. The 3 lives prayed and gave birth to things called hearts. Because the world was created, the original thing fell asleep forever." Dawn also looked embarrassed and said, "I don't quite understand either, Mr. Xia Fan, can you give a brief description?" Ash walked to the front and found ancient texts underneath the 2 stone statues. The next morning, Arceus, what kind of Pokémon is this? Since Dawn was going to participate in a contest, everyone came here in addition to the stone statue. There is also a pyramid-like relic. Fortunately, I can understand a little bit. Xia Fan smiled and said back, but in his mind, it was Mew who translated for him telepathically. Sergeant Giant said oh and didn't think about it anymore. Because in the Sinnoh region there are many ancient ruins. They were the places where people in the past used to worship Dialga, the god of time, and Palkiath, god of space. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "It's actually the story of Arceus creating Pokémon. The first thing refers to it. The 2 clones refer to the god of time, Dialga. The god of space refers to Palkion, the 3 lives. If I understand correctly, should be the legendary 3 sacred mushrooms Uxie, Mesprit and Azelf." Dawn scratched her head. "This was given to me by Ms. Zhulan, the champion of the Sinnoh region. We ran into her last week when we were visiting an ancient ruin. This paragraph of text is exactly the same as what she translated for us. But I don't know the rest." 15 days later, after completing the challenge of the Eterna gym, the group of 4 began to continue their journey. "Hey, Mr. Xia Fan, can you understand these words at this time? Ash found that Xia Fan was staring at the words under the stone statue with a deep concentration. After resting for a night, Xia Fan and his 3 friends came to the Eterna gym in Eterna City. Let Ash do his gym challenge, Mr. Xia Fan Don Zio Gang. And Jian Wu looked. There are words under these 2 relic statue. After saying this, Xia Fan thought of Giratina. And he suddenly realized that there seemed to be no writing about its existence under the stone statue. Celestic Town Dawn's childhood friend Jian Wu was surprised and asked Dawn, "Can you read ancient characters? This is an orb that can increase Palkia's power. And it is a pair with the Adamant orb that can increase Dialga's power." Afterwards, Xia Fan and his group left the museum under the escort of Madara and found a hotel for them to rest and prepare for tomorrow's gym challenge. However, before leaving while having lunch in the city, they got 2 pieces of news from TV. The first piece of news was that Officer Jenny did not catch the people from the God Catcher Hall yesterday, and Adamant Orb's whereabouts were unknown. She is now issuing a wanted order throughout the Sinnoh region. There is no way. Jengar with God-level strength is too strong. Xia Fan sighed when he was about to continue explaining. Mew in his mind suddenly communicated telepathically, saying that there were abnormal power fluctuations in the ruins inside. "I feel like I don't quite understand what you are saying." Ash scratched his head, however. The day before the competition, Dawn met a childhood friend, from whom she learned that there was an ancient ruin called Salacin nearby. Out of curiosity, the 5 of them headed there together. The second piece of news is that an orb related to the legendary Pokémon Palkia, the lustrous orb, was discovered in Celestic Town in the Sinnoh region. Then can Mr. Xia Fan translate for us? Ash asked excitedly. Power fluctuation. Xia Fan frowned slightly and turned his gaze towards the entrance of the ruins. The next second he began to escape. "Oh, Ash Dawn. I suddenly feel a stomachache. So I'm going to find a place to go to the bathroom. I'll tell you about Arceus' existence when I come back. By the way, Ash, don't you want to have a Pokémon battle with Kengo? We can do it under this statue. And let Dialga and Palkia witness it." After saying that, Xia Fan ran away without looking back. Only 3 people were left there looking at each other. And then they carried out the Pokémon battle as Xia Fan said. Xia Fan ran to the dense forest not far away, looked back, and then used 2 teleports in succession to arrive at the entrance of the ruins. It was very dark inside the ruins. Suicun used the skill Flash the next second. Mew's whole body was emitting light, illuminating the road ahead and the footprints on the ground. There are 3 pairs of footprints, which seem to have been made not long ago. Xia Fan noticed the footprints and moved forward in the direction of them. At the same time, in order to avoid leaving footprints, he used confusion to float himself, following the 3 pairs of footprints. About 5 minutes later, Xia Fan arrived at the end of the ruins. "I saw a light emanating from a room in the distance." Suicun canceled the skill Flash. Xia Fan said through the spiritual shared world. The next second the light on Mew dissipated, and he and Xia Fan approached Cal in front. When he arrived outside the room, Xia Fan saw 3 people wearing trendy uniforms. 3 people were standing on something that looked like a formation in the middle of the room. The formation was in the shape of a triangle, with 3 people standing at each corner. At the center of the formation was a bronzer floating in the air, illuminating with his skill Flash. As for some other things, Xia Fan was leaning outside the room and couldn't see them clearly for the time being. So the next second a flashed white light into Mew, entered the invisible contest condition and flew in. As he entered, he finally saw the 3 people clearly. He noticed that they were holding a stone slab in their hands, and there was an embedding hole under their feet that seemed to be able to embed the stone slab in their hands. "Put the token on it." After a while, a young man with short blue hair among the 3 suddenly spoke. The other 2 nodded when they heard this. The one on the left inserted the stone slab in his hand into the hole under his feet and said, "Place the water drop orders." The man on the right inserted the slab in his hand into the hole under his feet and said, Install the Orberg order. After the two of them were inserted, the short-haired young man in the middle inserted the stone tablet in his hand and said, "Place the dragon order, Buzz." After the 3 stone slabs were embedded, they suddenly emitted white light and at the same time, the formation under the feet of the 3 people seemed to be activated. The dim formation connects the pink light. 3 seconds later, the light became brighter. It's just as the leader said. The young man with short blue hair said excitedly. "A leader?" Xia Fan frowned as he looked at the 3 people and began to wonder which organization they were from. But after a while, his attention was attracted by the abnormality of the walls around him. I saw that the ancient words carved on the wall suddenly emitted words, as if they were lit up. After about 10 seconds, all the words lit up. Due to the power of Psychic's origin law, after the host captures psychic Pokémon unknown, the host's psychic origin law power can be used 5 times. Now 40 times. After saying that, he took the mysterious box in his hand. Psychic-type Pokémon, unknown when all 28 are gathered. They will have God-level strength. The current number of captured Pokémon is 28. Unknown only has 1 skill, Xia Fan has no choice. Gender none bronzer strange light. Unknown immediately pounced on it. A purple light burst out from bronzer, instantly enveloping all the unknown. The blue-haired young man disagreed and said calmly, "Listen, unknown. We Team Galactic will change the world. The cube you are guarding will only fulfill its meaning when it is handed over to us. Skills are as follows, carrying things none. What should I do?" Xia Fan looked at these unknowns with a smile on his face. Although unknowns were not convenient to carry, their combined strength was not inferior to that of some mythical beasts. So it was natural to catch them in the ball. It would not be bad to have them as one's own collection. And who knows, they might be useful in the future. A square mysterious box appeared in the center of the formation under the feet of the 3 people. After a while, the skill hidden power appeared in the skill bar in his mind. The densely packed unknown surrounded the 3 people and made unusual noises, as if they wanted them to leave. The blue-haired young man walked forward and was about to take the box in his hands when the ancient characters on the surrounding walls transformed into the words Pokémon, unknown. Hearing this, Mew lifted his invisibility contest condition, and a wave of psychic enveloped the unknown, no need. Xia Fan shook his head since they were from Team Galactic. They must have come here to prepare for summoning Dialga and Palkia. He hoped they could do it faster. By the time Unknown came to his senses, the 3 people who claimed to be Team Galactic had disappeared from the room. Ability float from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground type, therefore. I could only say in my heart, system hidden power. And Mew said, "Master, aren't we going to chase those 3 people?" The unknown's rage emotions were immediately ignited, and a powerful force erupted from their bodies. Hidden power, the attribute of the move, will change with the Pokémon that uses this move. The stronger the Pokémon, the more powerful this move will be. Is this the thing that can turn the Sinnoh space-time myth into reality? There are 28 types of unknowns, so you need 28 balls to capture them. What about these unknowns? They seem furious, and I think they've sensed our presence. Mew looked at the unknown who were inexplicably surrounding them. Ding successfully captured Pokémon unknown. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Zio Huan, use your power to suppress them. After acquiring this skill, Xia Fan released the last unknown he had subdued, letting it continue to sleep here, and then teleporting it directly when it was needed in the future. About 3 minutes later, what Xia Fan didn't expect was that after he put the last unknown into the ball, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Xia Fan released Jengar and asked it to spit out 28 Pokéballs. After doing all this, Xia Fan took Mew out of the ruins and met Ash and the others. Time passed, and a month later, from capturing the Celestic ruins to capturing the unknown, everyone went through a number of events and eventually came to Celestic Town. This is known as the town that inherits the past. It is located at the foot of Mt. Coronet and has an ancient ruin. The lustrous orb that was rumored to be related to Palkia was excavated from here not long ago. It is also the birthplace of Ms. Takaran, the champion of the Sinnoh Region Alliance. Let's go. Dawn has completed the challenge of the contest yesterday and got the 3rd medal. It's time to go and satisfy my needs today. I heard that Miss Yulin has returned to Celestic Town. I didn't challenge her last time, so I will definitely challenge her successfully this time. In the Pokémon Center, Ash said to Dawn and Xia Fan, who had just walked out of the restaurant after breakfast. A month ago, the 4 of them met the Sinnoh region champion. Ms. Takaran in the road, but she had already accepted Paul's challenge at that time. So she had to regretfully reject Ash's, however. Because of that challenge, the defeated Paul came up with the idea of abandoning Charmander, which allowed Ash to take advantage of it. Ash looked at Xia Fan and said, "Mr. Xia Fan, there is a history laboratory of ancient ruins in Celestic Town. The lustrous orb that was recently excavated in the news is kept there. You should be very interested." Xia Fan nodded, "But what does this have to do with your challenge to Miss Yulin?" "I just heard from Nurse Joy that Miss Yulin is now in that history laboratory. Her grandmother is the director of that laboratory. So if we go there, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It can satisfy your wish and my wish as well." "No, it should be everyone's wish, Don Xiaoging. You probably also want to see the ruins of the excavated lustrous orb again," Ash said, excitedly looking at Xia Fan. Xiaoging and Dawn with expectation. Facing Ash's expectant expression, Xia Fan smiled and said, "Actually, we're not in a rush and Ash really wants to go. So let's stay in Celestic Town for another day." Dawn and Xiaoging looked at each other, then smiled and nodded. An hour later, everyone rushed to the history laboratory in Celestic Town. Behind this laboratory is the historical ruins of Celestic Town, where the lustrous orb was discovered. Why are there so many police cars and officers? When everyone arrived outside the laboratory, the first thing they saw was a lot of police cars and police officers standing guard outside. So Ash was puzzled. "Maybe we need to strengthen the security here." Xia Fan shrugged. Ash thought it made sense. "Yes. The lustrous orb is too important. We can't let it be stolen like the Adamant orb. Hey, mister." Xia Fan, Ash, Dawn, Xiaoging, "Why are you here?" At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from not far away. "Ms. Yulin," Ash said excitedly. Just as he was about to walk over, Xiaoging beside him had already rushed to Miss Yulin like lightning. His eyes full of peach blossoms, and he said excitedly, "Wow. Wow, it's the beautiful Miss Champion." After entering, the old woman first showed everyone the portraits of Dialga and Palkia hanging on both sides of the Institute's corridor. When the old woman heard this, she said directly without mercy, "It's too early for you. Your rivals have all lost to my granddaughter. You will probably have the same fate as him. So you should practice hard for a while." A middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over. He smiled and said, "This is how Professor Mustard Blue speaks." The middle-aged man laughed. "I didn't expect that it would be a great honor to be recognized by the champion." "Yulin, who are they?" "Grandma, I told you about these kids before. I said I met 2 people who were completely opposite in every way." Yulin pointed at Ashlyn Xia Fan. "And this Xia Fan is the one I mentioned who captured a Pokémon Deoxys from the universe." "Cyrus." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when Cyrus and Yulin were talking. If he remembered correctly, this name seemed to be the Sinnoh region Team Galactic leader. At this time, laughter was heard not far away. "There are 3 Pokémon carved on the stone wall. Haven't seen you for a long time." Ash's face suddenly turned bitter thinking of this. Xia Fan couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man. After looking at Ash for a while, he finally fixed his gaze on Xia Fan and looked at him carefully for a while before saying, "The younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. You are so young, but you can actually capture a Pokémon that can fight against Rayquaza, the guardian of the Hone regions. You are really young and formidable. Can you let me see your Pokémon if you have a chance?" Ash Dawn said in unison. No, I came here this time to have a battle with Miss Yulin. Ash said directly, his face full of confidence. If he is really Team Galactic leader, then something big is probably going to happen again. Xia Fan smiled and nodded. The old woman nodded and said, "My name is Mustard Blue. Please teach me, little kids. You are here to visit, so follow Yulin in." A few minutes later the chat ended, and Xia Fan and his 4 friends as well as Mr. Cyrus followed Miss Yulin and the old lady into the laboratory. Everyone looked back. After walking for 5 minutes and passing countless books, they came to a room filled with many stone slabs with ancient texts and a triangular stone wall enclosed by a glass frame. An old woman in a white coat spoke up. She had been standing next to Yulin at the beginning. "I remember you are Mr. Cyrus, right?" Miss Yulin stepped forward and said, "A celebrity who supports the Sinnoh industry." Dawn couldn't help but mutters, "What a heartless grandma she is, then." While leading the way, he introduced the history of the establishment of the Institute to everyone. This town has had a deep connection with Dialga and Palkia since a long time ago. In the process of studying the roots of the town's development, data piled up like a mountain and it became what it is now. "Everyone, let me introduce you, this is my grandmother. And she is also the director of this laboratory." Yulin introduced the old woman's identity. "It doesn't matter if you look at it, but if you want to stay, he will turn hostile." Xia Fan smiled and nodded to show that he had met her. The 4 of them turned their heads and saw a beautiful woman with long yellow hair and a very dignified and graceful appearance. The old woman exclaimed in surprise, "There are so many guests today. And now there's another little kid joining us." The old woman continued to speak directly. "Hello, Grandma, it's an honor to meet you." Xia Fan immediately greeted her politely as Dawn, and Xiao Gang responded with the same words. Yulin smiled slightly and did not directly address Xiao Gang, but just said, "Everyone, long time no see." "What a magnificent mural," Dawn trotted forward. And after taking a closer look at the mural, she said in surprise, "Huh. I think I've seen the Pokémon in the lower left corner before." "What did you say?" the old lady. Miss Yulin and Cyrus were shocked when they heard this. At this time Ash also walked forward and took a closer look, and then said, "Hey, I've also seen the Pokémon in the lower right corner." "This is scary," the old woman said in surprise. Miss Yulin at the side asked anxiously, "You too have seen it?" "Where was it?" "I saw it at Lake Varity near my hometown. My Piplup Ash's Pikachu and Xia Fan's Jengar were also there." Dawn said, "I couldn't see it clearly at the time, but it was definitely the same as what was carved on the stone wall. Boga boga tilde, pika pika tilde." Piplup and Pikachu raised their hands in agreement. Ash then said, "I saw it in Lake Valor. My Pikachu and I were walking by the lake. Although I couldn't see it clearly, I'm sure it was this." Xia Fan, who was silent, just nodded. MMP, he was not present at any of the times Dawn and Ash saw it. He really wasn't destined to be the protagonist. When they talked to him about it later, he had been waiting all night and didn't see it. "It's really surprising. I didn't expect that someone would have seen the Pokémon known as the Lake Gods," Miss Takarin said, choosing to believe what Dawn and Ash said. "Ash, gods of the lake, yes." Miss Takarin nodded and introduced the legendary Pokémon of the Sinnoh region to everyone. The one Miss Dawn saw was probably Mesprit, the god of emotions. The one Ash saw was Azulf, the god of will. The other one is Uxiath, god of knowledge, who is said to live in Lake Acuity near Snowpoint City. These 3 Pokémon are said to live in 3 lakes in Sinnoh, but their existence has always been just a legend. After saying that, Ms. Yulin looked at Ash and Dawn with even more surprise. The old lady Professor Mustard Blue said, "There is another theory that they only allow souls to leave the lake and observe and protect the daily lives of humans. What you 2 saw might be their soul." Ash and Dawn looked at each other in confusion. "So, what does that thing in the center of the stone wall mean?" Xiao Gang couldn't help but interrupt, pointing his finger at a sun-shaped object in the center of the mural. Ms. Yulin smiled and said, "After research, I speculated that it should be the Adamant orb or the lustrous orb. As soon as she finished speaking, Cirrus, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Professor, how about letting the two people who saw Mesprit and Azulf go and take a look at the lustrous orb? Maybe there will be unexpected reactions. Yes, this is very interesting. Professor Mustard Blue thought it made sense and looked at Xia Fan and the other four. You. Follow me. After saying that, everyone followed Professor Mustard Blue to a passage guarded by police officers. At the entrance of the passage, everyone saw Officer Jenny. It's Officer Jenny from Eterna City. When Xiao Gang saw her, he immediately rushed over with excitement and knelt on one knee. Officer Jenny, this is a fateful reunion. I miss the days when we were in the Eterna City Museum so much. Everyone's mouth twitched slightly. Dawn, Ash, and Xia Fan sighed. They were no longer surprised by this. This guy may not be good at other things, but he is unmatched in identifying which city the beautiful Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy are from. Professor Mustard Blue, are you here to see the lustrous orb? Officer Jenny was stunned for a moment and chose to ignore it. Yes, take them to see the lustrous orb, said Professor Mustard Blue. Officer Jenny nodded and led everyone into the passage. Officer Jenny, aren't you in Eterna City? How did you come to Celestic Town? Ash asked as Officer Jenny led the way. Because the Adamant orb was stolen. The higher-ups were afraid that the lustrous orb would also be stolen, so they sent us here to guard it. Officer Jenny said as she led the way. We have now figured out that there are two organizations that have bad intentions towards the orb. One is called the God Catcher Organization, and the other is called Team Galactic. The Adamant orb was stolen by the God Catcher Organization, and a dozen days ago a theft also occurred in Veilstone City. The perpetrators were Team Galactic, who stole high-energy meteorites one by one. Although we don't know why, there must be a conspiracy that our police have not yet discovered. When Officer Jenny said this, Xia Fan glanced at Cyrus standing beside her. I noticed that the man's expression changed slightly for a while and then returned to normal. Xia Fan's mouth corners then raised a minute later. Everyone came to the end of the passage and saw a high-tech door that was tightly closed. There were two police officers standing in front of the gate. After Officer Jenny explained their purpose, the police officers made way for Professor Mustard Blue to step forward. She took out a card and scanned it in front of the door, and then authenticated her fingerprint. And the door slowly opened. After opening it, a powerful Lucas immediately illuminated everyone. Everyone saw a gem protected by a high-hardness glass window. It was pure white, transparent, and as beautiful as crystal. There's an incredible glow, Dawn said in amazement as she looked at the orb. Cyrus nodded. No matter when you look at it, this orb is very outstanding. But don't stand at the door, go into the room and take a look. Everyone walked in to get a closer look. And Ash and Dawn walked to the front 1 minute later. Cyrus asked Ash, Dawn, did you see anything? Ash sighed, no, I can't feel anything. Dawn also shook her head, me too. Cyrus suddenly became anxious when he heard this. This is impossible. Take a closer look. Ash and Dawn were startled. Professor Mustard Blue shouted Cyrus. Don't be so impatient after all. This is the first time these two have seen the white jade soul. Cyrus was stunned, and after looking at Professor Mustard Blue, he apologized to Ash. Dawn, sorry I was rude. Seeing the jade in front of me, I really couldn't stay calm. After all, this is a legendary thing that can connect to the source of the world. Ash, the origin of the world. Professor Mustard Blue, Cyrus wanted to investigate the origin of the world. So he started investigating the myth of time and space. Xiaogang Ms. Julian, I remember you were like this too, right, MS? Julian nodded in order to understand the origin of the world. People and Pokémon, that's right. Cyrus suddenly became excited again. Some people also believe that the origin of Sinnoh is MT. Coronet, imagine the world of Earl Dervish. It is an ideal world without war and full of peace. Professor Mustard Blue said helplessly. It's about to start again, Cyrus. You are such a complete pacifist. Hearing this familiar word, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Cyrus. The corners of his mouth slightly raised again. He was now certain that this guy was the Team Galactic leader. In the world of Pokémon, those with such noble sentiments are not good people. They are all paranoid lunatics who don't care about their lives. All they say is that they want to save the world and that humans are all bastards. They have destroyed the ecological environment that Pokémon should have. Boom! Suddenly, while Cyrus was still talking about his pacifism, there was an explosion in everyone's ears and the laboratory shook violently. What's wrong? What's going on? Ash looked around in confusion at this time. The police officer's voice came from the intercom in Officer Jenny's hand. The Celestic ruins exploded, and a large number of Golbets appeared around, goals. The ruins were bombed. Everyone ran out of the room in surprise. Ash clenched his fists. Is it the God-Catcher Hall or Team Galactic? Upon hearing this, the others quickly turned around to look at the lustrous orb covered by tempered glass behind them. Officer Jenny began to issue defense orders. Team 3. Team 5 immediately rushed to the Celestic ruins to seal off the site and surrounding areas. Team 4 go to Area Ban. Team 6. Go to Area D to strengthen security. Ding ding ding. At this time, the alarm sounded again in everyone's ears. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw Professor Mustard Blue closing the lustrous orb's room with his fingerprint. But for some reason, her fingerprint seemed to be ineffective at this time, and the shutdown measure kept flashing a red alarm. If the lustrous orb was lost in his hands, any normal person would immediately suspect that he was up to something. The adamant orb was lost in her hands, and if the lustrous orb was also lost in her hands, she was afraid that something terrible would happen. The laboratory's security system is being hacked from outside and is out of control now. The short-haired young man noticed that Xia Fan's cart was carrying the lustrous orb, and said as if it was a matter of course, "Hey brother, please hand over the lustrous orb to us. You're right. Protecting lustrous orb is what we Pokémon trainers should do." Xia Fan smiled a little awkwardly. But there is no other way. One wants to be an actor and let the orb be snatched by Team Galactic, so as to speed up the process of summoning Dialga and Palkia. Professor Mustard Blue, what's going on? Ash asked. It's that guy. Officer Jenny immediately recognized which organization the man belonged to by his clothes. What did you say? Officer Jenny was anxious. It's really strange. I don't know why this door can't be closed. Professor Mustard Blue said through gritting his teeth. It's Team Galactic. I think we should move it somewhere else, suggested Miss Julan when Xia Fan hesitated. Ash made the decision for him with a heroic look on his face, as if he was the trainer of Deoxys and Jengar at this moment. Both of them had smiles that were uglier than crying. A few minutes later, Xia Fan was handed a cart with the tempered glass body of the lustrous orb on it. Since it concerns the history of the Sinnoh region, let's protect the lustrous orb together. And I believe that with Mr. Xia Fan here, Team Galactic will definitely not be able to defeat us in a head-on confrontation. Ash looked at Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, I am right. When they rushed to the laboratory gate with the lustrous orb, people in gray and white uniforms were already standing at the gate, with dozens of Golbats and a Bronzer flying above their heads. Without further ado, since Mr. Xia Fan is guarding the lustrous orb, let's quickly move the lustrous orb. Since they want to steal the orb, they must have figured out where the orb is in advance. Officer Jenny said. Officer Jenny gritted her teeth after hearing this. There's no way to guarantee the safety of the lustrous orb at this rate. No problem, Mr. Xia Fan not only has a Deoxys, but also a very powerful Jengar. With these two Pokémon, I believe Team Galactic will definitely regret it if they dare to steal them. During this period, Officer Jenny's intercom began to receive reports of the fall of various areas. Teehee, I've seen that video before, Mr. Cyrus smiled, but this smile was uglier than crying. This is going to be troublesome. It's not easy to be an actor. I just hope that the strength of your Team Galactic will exceed my imagination. Don't worry as long as you hurt my Deoxys. I will definitely take advantage of the situation and be a good actor. And let you take the lustrous orb away. Xia Fan thought to himself as he looked at Cyrus. Then he exchanged glances with Xia Fan the next second. A voice came from Officer Jenny's intercom again. Xia Fan hesitated if the lustrous orb was placed with him. He wouldn't be able to be an actor even if he wanted to. After thinking about this, the two smiled at each other again. And Cyrus then turned his head away. Yes, it is very powerful, Ash replied, if Mr. Cyrus wants to know more. He can take out his phone and search for the video of the battle between Rayquaza and Deoxys in the Hone region. I believe that after watching it, Mr. Cyrus will be very supportive of Mr. Xia Fan guarding the lustrous orb. Oh no, our whole team might be wiped out. How could this guy possess Deoxys? No. I have to find a way to contact Suicun and ask them to cancel this operation. Cyrus thought to himself as he looked at Xia Fan. Very good. Officer Jenny stepped forward and patted Xia Fan on the shoulder. I remember you have a Deoxys that can fight Rayquaza, right? How about this? I'll trouble you to protect the lustrous orb. Can you do it? Xia Fan frowned slightly and recognized the short-haired young man standing in the middle of the group of people opposite him. He was the guy who had awakened the unknown in the Celestic ruins before. He had no intention of protecting the lustrous orb at all. He just wanted Team Galactic to steal it as soon as possible. Deoxys, it's the Pokémon from space, right? Cyrus suddenly interrupted, his face somehow becoming a little stiff at this moment. The other ones, after knowing that the man in front of him had a Deoxys that could fight Rayquaza, began to back out and wanted to cancel Team Galactic's plan to snatch the orb and come back after the man left. Unfortunately, he could not contact his subordinates who had already started the action. Xia Fan frowned slightly, wanting to retort, boy. You're probably an idiot. Miss Yulin suddenly said, I understand. The explosion of the ruins is a decoy operation to disrupt the security system. Right, none of this matters. What matters is that we face the current predicament squarely. The blue-haired young man smiled. The police officers outside have been put to sleep by Bronzer's hypnosis. The police officers inside the institute should have been knocked down by Toxicroak by now. As he finished speaking, a Pokémon with a ferocious appearance, a huge poison sac in its throat, and a shape similar to an upright frog walked out from another passage of the institute, holding a police officer in its hand. When it saw the blue-haired young man's, it threw the police officer in its hand aside, walked in front of the blue-haired young man's, and confronted Xia Fan and the others. All of this is to realize my Team Galactic's extraordinary plan. The blue-haired young man opened his hands and spoke proudly. Ash and Dawn excitedly stepped forward and stood in front of Xia Fan. You must be kidding, I won't give you the lustrous orb. Yes, the blue-haired young man sneered, it's useless. Bronzer hypnosis. Bronzer flew above everyone's heads upon hearing this. A red glow emanating from his body, unfortunately. Just as it was about to release hypnosis MS. Takarin, the Sinnoh champion, threw out her Piquet ball. Flying soaring in the sky, Garchomp uses Brick Break. A flash of light appeared, and a Garchomp appeared from the Piquet ball. And with lightning speed, it used Brick Break to knock Bronzer directly to the ground. Come back, Bronzer. The blue-haired young man's face suddenly turned pale, and he used the Piquet ball to take Bronzer back. He didn't expect that he would be killed instantly just after commanding Bronzer to fight. You're quite good at it, you're worthy of being a champion. The blue-haired young man said disdainfully. Miss Yulin ignored him and turned to look at Xia Fan and Jenny. Mr. Xia Fan, Officer Jenny, leave this to us. You will be responsible for transferring the lustrous orb. Xia Fan nodded, I understand. Please be more careful as well, Officer Jenny said. Miss Yulin added, Grandma and Mr. Cyrus should run away with us as well. Cyrus and Mustard Blue nodded. Then everyone follow me quickly. Officer Jenny led a few people and prepared to run towards another passage. But as soon as he turned around, a large group of Team Galactic people ran out from the passage. The leader was a woman with short red hair. There was also a group of Golbats flying overhead. Once the two sides met, Team Galactic's strength immediately increased significantly. The fourth stage is completed and the rendezvous is over. The woman with short red hair smiled at everyone. We're being attacked from both sides. Officer Jenny gritted her teeth. Team Galactic now has nearly 100 people, while they have less than 10 people. The difference in numbers is a bit big. From our perspective, we don't want to cause unnecessary fighting. So please hand over the lustrous orb. The blue-haired young man spread his hands with a confident look. Although we don't want to bully the weak with our numbers, if you don't want your Garchomp to suffer a disaster, then you'd better do as we say. In terms of numbers and Pokémon, they have an absolute advantage. So he is very confident that even if there is a Sinnoh region champion standing on the opposite side, their Team Galactic can still ravage them. Miss Julan gritted her teeth. Mr. Xia Fan, release your Pokémon. At this time, Dawn suddenly looked at Xia Fan. She felt that at this time, she could only let Xia Fan release Deoxys to defeat quantity with quality. Dawn's words caught the attention of others, and they looked at Xia Fan. That's right. They also have a Deoxys who can compete with Rayquaza. Xia Fan looked at their eyes and sighed in his heart. I hope that the Pokémon of the guys on the other side will be able to brighten his eyes and become an actor. Come out, Deoxys. A red light flashed, and Deoxys made a brilliant appearance. What Pokémon is this? Everyone on Team Galactic frowned slightly. This Pokémon that looked like an alien was the first time they had seen it. This is Deoxys, a Pokémon from outer space. Dawn said excitedly with it. You will never be able to steal the lustrous orb. Pokémon from space. The blue-haired young man suddenly sneered. Humph. It's from the universe, so what? It's not like I haven't seen other things before. Toxicroak evil fluctuations, Xia Fan said lightly. While in his heart he used the spiritual shared world to reduce Deoxys' power. At the same time, she threw her Pokéball ball. Then he shouted loudly, all Golbat use Air Cutter. Although he didn't know why Deoxys had to change back to normal form when using his skill just now. He killed Toxicroak instantly with just one skill in normal form, which made him feel that if he didn't find a way to make Team Galactic retreat temporarily, he might have to die here. Those attacks hit Safeguard, but didn't even cause a ripple, Deoxys' Psycho Boost. Except for the Xia fans in the Safeguard. All other Pokémon and humans were blown away by this confusion. This time, the woman with short red hair finally understood what she meant. Her face changed drastically, and she was about to ask everyone to retreat. The short blue-haired young man exclaimed, unable to believe that his strongest Pokémon was defeated by just one move. With a scream, Toxicroak flew backwards several feet, hit a wall and fell to the ground, but he was not dead. This is seeking death or completion. Toxicroak held both hands forward, and a wave of dark energy was thrown from its hands towards Deoxys. Purugly uses Shadow Ball. It was Deoxys who faced the attack of hundreds of Pokémon and used Safeguard to protect them. Cirrus, who was standing behind Xia Fan, saw this scene and his face suddenly turned gloomy. The result did not disappoint the expectations of Dawn and others. On the other side, the young man with short blue hair saw that his companions on the opposite side had launched a general attack, and immediately thought that he had received orders from the boss. He then ordered Golbat on his side to use Air Cutter, and asked his subordinates to release their Pokémon to accompany him in launching the general attack. Cyrus panicked even more, flying out of the laboratory. He didn't care if anyone was paying attention to him or not. He opened his mouth and mouthed to the woman with short red hair to tell them to retreat quickly and cancel the operation. Psycho Boost collided with the evil wave and pushed forward directly. Hitting Toxicroak hard, Deoxys replied okay. Then immediately returned to the normal form after transforming into the attack form as soon as it came out. Condensed a psychic ball that was much smaller than usual with both hands and threw it out. Deoxys rushed out of the Safeguard, And then a powerful confusion burst out from its body. Thinking of this, Cyrus turned around and looked at the short-haired red woman from Team Galactic, signaling her with his eyes to run away with her men. However, when the woman with short red hair saw the boss's eye signal, she immediately thought that the boss was telling them not to hesitate, to fight in a group quickly, and not to think about a one-on-one fight. Toxicrose. A red light flashed, and a fat Doduo Purugly made a stunning appearance. Cyrus was immediately panicked when he saw that his subordinates had misunderstood his meaning. Is this Deoxys? She is indeed ridiculously powerful. Wow tilde. Although he really wanted to slap this self-righteous guy to death, the mission was more important, no, so he let it live. When Dialga and Palkia asked them to summon it out later, he would have no worries at this moment. A shield of light suddenly appeared above his head, and Cyrus looked up as everyone watched. Psycho Boost and the Evil Wave collided. Deoxys knew that there were 4 forms, among which the attack form was the most powerful. Chase them quickly and catch them all now. Officer Jenny said excitedly that Deoxys really lived up to her expectations. Even Team Galactic can be defeated easily. Bang. Officer Jenny was so excited that she bumped into the safeguard. Deoxys removed the safeguard quickly. Xia Fan hurriedly said. The next second the light shield dissipated. Everyone ran out of the laboratory excitedly except Cyrus, who had a gloomy expression and gritted his teeth. However, when everyone just arrived outside the laboratory, most of Team Galactic who flew back outside had already started to retreat, grabbing Golbat's feet and taking them away. No, don't let them get away. Officer Jenny looked at Xia Fan and asked him to command Deoxys to stop those people from escaping. Xia Fan agreed. However, he had let Team Galactic go on purpose, therefore, when directing Deoxys to block the enemy, he let Deoxys deliberately let more of them go. Thus, out of the nearly 100 members of Team Galactic, only more than 20 members were left, and Deoxys became a prisoner of the police. Cyrus breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they were not wiped out. Damn it, there were so many people who let them get away. Only Officer Jenny said angrily. Fortunately, she immediately realized that saying this might be blaming Xia Fan. So she quickly thanked Xia Fan for protecting the lustrous orb and capturing many Team Galactic members. Xia Fan shrugged and said it was his duty. By the way, now that the lustrous orb has been saved, does it still need to be transferred? Xia Fan said. Officer Jenny frowned and fell into deep thought. Xia Fan then glanced at Cyrus, who was still rejoicing. Mr. Cyrus, Professor Mustard Blue, Ms. Julian, what do you think? Professor Mustard Blue and Miss Julian also fell into deep thought after hearing this. Only Mr. Cyrus said directly, of course we have to move it. We can't keep the orbs here anymore. We have to move it to a place that Team Galactic doesn't know about. That's right, it makes sense. Officer Jenny thought it made sense and nodded. Then where do you think it should be placed, Mr. Cyrus? Xia Fan asked with a smile. I'm not sure about that. Cyrus suddenly hesitated. The address should be decided by Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny was stunned thought for a while and said, I will ask the superiors for instructions. Then we'd better decide as soon as possible and strengthen the guard. Because my Deoxys happens to be going to the universe to find meteorite to replenish energy today. It will be troublesome if Team Galactic comes to rob him after he leaves. Xia Fan said seriously. But he kept glancing at Cyrus while saying this. As he expected, Cyrus's expression flashed with excitement. Okay, I'll ask my superiors to send more police officers over right away. Said Officer Jenny, Master. I don't need to go to the universe to find meteorites to replenish energy. That's Rayquaza's habit. You must have remembered it wrongly. Only Deoxys looked puzzled and asked Xia Fan through the spiritual shared world. Idiot. You've been following him for so long and you still don't know who he is. As soon as I heard him, I knew he was definitely fooling people. You guys from the universe are not so simple-minded. Jengar answered quickly and made a sarcastic remark. Because it knows that Deoxys is an honest guy like Entei. and it will never fight with it even if it mocks it a few times. So shall I really go to the universe later? Master, you won't abandon me, will you? Deoxys said again. He didn't take Jenger's ridicule seriously, but was worried that Xia Fan would abandon him. Xia Fan was about to speak when Jenger answered again. Idiots just fooling others. Why do you take it so seriously? Can these people follow you into space? You can go anywhere ladder fight with Rayquaza. Or get together with your Entei friends. Besides, how could he abandon you? I know with my that he won't. Before he could finish his words, Xia Fan temporarily closed Jenger's access to the spiritual shared world. This group of people said all the words of their master in a mocking and sarcastic manner. But he had nothing else to say, Deoxys. Even though what this guy said was very unpleasant. It was not wrong. You will leave Sinnoh region in a while and go to other regions to play. It's up to you to find Entei or Rayquaza anyway. Once this is over, I will call you back immediately and will never abandon you. Xia Fan said with a smile in the spiritual shared world. Deoxys nodded, not good ancient ruins, at this moment. Professor Mustard Blue suddenly remembered that Team Galactic blew up the ancient ruins and distracted their attention. When everyone heard her exclamation, they followed her and trotted towards the ancient ruins. Xia Fan handed the lustrous orb back to Officer Jenny and asked her to find guards to continue protecting it. Then I followed Professor Mustard Blue 10 minutes later. Everyone arrived at the ancient ruins behind the Institute. At this time, the exterior buildings here were torn apart by the explosion of Team Galactic. Professor Mustard Blue almost fainted after seeing it, and kept calling it my precious relic. Damn Team Galactic, damn God Catcher Hall. Ash said angrily, why are they doing this, MS? Julian said, I think they might be after Dialga and Palkia behind the two orbs. What? Ash and Dawn were shocked when they heard this. I can't think of any other possibility except this one. Miss Julian sighed. If they want to use those two Pokémon to do something, it will be a big challenge for humans and the Pokémon world. Ash clenched his fists in that case. We must not let them take the lustrous orb away from us. Dawn agreed, that's right. Looking at the emotional Ash and Dawn, Xia Fan shook his head and began to explain to everyone that Deoxys had to leave him for a short period of time to go into the universe to absorb energy. Miss Julian and Professor Jishalan nodded and thanked Xia Fan again for his protection. Afterwards, Mr. Cyrus suddenly had a stomachache, and he hurried to the toilet and trotted away. Xia Fan watched his anxious back as he left, nodding in his heart, that's exactly what we should do. For the sake of the Pearl, we must seize every opportunity. After Deoxys and Cyrus left, everyone followed Professor Mustard Blue and continued to walk deeper into the ruins. After moving forward slowly for 20 minutes, they arrived at an ancient building with its roof destroyed. Professor Mustard Blue walked into the ancient building with his hands covering his heart. This ancient building has statues of Dialga and Palkia, with a stone wall in the center of the two statues. The stone wall was the same as the one with the 3 sacred mushrooms that Xia Fan and his friends had seen in the Research Institute. But this one was much larger. When Professor Mustard Blue saw that the statue and the stone wall were not damaged by the explosion, he could finally put down his hand that was covering his heart. She let out a long sigh and said, now we can only be thankful that the murals are still there and have not been destroyed. Ash stepped forward and said, by the way, Professor, Miss Takarin just now speculated that the God Catcher Hall and Team Galactic wanted to steal the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb in order to summon Dialga, the God of Time and Palkiath, God of Space. But can they do this with just 2 orbs also? Aren't the functions of these 2 orbs to increase the power of these 2 Pokémon? Of course not. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. It was Cyrus, who followed the crowd and came to the ruins. Compared with his previous somewhat embarrassed expression, he has now returned to the high-spirited look he had when he first met everyone. Cyrus walked to the front of the crowd and pointed at the stone wall. It goes without saying that the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb can increase the power of Dialga and Palkia. But their true power can only be exerted when they are gathered with the 3 Pokémon in the lake. That is to say, when the 3 Pokémon in the lake and the 2 gems stay together, they can summon the arrival of the gods. Cyrus became more and more excited as he spoke, and couldn't help laughing at the end. Is he imagining that he summoned Dialga and Palkia? Xia Fan couldn't help but mutter when he saw this. But how are those 3 lake gods going to gather together? I've been waiting for so long, but I can't see a single thing. Xia Fan fell into deep thought, but shook his head after a few seconds. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore, no matter how they gathers. The more they know, the better it is for me. I just need to wait for them to do everything and reap the benefits. Everyone look at the Research Institute at this time. Zyrogan, who was walking at the back, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked back and saw smoke rising from the Research Institute. Miss Julien said in panic, "Oh no." Everyone hurried over and helped. Everyone began to look at each other. Mr. Cyrus. Officer Jenny asked in confusion. Staravia, go help too. Ash also quickly released his Pokémon. Xia Fan and Ash said goodbye to Miss Julien because they still needed to continue their own gym challenges. Miss Julien said, "Don't be nervous, I didn't say it was you. It was just a guess if there really is a traitor. It may not be among us. It could be the police officer who was present at the time. So I hope Officer Jenny can investigate the police force. Are you suspicious already? But this woman's intuition is really accurate." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. "You don't have to be like this. I didn't say it was everyone present. It's just a possibility," Ms. Julien said. "Because Team Galactic's second snatch was too coincidental. It happened to be when Deoxys left. Normal people would have given up the action if they knew we had Deoxys. But they still dared to come. Apart from knowing that Deoxys had left, I really don't know what other possibilities there are." Officer Jenny thought it made sense and nodded. "Okay. I'll have someone investigate it secretly when I get back. But what if it's one of us?" The second day, in the Pokémon Center, Ash clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said angrily, "Damn it, we didn't help at all in the end." Officer Jenny said, "Oh," and her eyes flashed. And she immediately understood what Julien meant. "No, you can't say that if it weren't for your help. The lustrous orb might have been stolen long ago." Miss Julien said, "Who will you check first?" Xia Fan shrugged. "Yes, you are right. You have helped a lot. I will remember everything you have done to protect the orb." Mr. Cyrus said lightly after that. He apologized to everyone, said that he had a job to do, and left first, but before leaving, he looked deeply at Xia Fan and then at Ash and Dawn. But an hour later, they found nothing and Team Galactic had already fled away in their helicopter. After he left, Miss Julien suddenly said, "I think there might be a traitor here." Not long after, she cried and complained that everyone had left. The bastards from Team Galactic made a surprise attack before the police officers who came to help arrived. They not only rescued the captured Team Galactic members, but also snatched the lustrous orb from her, like fighting. Xia Fan also said with a sad face, "Yeah. If I had known earlier, I would have let Deoxys leave later." So 20 minutes later, when everyone arrived, they saw Officer Jenny's devastated expression. "But in my heart, I use the spiritual shared world to make it float as slowly as possible. If I arrive at the scene and the battle is not over yet, I will be an actor. Could it be that they figured out that I'm an actor?" Xia Fan's heart tightened. After saying that, he released his Garchomp and flew over. After they all released their Pokémon, Xia Fan released Jengar and told Jengar to go quickly with a righteous look on his face, and at the same time let it take Ashdon and Zyroging's other Pokémon that couldn't fly. "Of course we have to check too. Should we start with me?" Xia Fan waved his hand. "It's okay if we don't start with him first." Miss Julien smiled. "I'm just making a suggestion." "Oh, I remembered that Mr. Cyrus went to the bathroom when he was looking at the ruins. Officer Jenny can start with this kind of thing." "The traitor," Ash exclaimed and stood up. "Ms. Julien, who do you think it is, except for Xia Fan and Cyrus?" Everyone's face suddenly changed. Miss Julien glanced at the door of the Pokémon Center and suggested, Officer Jenny, let's start with Mr. Cyrus. No, 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 Mr. Xia Fan, you are joking. I absolutely believe that you are not a traitor. If you were a traitor, the pearl should have been snatched away by them the first time. Miss Julian said hurriedly. She did not think Xia Fan was a traitor. Yes, you are right. I absolutely believe in your character, Mr. Xia Fan. Besides, if you want the lustrous orb, we won't be able to defend it at all, Officer Jenny agreed. When everyone heard this, they quickly let their Pokémon chase after it. Where are you going next? Asked Miss Julian. Let's challenge the gym in Hearthome City. We haven't succeeded in the past because the gym trainer wasn't there. Ash scratched his head and said if he's not there this time, we'll go to Canalave City to challenge him. Canalave City? Miss Julian's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. What's wrong, Miss Julian? Zyoging asked, puzzled. No. I just remembered that this period of time is when Darkrai appears there. So you have to be careful when you go there. Miss Julian said, Nightmare God Darkrai. Speaking of this, Xia Fan, who had been silent on the side, suddenly came to his senses. Yes. I heard from a friend that Darkrai seems to appear in Canalave City once a year. And the date is almost here this year, Miss Julian nodded. Xia Fan said oh and urged Ash and the others to go to Hearthome City to challenge the gym, and then go to Canalave City. 4 days later, Xia Fan and his group of 4 arrived at the Harbor City Canalave City excitedly. This is a city built by several adjacent islands. After challenging the gym in Hearthome City yesterday, Xia Fan spent money to let everyone ride on the flying boat. Then it only took 1 day to reach Canalave City. Where are we going next? Xia Fan asked Ash and the others after getting off the flying boat. Mr. Xia Fan, shouldn't I ask you this? Didn't you come to Canalave City in such a hurry just to see Darkrai? Ash asked doubtfully. But I don't know where Darkrai is in Canalave City, so just go with the flow and do your own thing first. Xia Fan shrugged. He felt that instead of asking questions about Darkrai, it would be better to follow Ash, because he firmly believed that the protagonist's halo was the only way to encounter the divine beast. Even if you don't look for it specifically, the divine beast will come to you in that case. Let's go challenge the Canalave gym directly, Ash said with a smile, then turned around and asked Zyoging where the gym in Canalave City was. An hour later, the group of 4 arrived outside the gym in Canalave City while eating and playing. Tilda, however, just as Ash was standing in the gym and shouting, I want to challenge you, a shrill and miserable growl was heard from inside the gym. What's wrong? The faces of the 4 people in the group changed. What? What happened to that miserable growl just now? Ash swallowed and said, no, I don't know. Zyoging replied nervously. Only Xia Fan said calmly, don't panic, I'm here. No one will threaten our lives. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the Canalave City gym slowly opened, accompanied by a harsh sound like the friction of an old window. Ash, Dawn, and Zyoging involuntarily walked behind Xia Fan. Xia Fan rolled his eyes at this, frowning as he looked at the door opposite that was slowly opening. After a while, a strong young man in a white short-sleeved shirt came out. He looked very tired with big dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several days. How terrible. The young man said to Xia Fan as soon as he came out. Is it a human? Ash asked in surprise. And suddenly he was no longer afraid. He and Dawn and the others walked out from behind Xia Fan again. Xia Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Excuse me, we just heard a terrible growl. Dawn asked the young man hesitantly. I'm sorry for scaring you. The young man rubbed his dark circles under his eyes. Actually, I was screaming because of a nightmare. Ash, nightmare? Young man, yeah. I've been having nightmares every day lately. I can't sleep well at all, I'm completely sleep deprived. After saying that, the young man yawned and stretched. Ash's lips twitched slightly. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. And I want to do a gym challenge. The young man shook his head. I'm sorry. The gym trainer is currently training at the nearby Iron Island. Tilda, Ash said, covering his face with a headache. This is the nth time I can't find the gym trainer when I get here. The young man apologized. He will probably be back in a few days. I'll let you know then. The young man handed Ash a piece of paper and a pen and asked him to write down his contact information. But just as the young man was about to hand it over, his whole body froze and his head started snoring. How sleepy is this? Xia Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The next second, the young man in front of him woke up with a look of devastation on his face, slapped himself twice, and warned himself not to fall asleep after saying that. He ran back to the gym with a look of despair and closed the door, leaving Ash, who had not yet finished writing the contact information, standing there in a daze 10 seconds later. Ash left the gym with a shake of his head and a sigh. It can't be helped the gym trainer isn't here. We need to change our mood at this time, so let's go shopping. Dawn consoled then turned to look at Xia Fan. A wealthy man who liked to treat guests is what I said, okay. Mr. Xia Fan, of course, no problem, but... Xia Fan shrugged and pointed Dawn in a direction. Didn't you notice that most of the shops and stores here are closed? Also, don't you think there are very few people since you got off the spaceship? Dawn was stunned, then looked around and realized that all the shops on the street she was on were closed. And there was no one else except them. There's a police station over there at this time. Xiao Gang suddenly said excitedly. It just so happens that I will go ask Officer Jenny of this city what happened. After saying that, he excitedly ran towards the police station a few dozen meters away. Xia Fan and the other two looked at each other and followed. As soon as they entered the police station, everyone saw Officer Jenny. She was sitting alone in her seat, shaking her head, as if she could fall asleep at any time. Xiaogang asked her what was wrong with a polite look on his face. Officer Jenny directly said that she did this because of Darkrai. Darkrai, Ash Dawn said in surprise, thinking of what Miss Yulan said a few days ago. Officer Jenny nodded, yes, because of it. The residents of this island have had nightmares in the past few days. So most people have fled to other islands in Canalave City for refuge. On this island, Darkrai appears at a certain time every year and starts to cause nightmares for everyone. Every year. Dawn thought that Miss Yulan seemed to say the same thing. Officer Jenny, yes. But Cresselia will also appear at that time. It will appear in a shrine on Full Moon Island in the surrounding sea area and use mysterious power to help us stop the nightmare. Cresselia, the goddess of dreams. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, a hint of joy flashing across his face. I didn't expect that, in addition to the nightmare god Darkrai, there was also the dream god Cresselia, sure enough. If everything went according to Ash and the others' ideas and procedures, they would be able to get news related to the legendary Pokémon. Yes, Cresselia is known as the goddess of dreams. But I don't know what happened this year. Darkrai appeared early even though there were still a few days before he was supposed to appear. So there was no sign of Cresselia appearing because of this. We have been having nightmares for who knows how many days. So I went to the store and bought this. It is said that as long as you hold it, you will no longer have nightmares, the Cresselia feather. Officer Jenny said this and started looking through her desk drawers. Xiao Gang answered quickly, I know. It's a small part of Cresselia's feathers, right? But this feather is useless, I will still have nightmares. Officer Jenny took out a yellow and green feather from the drawer with a headache. Xiaoganth Flower Guardian took it immediately and examined it carefully. After a while, Xiao Gang said, Officer Jenny, this looks like a fake made with Pidgey's feathers and painted with fluorescent paint. What? I spent a lot of money on this. Officer Jenny slammed the table and stood up. Those bastards actually dared to cheat me. It's unforgivable, I'm going to arrest them all. After saying that, Officer Jenny rushed out of the police station. Only Xia Fan and the other three were left looking at each other. Let's all go and take a look, Ash suggested. Okay. Xia Fan nodded, he agreed to whatever Ash suggested. Just like that, the four of them followed Officer Jenny. About 20 minutes later, the group saw a large shed in a square in front of the shed. Many people were queuing up to grab the crescent moon feather. But now there seemed to be only one feather left. So many people were scrambling for it. Officer Jenny led Xia Fan and his group forward to question them. But as soon as they came face to face, Dawn exclaimed, "It's the Bu Shen Tang. No wonder the 3-day moon feather is ineffective." Officer Jenny arrested them quickly. They are members of a criminal organization that has a bounty on their head in other cities in the Sinnoh region. And the 3-day moon feather must be a fake one they made to make money. The 5 people on the opposite side were also startled and started to run away. Officer Jenny saw their reaction and immediately realized that Dawn was right. And angrily said, "I want to arrest you." Then she threw the Poké ball, a red light flashed. And a Skuntank rushed out and launched an attack on the god-catching hall under the command of Officer Jenny. Ash on the side chose to join the battle and released his own Pokémon. It seems like this is following the plot. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. The appearance of the god-catchers means that they are advancing the plot and allowing Darkrai or Cresselia to appear as soon as possible. Boom, after a wilish battle between Officer Jenny Ash and the 5 members of the God-Catcher Hall overturned the shed behind them. A huge machine was revealed as soon as this machine came out. It immediately attracted Xia Fan's attention. "What is this?" Xia Fan sneaked over while they were fighting. As he got closer, Xia Fan saw a plaque under the machine that read Nightmare Maker. Nightmare Maker. Xia Fan frowned slightly and roughly guessed why Officer Jenny would say that according to previous years, Darkrai would only appear in a few days. But the residents of this island started having nightmares in advance. It is obvious that this is the work of the God-Catching Hall. Thinking of this, Xia Fan heard Ash's curse in his ear. "Damn it, they got away." Xia Fan looked up and saw that the 5 members of the God-Catcher Hall were running away on the flying Pokémon. Nightmare Maker. At this time, Dawn came forward and saw the words on the machine's nameplate and exclaimed. Officer Jenny came forward and from the literal meaning. She immediately understood why she had nightmares every time she rested in the past few days. "So I gritted my teeth and turned off the machine. I didn't expect that the one giving everyone nightmares would be the God-Catcher Hall." Ash said, "In that case, it's no wonder Cresselia won't come." Dawn said, "All in all, now everyone can sleep peacefully." Officer Jenny was in a good mood when she thought that she would not have nightmares anymore. After asking someone to tow the machine back to the police station, she invited Xia Fan and the others to have dinner together because it was about to turn night. Zyogin quickly agreed on behalf of Xia Fan, Ash, and Dawn. In response, the 3 of them shrugged helplessly. Just like that, after the 4 of them finished their dinner at the police station, it was already very late. And at the suggestion of Officer Jenny, they slept in the lounge of the police station again. 2 hours later, it was midnight. Most of the residents of this island in Canalave City have gone to bed. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the island. A dark wave spread out from the shadow and reached the sleeping homes of every household on the island. The residents who were originally sleeping soundly were suddenly in great pain. Nightmare. Xia Fan frowned slightly. But wasn't the machine destroyed? After they finished talking, they suddenly noticed that Xia Fan, who had been silent, didn't look as pale nor was he as excited as they were. "What did I see?" Xia Fan, who had never experienced such a thing before, saw the puzzled looks in Ash's eyes and suddenly showed his acting skills. He said with a lingering fear, "Like you, I was sucked into a dark place and saw strange Pokémon. Those Pokémon were really scary. Damn, I was almost scared to death." "Me too," Ash said quickly. "That's right, but how do we assist Cresselia's power?" Xia Fan asked hurriedly. He was also frightened and his face turned pale sudden. "Me too," Officer Jenny agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan's face lit up. Jengar was talking about Pokémon machines. So it was very likely that the Nightmare God Darkrai had arrived here in advance. "If that's the case, we still need the power of assist Cresselia," Zyogin said after a while. Dawn and Officer Jenny also came out from their respective rooms holding a white pillow. Immediately afterwards, Zyogin in the other room also made a miserable growl. 10 minutes later, A group of 5 people left the police station ready to go and headed towards harbor. It's a nightmare. A Pokémon is releasing the skill Nightmare. Jenger's telepathy suddenly sounded in Xia Fan's mind. The two men's faces were pale and they looked frightened. Is this all a nightmare? Xia Fan muttered. It seems that we all had the same nightmare. But haven't we turned off the machine that creates the nightmare? Well, said Officer Jenny. And at the police station on the island. This scared Xia Fan, who was overjoyed. Xia Fan, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be Darkrai is really here? Ash said. I think we should go to Full Moon Island and see if we can find Cresselia. Officer Jenny said. Ash, who was sleeping in the room next to him, suddenly heard a shrill cry of misery. Get out of bed and walk out of the room. A second later, Dawn and Officer Jenny screamed at the same time, because he felt a wave of energy drilling into his brain. What about you, Mr. Xia Fan? Ash asked. What did you see just now? I was suddenly sucked into a dark place and saw strange Pokémon. Dawn said nervously as soon as he walked out. Ash and Xiaogang also walked out of the room. Okay, I agree. Let's all change our clothes and set off as soon as possible. Xia Fan said, suppressing the joy in his heart. Did everyone have a nightmare? Officer Jenny asked while hugging a pillow. Ash. The other two. And Officer Jenny nodded in satisfaction when they heard Xia Fan say this. This was the normal reaction of someone who had experienced a nightmare. Me too, Xiaogang nodded repeatedly. Yes, how can we assist Cresselia's power? Dawn asked. He is waiting for you to say this. Shortly after, Xia Fan and his group arrived at the harbor and boarded the ferry to Full Moon Island. A dark figure appeared in the police station. It floated in the air and came to the place where the nightmare-making machine made by the god-catching hall was stored. It looked at the machine with a raging expression. It seems like the rage thing is taking away the job it was designed to do. Therefore, after floating in front of the machine for half a minute, the black shadow directly threw a shadow ball, smashing the machine to pieces. That's Full Moon Island. On the ship, Officer Jenny pointed to the island ahead. Full Moon Island, the island where Cresselia appeared. Xia Fan murmured in his heart a few minutes later. The ship stopped in a hole below the island. Officer Jenny led everyone to the island and explained the rumors on the island to everyone. It is said that every time Cresselia appears, Darkrai will come to the shrine on the cliff of this island. As they were moving forward on the island, they suddenly saw a light emanating from the ground not far away. Ash trotted over and picked up the glowing object. It's the crescent moon feather, Ash said in surprise, and then handed it to Brock for confirmation. Xiaogang picked up the magnifying glass he carried with him and looked at it carefully. After a while he smiled and nodded. She finished her words. They showed their ferocious faces to Cresselia. On one of the helicopters there was a young man standing. That young man was the leader of the 5-member team of the God Catchers who had fought with Ash before. Master, let me out. Do you need me to relay what you just said to them? Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but retort. Yes, that is Cresselia's ancestral hall. Officer Jenny confirmed. Officer Jenny, which ancestral hall is that? Ash excitedly confirmed with Officer Jenny. But to be honest, Cresselia is really beautiful. Not only does she look beautiful in the Pokémon aesthetic, but she also looks beautiful in the human aesthetic, Ash. Brock and Dawn couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. If she were to take this girl to participate in a Pokémon contest, she would really be able to slap the judges to death if she didn't win all the awards. Jenger immediately shut up, but couldn't help but continue to admire the Pokémon floating in the air. Suddenly, 4 helicopters appeared in everyone's sight. Xia Fan was delighted and began to quicken his pace. So Cresselia has come to this island? Dawn asked in surprise another 20 minutes later. The group, exhausted from climbing the mountain, arrived at a cliff. I saw a crescent-shaped ancestral temple standing on the edge of a cliff. Yes, this is real. I think Cresselia must have dropped this here accidentally because it's still new. How beautiful. Xia Fan suddenly heard Jenger's exclamation in his mind. I never thought there would be such a beautiful Pokémon in this world. I think it can be considered a true legendary Pokémon. Ho-Oh-Lugia is far from it, in Xia Fan's mind. Jengar suddenly became excited and urged Xia Fan to let it out. After a while, a ball of glittering object fell from the crystal colorful light. A Pokémon with gossamer feathers emitting holy lucas revealed its face. One look at it makes one feel beautiful. 20 minutes later, they reached the halfway point of the mountain, and Xia Fan's divine beast's perception suddenly came into play. Finally, our Pokémon hunters will finally have our first legendary Pokémon. The young man laughed. We have inherited Team Rocket's will and have always battled wits and courage with you little brats. Played with Yuan to let you fight us. Our hard work has paid off, and now it's finally time for us to reap the fruits. Brothers start the plan to capture Cresselia. And as everyone marveled at Cresselia's beauty, a loud laugh was heard as soon as he finished speaking. The 4 helicopters suddenly opened their doors, and red lights began to flash outside the doors. This can't be love, right? Xia Fan muttered to himself. An unusual phenomenon occurred in the dark night. Everyone then continued on their journey excitedly. An extremely brilliant colorful light emerged from the dark clouds. 2 seconds later, the light dissipated. Ash shouted, "Godcatcher, why are you here?" This means that there is definitely a legendary Pokémon within a 1-mile radius. The dark full moon island suddenly seemed as bright as day under the colorful light. There are duck-billed Charmanders, Electivires, Steelixes, and more numbering over 100. Pokémon that have evolved to their ultimate form appear in the air. On the sea and on the islands, it should be. Xiaogang nodded. Now you know how to call me master respectfully. Xia Fan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This seemed to be the first time he heard Jengar call him master so naturally and willingly. Let me out quickly, don't you want to subdue Cresselia? Let me out. I will help you subdue all those scums in the god-catching hall. Jengar said anxiously, but I can release Deoxys. Xia Fan crossed his arms and said jokingly in his heart, You are the ancestor of Jengar. I am not ashamed to let you condescend to fight these trash. He had already recalled Deoxys when he was in Hearthome City the day before yesterday. Jengar got even more anxious when he heard this. Why did you call it out? It's a powerful Pokémon that can compete with the great god Rayquaza. The word condescending should be used on it. I should be of a lower status, so I just pick up these garbage. Is that so? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. I suddenly remembered that Xiaohuan hasn't exercised for a long time. Now is a good time to let it transform into its original form and pretend to pass by and have a fight with these bastards. Then I can take the opportunity to throw the ball. Isn't that the same, don't you think so, Xiaohuan? That's right, master. Jengar, just rest assured that I will save Cresselia. Mew also joked in the shared spiritual world. When Jengar heard that Mew was going to save Cresselia, he became even more anxious and almost crazy. No, master. How can a senior like Mew, who is so virtuous and respected, show up to fight? That is an insult to it. It should remain in the hearts of the world and be admired by humans. So let me come out. I will definitely help you to deal with those bastards. I will devour the souls of those you want to devour. And I will harvest the wallets of those you want to harvest. In short, I am your vanguard and I will hit wherever you point me. Xia Fan looked at its anxious look. And if Dawn hadn't looked over, he would have almost laughed out loud at this time. The Pokémon in midair had already launched an attack on Cresselia, and Ash released his Pokémon help to fight. But there were too many enemies, and Ash's Staraptor beat-up was defeated in just 2 moves. Mr. Xia Fan, please let Deoxys out, Dawn said. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, and finally put his hand towards Jengar's Poké Ball. Jengar, come out. A flash of red light and Jengar made a stunning appearance. Ha tilde as soon as it came out. The white Jengar floated in the air with his hands on his hips, letting out a somewhat shrill laugh. His style is very much like that of a mega villain. Is this guy sure he wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Being a hero and saving the damsel in distress means you should act like a righteous hero. Not like an extremely arrogant villain, Mr. Xia Fan. Aren't you going to release Deoxys? Dawn hesitated. Xia Fan said, Jengar said that it has not come out for a while to get some fresh air, and asked me to give it a chance to show its skills. Don't worry with it. We can still deal with these god catchers. You bastards, stop it. Are you a man? You're scared after being scolded. You've been with me for nothing, I tell you. A real man shouldn't be scared. But face the challenge bravely. It says it doesn't need help, so you won't help. Do you know that women like to say the opposite of what they mean? They hate fake people who only talk but don't do anything. So why are you still standing there? Kill those bastards first and show Cresselia your masculinity. After a while, those Pokémon let out terrible growls. Dozens of others attacked Cresselia simultaneously. The fat white man slapped his chest with his hands and roared to the surroundings using telepathy like a baboon in heat. Like an inferno on Earth after wrapping up those Pokémon. The white Jengar first used Main Look, making all the Pokémon present stay in its aura and unable to leave. Jengar was stunned by Xia Fan's scolding. But gradually he felt that it made sense. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying black aura emanated from the feet of the white Jengar, instantly enveloping everything within 100 meters. Except for Cresselia and Xia Fan's group on the edge of the cliff. This nail is surrounded by a dark mist-like curse normal. And at first glance it makes people feel as if they are trapped in endless darkness, with countless ghosts attacking it from the side. Xia Fan was speechless after watching this. Although Cresselia's skill safeguard blocked it. Judging from the situation, it would be very difficult to fight 100 against a supporting legendary Pokémon like Cresselia. Then, a 5-meter-tall black steel nail wrapped in the aura of curse suddenly appeared in the air. Cresselia looked at the Jengar of a different color that suddenly rushed out in front of her, and said coldly, "Get out of my way, little fatty. I have eaten more salt than you have drunk water. You want to soak me, humph, I never need help in my battles." Then in front of it, Psychic transformed into a huge heart blade, which shot directly at the middle one of the 4 helicopters. Cresselia. Jengar suddenly seemed to have lost all his energy and began to become weak, with a large mass of cold black air emanating from his body. Because the skill safeguard only lasted for 2 seconds before it fell apart, Cresselia was then thrown into the cliff of Full Moon Island. Mr. Xia Fan, please let Deoxys out quickly. Dawn said anxiously. The cold black air transformed into pairs of terrifying tentacles that attacked the Pokémon that were unable to escape within the aura. This guy must have been in love with a female Jengar for thousands of years. Otherwise, in its eyes, does male prowess have to be displayed like this? Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he really didn't know how to describe Jengar. Cresselia, let me deal with this garbage. You just go to the ground and have a good rest. Unfortunately, as soon as this skill was fired, it was offset by the attacks of dozens of Pokémon. Are you afraid that it will make too good of a first impression on you? Officer Jenny screamed and ran towards the cliff. Jengar then let out a hideous and shrill laugh. All of you die. Jengar rushed between Cresselia and the Pokémon of the God Catcher Hall, intercepted the attacks of those Pokémon with a shadow ball, and then communicated with Cresselia telepathically with a flattering look on his face. The little heart that was originally hurt came back to life with splash. Oh, Master, maybe this is the way the Jengar family expresses their love. Mew hesitated and spoke for Jengar. The more ferocious they are, the stronger they are and the deeper their love for you is. After the nail emerged, it was inserted directly into its body accompanied by Jengar's laughter. On this, you have so many skills to kill them. Why do you have to use this most terrifying skill in front of your beloved Stephanie? As soon as she finished speaking, Cresselia rushed past Jengar and towards the helicopter of the God Catcher Hall. Xia Fan paused looking angrily at Jengar, who had been motionless in midair after being rejected, and cursed through the shared spiritual world when Xia Fan heard them. He said directly, then this family should not bring trouble to other families. I thought so too, Master, Deoxys, who had been silent, couldn't help but interrupt. Cressilia's appearance doesn't match Jengar, but it matches my elder brother Entei. My elder brother Entei looks much more decent than it. Are you trying to be a matchmaker? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but pick up Deoxys's piquet ball and take a look at it. She didn't expect it to say such a thing, but to be honest, Entei does look much more decent than Jengar. But there has to be a first-come first-served basis. Just joking aside, if Jengar really likes Cressilia, he will definitely help. The only problem is... Xia Fan glanced at Cressilia, who was standing on the cliff not far away, just as he thought. Cressilia was looking at the arrogant and unruly Jengar in midair with a power trip laugh. Her expression was not normal disdain, but complete disgust. Master, how am I performing? Am I very masculine at this moment? Xia Fan heard the telepathic message from Jengar in his mind. At this time, under its skill curse, many Pokémon in the God Catcher Hall are in a state of near death. The helicopter of the God Catcher Hall was also firmly grasped by the giant black hand that stretched out from its aura and could not fly away. Xia Fan didn't know how to respond. Seeing that Xia Fan didn't reply, Jengar thought that he hadn't done enough. Then I will perform soul eating in public, so that Cressilia can see my even greater power. With that said, the soul of a dying Altaria was about to be caught by Jengar. No, don't do that. If you want it to hate you for the rest of its life, then do this. Xia Fan hurriedly tried to stop him. It was a rare person who could think of such a way to show off his masculinity. Isn't this a good idea? Jengar asked doubtfully. Is this okay? Xia Fan asked unhappily. Is this how the men in your Jengar family show off their masculinity when they like other Pokémon? That's right, Jengar said proudly, Master. I'm not bragging, but since I became the most powerful Jengar in our Jengar family, every time I eat a soul, the female Jengars beside me drool at me. But they have no strength and are too ugly, so they are not worthy of me at all. A Jengar like me who is handsome and has broken the power limit of the Jengar family should be with the most powerful and beautiful Pokémon. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Fan almost coughed himself to death after hearing this. How narcissistic must this guy be to have such a self-evaluation? At this moment, Cressilia on the edge of the cliff floated back into the air. Cressilia, I'm retaliation for you. Look, I beat these guys half to death now. If you give me the orders, I will eat all their souls to relieve your hatred. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Ability Float from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type gender, female. Xia Fan nodded, remembering that Darkrai was still waiting there. Xia Fan, who was below, saw this and slapped his forehead in silence. After thinking for a minute, he finally chose the exclusive skill Lunar Dance. Cressilia shouted as expected, and immediately used a safeguard to isolate Jengar from herself. Due to the power of Psychic's origin law, after the host captures the psychic Pokémon Cressilia, the host's psychic origin law power usage times will increase by 5 times. Now 45 times. Skills are as follows. Ice Beam fires an Ice Beam at rival. Sometimes it will freeze rival in a contest condition, 10% chance. Psycho Shift, use Psychic to give hints, thereby transferring the status condition you are suffering to rival. Most of Cressilia's skills are psychic skills, as well as some other small skills that are not very powerful. Mr. Xia Fan, has your Jengar fallen in love with Cressilia? Ash and the others returned to Xia Fan. From Jengar's expression and conversation, they could tell that something was wrong with Jengar. Then he remembered something and asked, by the way, what did you and Cressilia say on the cliff just now? A red light flashed, and 3 seconds after Cressilia grabbed it, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in her mind. Moon Blessed borrows the power of the moon to attack rival, sometimes reducing rival's special attack, 30% probability. Ask it to free the residents of Canalave City from their nightmare. Dawn said, Psycho Cut, use the materialized heart blade to slash rival, making it easier to hit the vital points. Xia Fan then took out a Pokeball and threw it directly at Cresselia, while she was still being entangled by Jengar. A super strong recovery skill that can save everyone by putting yourself in a state of near death. Although I don't want to admit it, it should be so. Xia Fan said speechlessly. Psychic sends a powerful confusion attack to rival. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Carrying things none. Lunar Dance, this move restores the life contest conditions, status conditions, and skill energy values of all of your companions at the cost of your own death contest condition. Ding successfully captured Pokémon Cresselia. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Safeguard, protected by magical power for a period of time, so that you will not be affected by status condition. His expression was full of disdain and disgust towards Jengar. And therefore, when choosing skills, Xia Fan can only consider the exclusive skill Lunar Dance or the fairy skill Moonblast and the skill Moonlight. Get out of here, you cruel guy, I give in. Jengar rushed over with excitement, pointing at the Pokémon that were tortured to death by its curse. Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing? When Xia Fan conquered Cresselia, Officer Jenny looked at him in shock. I thought Xia Fan was going to capture Cresselia and take her away directly. Don't think too much, I just captured it. I won't stop it from dispelling the nightmares of the island residents. Nor will I use it to do bad things, Xia Fan said calmly. This shouldn't violate the rules of the Pokémon Alliance. Right? Officer Jenny breathed a sigh of relief. Allowing Cresselia to complete its mission, Ashbrock and Dawn on the side didn't find it too difficult to accept, because they already knew Xia Fan's intention to capture legendary Pokémon. Since you have tamed it, I hope you can leave your contact information. When Darkrai comes here to cause trouble again in the future, I hope you can let it come, Officer Jenny said. Xia Fan shook his head. Don't worry. Darkrai will not come to your place to cause trouble again. Why? Because I will subdue it later. Officer Jenny looked at Xia Fan and was speechless for a moment. I don't know whether I should be happy or cry, originally, because of the relationship between Darkrai and Cresselia. This place was still known as a legendary place, and many people came here because of its reputation. But I'm afraid that the number of people will decrease significantly in the future. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and released Cresselia. As soon as she came out, Cresselia looked at Xia Fan with rage's eyes. Obviously, Xia Fan is not recognized, Xia Fan then said. You guys go back to the island first. I'll take Cresselia there later, this. Officer Jenny was a little reluctant, still afraid that Xia Fan would run away with Cresselia. Dawn saw Officer Jenny's worry and said, don't worry. Officer Jenny, Mr. Xia Fan will definitely let Cresselia resolve the nightmare on the island. That's right, Officer Jenny, Ash agreed. Officer Jenny thought for a moment, and finally went down the mountain with Ash and the other two. After their figures gradually disappeared from the mountains, Xia Fan turned his attention back to Cresselia, who did not approve of him. Why in your eyes am I unworthy of being your master? I don't know why your Pokeball is so irresistible to me. But do you think you are worthy of it, an ordinary human? Cresselia was like a hot chick, speaking with sharp thorns, and directly responded to Xia Fan. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. It seems that he needs to show off. Jengar, throw all those guys at the foot of the mountain. If there are still smelling salts, use hypnosis. Xia Fan said through the spiritual shared world. Jengar nodded, and then used confusion to throw all the Pokémon and members of the God Hunters that were wrapped in its ghost aura onto the beach of Full Moon Island. He then used hypnosis to hypnotize those members of the God Hunters who were not yet unconscious, and gave them a skill nightmare while it was doing this. Xia Fan pointed at it and asked Cresselia, "What do you think of it?" "Cruel and disgusting," Cresselia said decisively. I'm not judging its behavior. I'm talking about its strength." Cresselia frowned and said, "It's okay. It's stronger than many Pokémon. How? Do you want to make me surrender with its strength? I admit that it is strong, but it is far inferior to our legendary Pokémon." After saying that, Cresselia snorted and turned her head to the side. At this time, Jengar returned to the cliff from the foot of the mountain, drooling at Cresselia and trying to get close to Cresselia at all times. But Cresselia always avoided him, finally. Xia Fan couldn't stand it anymore. So he teleported Jengar behind him and scolded him in a low voice, "Can you not be so wretched? Show your unruly spirit, okay? You are the ancestor of Jengar, and you forget your backbone when you see a beautiful girl. Is this the spirit a man should have from now on? If you want to pick it up, you have to listen to me and be strong for me. Don't be wretched and don't be a licker, understand?" He suddenly felt that Jengar's funny and hilarious appearance might have some miraculous effect. Owner Xia Fan walked in front of the Pokémon, spread his hands, and looked at Cresselia with a smile on his face. Jengar paused after hearing that glanced at Entei, then took a deep breath flattening his stomach, and asked Xia Fan in a deep tone that didn't suit him. These 12 legendary Pokémon gathered on Full Moon Island, and instantly Cresselia was stunned with a wave of his hand. He summoned 13 legendary Pokémon. He felt that if he dared to say that he was not worthy, he would be torn to pieces by those Pokémon in an instant. "That's right," Cresselia raised her head proudly. Jengar was a little dazed by the training, and asked hesitantly, "Master, can you really help me soak it? Master, is this okay? Meow tilde long time no see everyone." No problem, Jengar floated over happily. Pikachu flashed white and turned into Mew. "What about them?" Xia Fan waved his right hand, and 12 figures instantly appeared on Full Moon Island. How is this possible? Why are there so many legendary Pokémon? Cresselia was greatly shocked and doubted whether she was dreaming. She was particularly shocked when she saw Ho-Oh-Lugia and Rayquaza, because they were the first-level guardians of other regions. Chinese letter, ENT, EI Reiku Ho-Oh-Lugia Articuno Molters Regis. Regirock Registil Latios Latias Rayquaza. After they appear, his B level should be improved in time. Cresselia's eyes followed Mew's figure, opened her mouth but was speechless for a moment. "Be serious." Xia Fan frowned immediately when he saw it like this. "You fool if you want to be with it. Don't turn into a wretched licker when you see it. Think back to how Entei introduced you when you first joined the team. And just do as it says." But as soon as Deoxys came out, he floated to Entei and asked him if Cresselia was beautiful. "That's right." Xia Fan laughed and was about to wave to Entei to come over and give it a rookie talk, telling Cresselia the benefits of being its Pokémon. "Jengar, is it okay for you to go through the rookie process with Cresselia?" Xia Fan looked at Jengar and raised his eyebrows. Mew greeted everyone's, then floated over to them and touched their cheeks affectionately. Cresselia finally gave in, lowered her head and called out to Xia Fan telepathically. "Heh-ho," Xia Fan sneered, "I'm not bragging, but I used to be able to walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on me. Little Cresselia, with the help of my wingman, you will definitely be able to make it to the top. Don't ask me about these. I can't explain them in a short time. Anyway, you should listen to my arrangements from now on. What we need to do now is to make it obey my orders." Xia Fan took a step forward and said to Cresselia, "You think it is the strongest Pokémon among me. So you think I am not worthy of being your master, right? It's too troublesome for Groudon and Kyogre to come here. And it's easy to bring disaster to the humans here. So we won't summon them. Suicun stays with Mewtwo and it's not convenient to summon him. Celibi is saving the forest in the Kalos region 100 years ago." Xia Fan said with a smile, then patted Pikachu on the shoulder. "Okay, you are indeed the smart one here." Xia Fan secretly gave Entei a thumbs up in his heart. He knew what to say as soon as he appeared. "Because we are all the master's Pokémon." The honest man Entei stepped forward and added, "Of course. There is more to it, by the way, master. Why didn't you summon Groudon-senpai, Kyogre-senpai, Celebi-senpai and Suicun? And where are Mew-senpai and Deoxys? I didn't see them." Xia Fan looked at the funny little fat man in front of him, looked him up and down for a moment, and finally said hesitantly, Should be okay." What does wingman mean? What does on base mean? A Jengar wondered. Xia Fan cleared his throat and stood with his hands behind his back. Then there was another flash of red light. And Deoxys was released by Xia Fan. Beautiful appearances are all alike. But interesting souls are rare to find. But he paused the moment he raised his hand. Thinking of Jengar, whose status had dropped sharply after Ho-Oh Rayquaza and the others appeared. Now do you think I am still worthy of being your master? Why hasn't Mr. Xia Fan come yet? He wouldn't really take Cresselia away, would he? After returning to the island in Canalave City, Officer Jenny looked at her watch and waited anxiously, expressing her concerns to Ash and the others from time to time. Officer Jenny, just trust us, Mr. Xia Fan will definitely bring Cresselia to the island to resolve the crisis from Darkrai. Ash used the same words to comfort her again and again. 10 minutes later, the four returned to the police station. The result was a mess. The nightmare maker they dragged over was smashed into scrap metal and scattered all over the police station lobby. Officer Jenny was immediately furious and cursed which be *****D dared to do such a thing in the police station. She told him not to catch him. Otherwise, she would make him stay in the police station and eat jail food until he was satisfied. After cursing, she ran back to the police station's monitoring room to investigate the surveillance. She was stunned when she saw the surveillance video. What Pokémon is this? Ash, who followed over, asked in confusion. Officer Jenny pointed at the image Swallowed and said, "It's Darkrai, the legendary Pokémon known as the God of Nightmares." After saying that, Officer Jenny began to look around in panic. Fearing that Darkrai was still in the police station, Ash and the other two also came to their senses and began to look around the police station nervously, fearing that Darkrai would appear in front of them in the next second. After looking around the police station for 5 minutes and not seeing any sign of Darkrai, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Darkrai must have left the police station but was still on the island. Because when they came back, they would occasionally hear other people's terrifying growls after nightmares. "Well, Ash, why don't you release your Staraptor and let it go to Full Moon Island to urge Mr. Xia Fan?" Dawn started to get nervous because Darkrai had appeared in the police station before. Okay, Ash agreed and then released his Staraptor, letting it fly to Full Moon Island to urge Xia Fan. It's just that just as he gave the order, a ball of dazzling light flew over from soaring in the sky, making people dare not look directly at it. "It's Cresselia, it must be Mr. Xia Fan who brought it here," Dawn shouted excitedly. The four of them looked at each other and ran towards the light. After a while, a white Jengar appeared in front of Ash and the others, with Xia Fan and a Pikachu sitting on its shoulders. "Mr. Xia Fan, you are finally here when we left the island. Darkrai suddenly attacked the police station and destroyed the Nightmare Maker." Dawn immediately stepped forward and said, "It's okay, let me take it." Xia Fan waved his hand and jumped off Jengar. Then he snapped his fingers towards soaring in the sky. I saw that the light of Cresselia in the sky became more dazzling, as if it was going to illuminate the darkness of normal on the island. After a while, under a tree 100 meters away from Xia Fan and the others, a Pokémon with a white smog floating above its head and a pitch-black body floated out from under the shadow of the tree. Floating in the air, he and Cresselia looked at each other in surprise. "Lay." Darkrai shouted growl at Cresselia, "Lee." Cresselia also responded vocally. After the two guys roared a few times, they suddenly started fighting. Jengar's face below became inexplicably embarrassed, as if he had suffered some psychological blow. "What are they saying?" Xia Fan noticed Jengar's expression and turned to ask Mew on his shoulder. Mew said truthfully, "Nothing. Darkrai just asked me if I was annoying and why I had to come here to bother him every year. Cresselia said I am happy to do so, as long as I continue to cause trouble to the Pokémon world and bring nightmares to humans. I will come out to stop you. I will stop you no matter where I am." Then Darkrai told Cresselia to get out or he would attack her. Cresselia said, "Go ahead. I'll follow you for the rest of my life." Then they started fighting. But don't you think their fighting was very informal? They were timid and it didn't seem like they were fighting or fighting. It was more like I pushed you and you pushed me. I don't know how long they will fight like this before it ends. As well. Xia Fan's expression froze after hearing this. And he understood why Jenger looked so upset. Damn it, this is not a fight, this is just flirting. No matter who sees their loved one saying such things to others. They would be so angry that they would vomit blood, master. Do you think Cresselia will like me if I rush over and beat up that B***** D named Darkrai? Jenger's telepathy rang in Xia Fan's mind, master. Please give me some advice and don't be impulsive for now. Xia Fan thought for a while and finally decided to hold Jenger. Not because Darkrai had an attribute restraint on it and was worried that it was not strong enough. After all, Jenger has been its Pokémon for such a long time. Due to the charm aura, its strength has been greatly enhanced. It should be comparable to Darkrai, who is at the top level among the second-level gods. Besides, their abilities overlap a lot except for their different attributes. It is even more likely that they are evenly matched and neither can do anything to the other. Therefore, the reason why he stopped Jenger was because he was worried that it would rush forward and end up losing more than gaining the prize, and instead make Cresselia disgusted. If he remembered correctly, that's how it's played in TV dramas. A bootlicker goes up and hits someone else's childhood sweetheart. No matter what the reason is, the final result is definitely a breakup. And then it will be difficult for him to pick up that girl again in his life. Unless you refresh and become a handsome guy or a rich man. So am I just going to sit there and watch? Jenger said aggrievedly, master, if you let me listen to you, I can soak it butt in this situation. I feel like it's getting harder and harder. Don't be impatient, there are plenty of opportunities. Xia Fan patted Jenger's belly, in fact. If you think carefully about their conversation just now, didn't you realize that Darkrai didn't like Cresselia? He was even a little impatient. But Cresselia insisted on following him, so you and Cresselia are essentially like a male licker and a female licker. The two guys just lick different objects. After saying that, Xia Fan took out a Pokeball from his pocket. And while Darkrai was still flirting with Cresselia, he threw the Pokeball at it from behind. A red light flashed and Darkrai was taken into the ball. After a while, a system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Ding successfully captured Pokémon Darkrai. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Dark-type Phantom Pokémon Darkrai. Gender, none. Ability, Nightmare, gives rival damage to sleep contest condition. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Dark Void forces rival into a dark world, causing him to fall into a sleep contest condition and create a nightmare. Nightmare, let the rival in the sleep contest condition fall into nightmare, and the health will slowly decrease every round. Feint attack, sneak up to rival and attack him when he is off guard. The attack cannot be dodged. Haze raises haze, invalidating the enhancement effects of all Pokémon within the range. Dark Pulse, a terrifying aura filled with malicious intent, is emitted from the body, which sometimes causes rival to flinch, 20% probability. Hypnosis gives sleep-inducing hints, causing rival to fall into a sleep contest condition. Strong Wind, a powerful and terrifying hurricane, suddenly blows up to attack rival, which sometimes improves his abilities, 10% probability. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Dream Eater eats the dreams of rival who is resting to attack, and restores itself with half of the damage rival suffered. Darkrai's skills have a lot of overlap with Jenger's. They all like to make people fall into nightmares and torture them. But Xia Fan looked at it for a while and decisively chose Darkrai's exclusive skills. System, I choose Darkrai's Dark Void. After a while, a powerful evil skill called Dark Void appeared in Xia Fan's skill bar. After capturing 2 legendary Pokémon in one night, Xia Fan felt very happy. He turned around and said with a smile, well, the crisis from Darkrai has been resolved, Officer Jenny. From tonight on, the residents of the island will no longer be nightmares. Officer Jenny was now gaping at the sight of Xia Fan. She had no idea how many times she had marveled at the young man. Damn, I caught 2 legendary Pokémon in one night. And I easily put them both into the ball using only one ball. Damn humans. I don't know how you made Cresselia call you master. But I will never acknowledge you, Darkrai said coldly. Then merged into the shadowy ground and was about to leave. After they left, Xia Fan confirmed that there was no one around and then released Darkrai. Instantly offset and disappear. Especially the look in the eyes of Ho-Oh Lugion Rayquaza. Made it extra tense, apparently. Just like when Cresselia was conquered before. It did not want to acknowledge Xia Fan as its master. It's incredible, how is this possible? How can you use the abilities of my people? Are you a human or one of my people? Darkrai said in shock. At this time, Cresselia rushed down from midair, directly blocking Xia Fan and Darkrai, and scolded, Darkrado, you want to die. How dare you attack the master? Xia Fan smiled contemptuously and stopped Jengar, who was about to block the attack. A black hole ball the same as Darkrai's appeared from the fingertips of his right hand. 2 black hole spheres collided in midair, master. And all the seniors, Darkrai is ignorant. Please don't be angry. Cresselia apologized to Xia Fan and the Pokémon like an older sister. After a minute of silence, Sesh slowly uttered, "Where did you buy your Pokéballs?" It just appeared behind Darkrai in an instant. It's Deoxys. I am your dear master, Xia Fan said, human. You are seeking death. Xia Fan shrugged, I just bought them at the Pokémon store. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ash and the others. I bought my balls with them as soon as he came out. Darkrai looked at Xia Fan with a rage on his face. It now understands that if it wants to get into Cresselia, it will definitely need the help of these well-known bosses. Who are you? Do you want to die? Darkrai turned around and said coldly to the Pokémon he had never seen before. The 4 people opposite looked at each other, checked the time on Officer Jenny's phone, and found that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. They felt sleepy immediately, said goodbye to Xia Fan and went back to the police station to rest. Xia Fan said, okay everyone. Now that everything has been resolved, you can go back to the police station and have a good sleep. I will go back to rest after I have arranged for Darkrai. But he didn't stay there for more than 2 seconds before being hit by Rayquaza's tail and pushed to the back. Xia Fan waved his hands. Looking nonchalant, who of you will go and give it the routine explanation of Rookie? A Jengar, who was drawn to the back of the total Pokémon by Rayquaza, quickly raised his hand in response. Called Entei Big Brother through the mental shared world and gave him a chance. Then floated past Entei to Darkrai, and arrogantly flattered Xia Fan and other Pokémon. But the next second, a long tentacle grabbed it directly and pulled it out of the half-integrated body. But as soon as it finished speaking, it paused, because it saw that 12 legendary Pokémon had appeared behind Xia Fan. Darkrai rubbed his hands together to form a ball as dark as a black hole and threw it directly at Xia Fan. You call him master? Darkrai was even more shocked. He never expected that Cresselia could be conquered by this human being in front of him. Although they don't want to admit it, this is the truth. They bought all their Pokémon supplies together. The 12 Pokémon had different expressions, but they all looked at it with coldness. Officer Jenny looked at Ash and the other 2, and they nodded helplessly at this tiny white Jengar, not knowing whether it wanted to take advantage of the power of the other side. Floated directly in front of Ho-Oh Lugia and Rayquaza. Crossed its arms and stared at him coldly. Xia Fan will give it freedom, saying that it doesn't like staying in the ball. If there is anything in the future, I can call it at any time through space transmission. This request just fulfilled Jengar's wish, and he flattered Fan madly and begged it to agree. Xia Fan shrugged and agreed. However, after hearing this, Cresselia immediately began to beg Xia Fan to give it freedom, and to call it through space teleportation at any time if there was anything. And then there are the good guys. Apart from Jengar smacking his lips and using telepathy to tell Xia Fan not to agree, Darkrai also cried and begged Xia Fan not to give Cresselia freedom, because it didn't want to do anything with a follower always following it. That cry was not the normal kind of desolation. Not only Xia Fan was confused, but also Jengar and other Pokémon were confused. There was something wrong with the way he looked at Cresselia. Deoxys even directly rejected the idea of introducing Cresselia to Entei as his sister-in-law. Is Cresselia mentally ill? Look how much she's pushing Darkrai. Reiku couldn't help but mutter to Entei. Entei did not reply as an honest man. He did not like to speak ill of others directly. He just looked at Deoxys with an uncomfortable look. He seriously suspected that Deoxys was dissatisfied with him, so he wanted to introduce Cresselia to him. Xia Fan looked at Darkrai crying and screaming, then glanced at Cresselia, who was pouting and insisting on following him. Then turned to look at the confused Jengar. Are you sure you want to keep chasing Cresselia? If you catch up with it, you might end up trapped by it for the rest of your life. Want to Xia Fan's surprise. Jengar's answer was very affirmative. Damn, this can't really be love at first sight. Xia Fan looked at Jengar in surprise, and finally forced Cresselia to stay as Jengar said. Master, you are a good person, so I will leave first. Darkrai was very grateful to Xia Fan and bowed respectfully to him before leaving. Xia Fan waved his hand and accepted the gratitude directly. Very good, a love triangle was resolved peacefully. By the way, also asked Darkrai to be grateful to him, but he hoped that he would not regret it in the future. And when he got old, he would regret not protecting Stephanie, who had eyes only for him. Master, now that the task of taming Darkrai has been successfully completed, please send us back. After Darkrai left, the Pokémon said. Xia Fan nodded, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. And the next second, all the Pokémon disappeared from his sight. Returned to the original place through space teleportation. Master, then we should go back to the police station and rest. Mew's voice sounded in his mind. Xia Fan shook his head, it's still too early. Don't forget that there are more than 100 people from the God Catcher Hall on Full Moon Island waiting to transfer money to me. At least the money must be transferred, and all troubles must be back on track before I can do it. After saying that, Xia Fan jumped onto Jengar and told it not to rush into picking up girls, but to send him to Full Moon Island first. 6 hours later, 9 o'clock in the morning. Xia Fan and his 4 companions said goodbye to Officer Jenny and prepared to visit Iron Island, which was not far away. This was the result of their discussion just now. Not only did they want to find a gym trainer in Orberg City, but another reason was that the TV reported this morning that many Pokémon on Iron Island suddenly rioted for unknown reasons, completely refusing to listen to their trainers and even attacking their own trainer masters. Therefore, the 4 of them, who were extremely curious, decided to go and take a look. An hour later, the 4 arrived at Iron Island by ferry. As soon as they arrived at Iron Island at Ash's suggestion, the 4 of them rushed to the Pokémon Center because that was where the information was most sensitive. But as soon as I got here, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Dozens of Pokémon fell to the ground, waiting for treatment with painful expressions. Ash is a kind-hearted person when he saw this situation. He quickly stepped forward to help Nurse Joy. Xia Fan had no choice but to go and help, but gradually, Xia Fan discovered that all those Pokémon that needed to be rescued were Steel-type Pokémon. None of them are from other departments. Nurse Joy, why are there only Steel-type Pokémon here? While Nurse Joy was taking a break, Xia Fan took the opportunity to ask casually. Nurse Joy wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, I don't know what's going on since this morning. A large number of Steel-type Pokémon have been delivered one after another. According to their owners, they suddenly rioted for no apparent reason and beat up anyone they saw. No matter how the owners try to wake them up, it's useless. They can only wait until they collapse from exhaustion before sending them here. Ash heard Nurse Joy's explanation, and his warm heart burst out again. He said to Xia Fan, Mr. Xia Fan, let's go investigate the truth of the matter. Okay, Xia Fan nodded with a smile. As long as Ash wanted to do it, he would agree with it a lot. 20 minutes later, Help Nurse Joy relieved some of the work pressure, and the four of them left the Pokémon Center and walked towards the depths of Iron Island. About half an hour later, they saw a group of Diglets being chased and beaten by a Manic Lairon on the hillside of a mountain. Then, they saw a Steelix and an Aggron fighting on the mountainside. This place has become a battlefield for Steel-type Pokémon. Please everyone stop it. Ash couldn't bear to see the Pokémon battle, so he ran to the center of the battle and shouted, expecting to wake them up in this way. Xia Fan, who was behind him, saw this but did not try to stop him. If he were to talk about things like trash talk, he would probably get beaten up. But it would be different if Ash said it, because the protagonist's trash talk is often the most awesome thing. However, this time Xia Fan thought too much. After Aggron knocked Steelix down with a punch on the battlefield, he heard Ash's cry and directly condensed a destructive death ray to spit it at him. Ash, Dawn, and Zyoging exclaimed. Xia Fan was also startled and rushed to rescue him. But just as he was about to move, a figure appeared beside Ash before him and carried Ash away from the attack point of the destructive deathlight. At the same time, Lucario ran out, and when Aggron fell into stiffness after casting the destructive death ray, he used his skills to attack at close range. He grabbed Aggron's head and started beating him up, then finished with an aura sphere, knocking Aggron to the ground. Are you okay? The person holding Ash in the princess arms is a young man wearing a blue top hat and a blue suit. I'm fine. Ash jumped out of the young man's arms awkwardly. It was a close call just now, the young man said with a smile. Xia Fan and the other two ran forward and just started to say something, but the young man told them to keep silent and follow him quickly. Just like that, the four of them followed the young man and eventually came to a place far away from the battle between the Steel-type Pokémon that had just taken place. The Lucario that had knocked Aggron down leaped onto a rock, knelt on one knee and closed his eyes. A second later, its two big ears inexplicably turned sideways, and blue ripples spread from between its brows. What is it doing? Dawn asked puzzledly. Is it using waveguides to investigate the surrounding situation? The young man asked as he spoke. Lucario opened his eyes and nodded to the young man. Thank you, Lucario, the young man said with a smile, then turned to look at the four people. It seems to be safe around here. You can take a break. Ash and the other two, who were exhausted from running, immediately slumped to the ground upon hearing this. Xia Fan, who was not sweating much, looked at the young man with curiosity. Thank you for saving me just now. Ash said gratefully, my name is Ash, my name is Yaxuan, and I'm a trainer specializing in Steel-type Pokémon. Well, the young man said, I have been training on this island where many Steel-type Pokémon live. Always here? Ash wondered. Yaxuan said, yes. As you can see, Thai's island is full of cold rocks, so it is a place where you can strictly train yourself to have a strong body like Steel Pokémon. Iron Island can be called the hometown of our souls. And now our hometown is in crisis. I am investigating the changes that have occurred here for the Steel Pokémon. I'll train myself to have a strong physique like a Steel-type Pokémon. Xia Fan murmured in his heart. At this time, Dawn interrupted and said, but Lucario is also a Steel type. Yes, it has both Steel and fighting attributes. Yaxuan said with a smile, then why is it okay? Xia Fan asked. Because it uses the power of waveguide to surround its own body. Yaxuan said with a smile as he finished speaking. Lucario's body beside him briefly glowed blue. Are you the hero of Bado? Xia Fan suddenly asked, because he remembered a very awesome Lucario. No, I can't bear the title of Wave Hero. Yaxuan waved his hands quickly. I'm just an ordinary Steel trainer who can use the power of waves. I'm far from the title of Wave Hero. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. This guy is really humble. He can use the power of wave and still calls himself an ordinary Steel-type trainer. Then when he throws out the legendary Pokémon in the future, he might as well claim that he is just an ordinary trainer with legendary Pokémon. The five of them rested there for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan and the other four followed Yaxuan on the road to investigate the truth of the matter together. According to Mai and Lucario's research, there seems to be a special low-frequency wave that only affects Steel-type Pokémon, which is spread throughout all areas of this island. As they moved deeper into Iron Island, Yaxuan shared the findings of his current investigation. Low frequency, Ash asked in confusion. Yaxuan nodded. That will have a negative impact on the body of Steel-type Pokémon, which is why their senses become abnormal. Is that why they can't feel pain or their master's orders, and randomly attack other Pokémon and hurt themselves? Ash's sympathy exploded. I think I should do something to help them. Xia Fan glanced at Ash, then asked, Mr. Yaxuan, where does that low frequency come from? This is still under investigation. Yaxuan shook his head. Cut. At this moment Lucario, who was exploring the way ahead, suddenly turned around and shouted. Yaxuan was surprised and asked, What? Did you sense the source of the low frequency, Yaxuan? Who possesses the power of waves, can communicate with Pokémon telepathically and understand what they mean. Everyone please speed up, Yaxuan said, turning around. Xia Fan and the other three looked at each other, nodded, and began to quicken their pace. A few minutes later, Lucario seemed to sense something again. He called out to Yaxuan, What, there are people there? Yaxuan was surprised again. And there are quite a few of them. I always have a bad feeling, Ash said uncomfortably. Xia Fan, who had been silent on the side, had a bad feeling after hearing what Yaxuan said. Could it be Team Galactic causing trouble again? Xia Fan muttered to himself. If that was the case, he would probably be forced to be an actor again. Everyone, I suddenly have a stomachache. You go first, I will be there soon. Xia Fan decisively used the Shidun technique. How can this be possible? This island is too dangerous now. It will be too dangerous for you to stay here alone. Yaxuan shook his head decisively. But just as he finished his words, a red light flashed and a Cresselia was released from the Piquet ball. Yaxuan Sigma degrees. Xia Fan looked at the confused Yaxuan, and he pretended to be cool and said, This is your Sinnoh region Cresselia. Known as the God of Dreams, I should be safe with it. Yaxuan was speechless. Only after he exchanged a glance with Ash and the others did he sigh, patted Ash's shoulder, and asked them to keep up with his pace. Before Dawn left, she said to Xia Fan, Mr. Xia Fan, if we are in danger, you must come here quickly. Xia Fan held her stomach and nodded after they left. Xia Fan decisively put Cresselia back into the Piquet ball. Then there was a flash of white light, and it turned into Mew's appearance. Together with the real Mew, he entered the invisible contest condition, flew quickly in the direction Ash and the others were heading, and used several teleports in succession. About a minute later, Xia Fan and Mew saw a huge deep pit in midair. Inside there is a huge ruined palace and two huge statues. The statues are Dialgath, god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. The size of these two statues is much larger than those in the previous ruins, and the material is also different. Some of them are similar to the metal meteorite that Xia Fan saw from Veilstone City a month ago. After watching for a while, Xia Fan indeed saw traces of Team Galactic again. They had partially surrounded the two statues with iron bars, apparently to prevent them from collapsing. After watching for about a minute, several steel-type flying Pokémon Skarmory suddenly flew up from behind Xia Fan. At the same time, many Arons and Larons crawled out of the ground, as well as the Steelix that Xia Fan saw not long ago. At this moment they all rushed towards the deep pit madly, but it was soon suppressed by Team Galactic's Pokémon. What's that? As they fought, Xia Fan suddenly saw a huge pillar standing in the center of the statues of Dialga and Palkia. The huge pillar was engraved with ancient characters that were difficult to understand. And below the giant pillars, Xia Fan saw another captain of Team Galactic, a woman with short red hair. She is commanding the Pokémon to suppress the rioting Steel-type Pokémon. Teleport. Xia Fan and Mew appeared beside the woman. Master Huoxing, we have entered the final stage. At this time, a subordinate member of Team Galactic came up to the woman with short red hair. Upon hearing this, the woman handed over the suppression to others and turned to walk deeper into the pit. Xia Fan followed her and saw a console with a golden key-like object on it. Master, the low frequency that caused the steel-type Pokémon to have problems should come from this relic. This golden key and that console. Mew's voice suddenly rang out in Xia Fan's mind. Is that so? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. His eyes began to switch back and forth from the golden key. The ruins and the console, that's right. I also sensed an uncomfortable energy. But it didn't affect me much, Mew said again. While Mew and Xia Fan were talking, the woman whom her subordinates called Lady Huoxing picked up the golden key floating on the console and walked to the bottom of the giant pillar with strange runes. As she got closer, the golden key seemed to be attracted and emitted a golden light and floated towards the giant pillar, floating towards a pattern in the center of the giant pillar. The pattern is like a key and a lock. When the golden key is put into the pattern, the giant pillar seems to unlock something instantly, blooming with a blue halo. And right after the Dialga statues on both sides, Palkia also bloomed with a blue halo. It's as if I'm coming alive. Could this be the summoning ceremony? Xia Fan said in surprise, but he shook his head the next second. Because the person who came is not right. If this is to summon Dialga and Palkia, then Team Galactic should not only send a leader, but the boss Cyrus should come in person. Thinking of this, the spire of the giant pillar that was glowing with a blue halo suddenly shot out a huge blue energy beam, which shot towards somewhere in the Sinnoh region. Headquarters, this is J2. We are currently irradiating the high-energy beam towards the target. The guy from Team Galactic then picked up a communicator and said. After a while, there was a reply from the intercom. Understood. We have detected that the beam is directed at MT. Coronet and Headquarters has also sensed that MT. Coronet has emitted the same high-energy response as Iron Island. The gun column should be within the range of this energy distribution area. We are now detecting a more accurate position. Please continue to maintain the beam illumination and wait for the next instruction. Huozing said understood. Huozing will maintain the status quo and wait for the next instruction. At this moment, an explosion was heard overhead. Xia Fan and Mew looked back. The next second, teleport appeared there. It's Ash and the others. At this moment, no one knew what was going on. It seemed that the Yaxuan Lucario was also beginning to be affected by the low frequency and began to lose control. He was launching Aura Sphere to attack his master and Ash and the other two. What's going on? Isn't it using waveguides to protect itself? Dawn, who was attacked, couldn't accept it. It should be that the power released by the entire ruins has exceeded the limit of its waveguide protection. Yaxuan said unwillingly. While Yaxuan and the others were talking, the rioting Lucario transformed the wave power into a stick and smashed it towards the ground. Several Geodudes sleeping underground were accidentally injured and flew away. Lucario, stop it, Yaxuan said excitedly. Then put his hands on his waist, ready to take out the Pokeball to take it back. But just as he was about to take it back, his Pokeball was smashed to pieces by Lucario's stick. Lucario completed his self-release. Master, would you like to show up and help them? Mew's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Not for now. We'll help if there's a life-threatening situation. Xia Fan shook his head. It would be bad if he ended up making things worse and increased the workload for Team Galactic. As he spoke, the Lucario broke through Ash and the others' obstruction and rushed towards the deep pit. He condensed an aura sphere with his hands, aiming at the console where the golden key was placed. It seems that that thing is the key that affects everything. Unfortunately, the power of a single Pokémon is limited. As soon as the aura sphere in his hand was released, it was offset by the shadow ball of dozens of Golbats from Team Galactic. Then a series of shadow balls hit it. Lucario fell to the ground seriously injured in less than 3 seconds. But his eyes were fixed on the console. Ash above worriedly said, Lucario, what's wrong with it? Why is it rushing towards that machine? Yaxuan gritted his teeth and said, I guess that machine should be the key to affecting Steel-type Pokémon. Although I can't confirm it yet. But Lucario cares so much about it. It should be worth our help to destroy it. Okay, let's go destroy the machine now. Ash clenched his fist and turned back to say Dawn. Go find Mr. Xia Fan and ask him to come and help us. Okay, I'll go find Mr. Xia Fan right away. Dawn nodded, holding Piplup, and turned to leave. It's you again. The appearance of Ash and Xiaogang immediately attracted Huo Xing's attention. And then her face suddenly became embarrassed. She took out the intercom and said, Headquarters, this is G2, there's a problem, Ash Xiaogang. The E-rank character who tried to stop us in Celestic Town has appeared on Iron Island and is trying to stop us. Xia Fan, the S-rank character, is probably nearby as well. After saying that, Huo Xing looked around with a vigilant look on his face. I was afraid that a Deoxys would come out after a while. A reply came through the intercom. But the voice was not from someone else but from Cyrus. The boss of Team Galactic, dude, hold on. After that, there was no sound from the intercom. After receiving the news, Huo Xing could only grit his teeth and start commanding his Pokémon to fight Ash and the others. While at the same time, he began to be wary of a Deoxys that might suddenly appear. Staravia, hurry up, after jumping into the deep pit. Ash released Staravia, wanting to take advantage of the enemy's failure to react in time and let it carry Pikachu to approach quickly. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. When Staravia carrying Pikachu was only 3 feet away from the control console in the deep pit that was causing pain to the Steel-type Pokémon. Ash launched the attack upon hearing that. Pikachu jumped off Staravia's back, and a powerful thunder shock instantly burst out of his body and hit the console not far away. Unfortunately, just when it was about to hit, 3 Golbats stood in front of the machine and blocked Pikachu's Thunderbolt with their bodies. Damn it, Ash gritted his teeth. Purugly, move on, the rest of the Golbat use Shadow Ball. Huo Xing shouted, meow tilde the obese Purugly let out a cry. Then leaped into the air and grabbed Staravia and Pikachu in midair. Dozens of Golbats on its back condensed into dozens of Shadow Balls. Ash was alerted and immediately came up with a solution after a quick brainstorm, Staravia. Brave bird muck tilde Staravia's eyes shone with light. And her dual wing beat closed. After dodging Purugly's claw attack, her whole body was burning with flames. And Pikachu quickly jumped away. Staravia's entire body burned with flames for a second. A second later it opened its dual wing beat, the flames faded. And it instantly flew past dozens of Golbats with shadow balls in their mouths like a brilliant blue meteor. What Huo Xing was shocked. He didn't expect that the boy's Staravia not far away would use Brave Bird, one of the flying system's ultimate moves. Then she heard her subordinate's exclamations, Master, please look at the top of your head on the right side. Huo Xing looked over quickly and his pupils shrank suddenly. Because in the reflection of both eyes, the Pikachu that jumped away from Staravia's back approached the console again without knowing when. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, without waiting for Huo Xing to command the remaining Golbats to return to defense. Ash shouted the next second. A golden lightning bolt struck the console from midair. The console exploded and shattered instantly, then, due to the damage to the controller, ground began to shake continuously. The giant pillars that had been shining with blue light, as well as the statues of Dialga and Palkia again. The Steel-type Pokémon that were rioting gradually began to regain consciousness. Including Lucario. Ash saw this and said excitedly, sure enough, it was caused by that machine, Xia Fan, who was watching everything from the invisible contest condition. Raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, Jia Yi is Jia Yi. He actually destroyed the controller for him. He originally thought that they would not be able to do it without him. But the machine has been destroyed. What should Team Galactic do next at this time? After the giant pillar dimmed, Huo Xing picked up the golden key that had been sucked into the giant pillar before, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that everything was fine. Huo Xing adjusted the intercom frequency and conveyed the message to his subordinates in the Ruins Palace. Wait, Team Galactic. Ash and the other two looked at them and could only grit their teeth in anger. After all, an organization with no bottom line like this could actually do something like installing bombs in the ruins. Zio gang, you actually planted a bomb here. Thanks for your hard work, buddy. We can retreat now and blow up the place according to the original plan. What are you doing here? What is your purpose? Yakshuan shouted, Mr. Yakshuan, we are here to help you. As Pokémon trainers, we must not let Team Galactic destroy this place. Ash clenched his fist and said, You use the waveguide to sense the location of the bomb. And we will defuse it, understood. Then Boss Cyrus, what about the spear pillar? I didn't expect that I had such a role. Even though I didn't do anything, I still took the credit for Ash's work at this moment. A familiar voice suddenly came to the ears of Ash and the other two. Learn Ash, Zyoging and Yakshuan chased after them. Damn it, if only Lucario hadn't been seriously hurt. Yakshuan gritted his teeth because of the previous battle. His Lucario now had no way to use the power of waveguide to detect nearby bombs. And his waveguide sensing was not as strong as Lucario's. Yes, after hanging up the phone, Hao Xing breathed a sigh of relief and praised himself in his heart for being smart enough to bring Xia Fan out. Otherwise, he would have been scolded to death. Ash explosion. Let's start retreating according to the original plan. Ho Xing smiled contemptuously, I'm not swagger. We don't want this world at all. So we don't care about destroying it, do you understand? When I press this switch is up to me. Just try your best to escape. Then she picked up the intercom again. As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of the boss Cyrus came from the intercom in her hand. Xia Fan, who had heard everything, smacked his lips. But what if the bomb still explodes after being dismantled? And Hao Xing began to walk towards the helicopter that was preparing for retreat not far away. It's okay as long as this is okay. The guy took out a button and turned around and shouted, If you keep coming closer, I will make this place explode right now. I'm sorry, headquarters, the mission failed. The control console was destroyed by that S-rank character Xia Fan. Although we cannot confirm the exact location of the gun column on MT. Coronat, we have estimated its approximate location. So please come back as soon as possible. After saying that, Hao Xing boarded the helicopter and commanded Team Galactic to begin the retreat. You know shit. Hao Xing took away the intercom with an annoyed look on his face, lowered his voice and angrily said to his subordinates, If we say it was done by E-class character Ash, do you know how we will be laughed at? And what kind of punishment will we face? Only if we say it was S-class Xia Fan. Boss Cyrus will not punish us. And Zhengxing and Suicun will not have the right to laugh at us. Do you know? Xia Fan used a teleport and returned to Hao Xing's side with Mew. After she finished speaking, the subordinates beside her began to murmur, Isn't it an E-level character Ash? Dozens of Team Galactic members began placing explosives within the ruins. Soon the intercom received many replies. The three of them turned their heads. Their expressions suddenly shocked Mr. Xia Fan. Ash said in surprise he didn't know when Xia Fan came. And he didn't understand why Xia Fan looked at them with a headache. Leave everything to me, including dismantling the bomb and protecting the ruins, Xia Fan said, covering his head as soon as he heard that Ash, a kind-hearted man who was not afraid of death, was going to dismantle the bomb himself. He knew it was his turn, otherwise if Ash really died here, he would have no place to cry. And he would have to rely on him to deal with the divine beasts in the future. But what are you going to do? They have placed quite a few bombs. Although you have a Cresselia, it is not a fighting legendary Pokémon after all. It won't be able to withstand the power of so many bombs. And it won't be able to protect the ruins well, Mr. Yakshuan sighed. Then he thought of something and said excitedly, Oh. It is said that Cresselia has a powerful healing ability. Let it heal my Lucario. Lucario and I will definitely stop the explosion. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Cresselia has many healing skills. But the only skill for healing other Pokémon is Lunar Dance. which is a magical skill that allows her to sacrifice herself to save others. He didn't think it was necessary to use this skill now. So after taking a look at Xia Xia Fan threw out a Pokeball. A flash of red light appeared, and it turned out to be a Pokémon that Yaxuan had never seen before. Which looked like an alien. What kind of Pokémon is this? Yaxuan asked in surprise. Deoxys, Ash said in surprise. Looking at Yaxuan, this is a powerful Pokémon from space. A Pokémon that can fight against Rayquaza, the guardian of the Hone regions. Being able to fight Rayquaza, Yaxuan swallowed. There was something wrong with the look he gave Xia Fan. It was unbelievable that the man in front of him had such a powerful Pokémon besides Cresselia. Facing Yaxuan's gaze, Xia Fan stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Deoxys, go and dismantle the bomb in the ruins. If it explodes in the middle of the process, you can use safeguard to resist the explosion. This should be no problem, master. Deoxys' telepathic voice echoed in everyone's minds. Then it transformed from its normal form into a speed form, and its entire body instantly split into hundreds of Deoxys, which rushed into the ruins in dense groups. Leave the task of protecting the ruins and Iron Island to me, Xia Fan said with a smile. Mr. Xia Fan, aren't you going to release Darkrai? We need its power now, Ash asked doubtfully. Darkrai. WW after the words fell. Yaxuan looked at Xia Fan in shock again. You also have the legendary nightmare god Darkrai. Xia Fan shrugged. It's okay, I was just lucky. I happened to run into them and I just threw a ball to subdue them. But as for the protection of the ruins, I'll leave it to Deoxys. I've given Darkrai a new mission. Yaxuan opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Give Darkrai a new mission, Ash asked. Xia Fan did not reply but looked towards soaring in the sky. The Team Galactic helicopter that had already flown away. At this moment the ruins suddenly shook. Everyone was startled and looked at the ruins nervously. 3 seconds later, Deoxys flew out of the ruins with a ball in his hand. Hot ember is constantly generated inside the sphere. What is it holding in its hands? The three of them came forward and asked in confusion. Xia Fan behind him said calmly, bombs. Deoxys dismantled the bombs and put them together. Then wrapped them with safeguard. So now there are hundreds of bombs exploding inside. After saying that, Ash, Xiaogang, and Yaxuan all took a few steps back at the same time and retreated behind Xia Fan. Xia Fan looked back, shrugged, and said, Deoxys, take the bomb to soaring in the sky. At this time, soaring in the sky was happening a few miles away. Huozing was pressing the explosion switch in his hand with an angry look on his face. What's going on? Why didn't it explode? The subordinate at the side hesitated and said, but the detector has confirmed the impact of the explosion. Then why didn't Iron Island react at all? Huozing looked at the safe and sound Iron Island angrily. After a while, she stared with wide eyes as a huge ball was sent to soaring in the sky. Just as I was wondering what it was. The ball exploded in soaring in the sky. The airflow generated by the explosion instantly caused several Team Galactic planes to crash. This helicopter of Huozing barely survived because of its very high defense. After the helicopter stabilized, Huozing used the telescope to quickly see Deoxys in defensive form in midair. Damn it, it's that Deoxys. After saying this, Huozing angrily threw the telescope to the ground and started to sulk. But what she didn't notice was that Darkrai's figure appeared in the shadow of the back of her seat. He was looking up at the back of Huozing's head after a while. When Huozing stood up, it immediately returned to the shadows. 4 hours later, Iron Island welcomed night in several planes. It was Professor Mustard Blue from Celestic Town who came here with her researchers. After saying hello to Xia Fan and his team, I started my research. Ash, with a curious look on his face, pulled Xia Fan and the others to follow behind him to see what results the professors could come up with. An hour later, Professor Mustard Blue pointed at the machine that Pikachu had smashed with Thunderbolt and said, I see. The parts of this machine are made of the same mineral as the meteorite in Veilstone City. From Veilstone City, Everyone remembered Team Galactic snatch Veilstone City meteorite. Professor Mustard Blue added, "It is said that this iron island was formed by meteorites a long time ago." An island formed by meteorites. So the Orberg in the ruins was extracted from meteorite. Xia Fan frowned as he looked at the statues of Dialga and Palkia. No wonder they looked different from the previous ruins statues. Professor Mustard Blue nodded. The ruins, like the parts of this machine, will emit special thunder waves. The two will resonate with each other, and when the amplification is amplified, it will become a low-frequency wave that torments Steel-type Pokémon. Also, this ruins and the meteorite in Veilstone City are made of the same material. Xia Fan asked again. That should be correct. Professor Mustard Blue said with a smile. That's why Team Galactic used this machine as a radar to search for the location of this relic. It is said that this relic can indicate a place called the Gun Pillar, which is used to call Dialga and Palkia to this world. It is said that this place is in a hidden corner of Sinnoh. Everyone let out a long sigh when they heard this. At this time, in a secret base of Team Galactic in Sinnoh region, Hoxing knelt on one knee and said to the boss Cyrus, "Master Cyrus, I am really sorry. The demolition of the ruins was not successful because of the existence of Deoxys. Since we have already failed, we should accept the failure calmly and keep moving forward." Cyrus waved his hand without getting angry. He then said to another subordinate, Zhangxing, "The task of excavating the MT Cornet gun pillar is now in your hands." After saying that, he turned and left, going back to his room to rest. But what he didn't notice was that Darkrai followed him, and after he fell asleep gave him a nightmare, because his blasting orders made Xia Fan feel disgusted. Xia Fan asked Darkrai to torture their boss Cyrus every night and gather intelligence without disrupting Team Galactic's work. The next morning, after finishing the journey on Iron Island, the four of them went to the Canalave Gym in Canalave City again. The reason was that they met the gym trainer of Canalave Gym in the ruins last night and agreed to fight each other this morning. In the end, it took an hour and 2 Pokémon were eliminated. And Ash narrowly won with Glisker and got the Canalave Gym badge. Xia Fan challenged again after the gym trainer had rested for a few hours, and used Jengar to complete the challenge of the Canalave City Gym in less than a minute. After completing the challenge, the four of them had lunch in Canalave City and then boarded a cruise ship to their next destination, Gandu Mudong Town, where the Pokémon contest that Dawn wanted to participate in was about to be held. After spending a day and a night on the cruise ship, everyone arrived at the port town of Mudong at noon the next day. Wow, there are so many people here. As the four of them got off the cruise ship, Ash noticed the dense crowd near the harbor and couldn't help but say, "There are many small vendors gathered here at the moment." After a while, the four of them were attracted by the vendor. "Come and take a look. Here is a pendant that summons Lucky Phione." A middle-aged man was shouting in front of the stall while holding a completely blue, very cute Pokémon doll. There are Phione dolls, Phione buns, Phione t-shirts, and many other products. Dawn took a closer look and was immediately attracted by Phione's doll. She trotted over with Piplup and took the Phione doll from the boss. "How cute." The stall owner smiled happily when he saw Dawn liked it so much, and pointed at the TV behind him and said, "Look. That's the real Phione." At this time, a promotional video of Phione was playing on TV, and she looked extremely cute. Xiaogang and Ash were also attracted by the sight. Xiaogang bent over the TV and exclaimed, "It's Phione. I can actually see this rare Pokémon in Mudong Town." Ash said, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of Pokémon." Xia Fan looked around and found that there was more than one vendor. There were other vendors also shouting loudly to sell Phione dolls and snacks. Xia Fan said, "By the way, if I remember correctly, Phione seems to be a Pokémon that is a combination of the legendary water-type Pokémon Manaphy and Ditto." "That's right, Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea." The vendor nodded with a smile, then asked, "Are you here to participate in the Pokémon contest?" "Yes. I will succeed and get the ribbon medal," Dawn said confidently. Ash followed closely behind. "As for me, I want to challenge gyms in various places, Next, I plan to go to Snopant City to challenge the gym competition. Hearing what the two of them said, the vendor crossed his arms and said in a local tone, "In this case, you must not miss the opportunity to see Phione." Reward Phione, the four of them looked at each other. The vendor smiled and said yes. You don't know that in our Mutong town. There has been a legend since ancient times that people who see Phione will be blessed with good fortune. In this town, the only time of the year when you can see Phione is during this period. Every year, many tourists come here to see Phione. At this point, the vendor thought of something, so, I heard that last year, the year before, and the year before that. The winners of the Pokémon contest all saw Phione before they competed. The winner, Dawn's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Xia Fan and Xiao Gang excitedly. Let's go and see Phione, yeah. I actually want to go check it out as well, Ash agreed. Xiao Gang on the side nodded. The three of them then looked at Xia Fan at the same time. Xia Fan smiled and said, Then let's go and have a look together, are you kidding? Are they afraid that it will be a wasted trip if they follow Ash? Maybe if you meet Phione, you can also meet Manaphy. Since all four of you want to see Phione, why don't you take my boat to see it, I'll give you a discount. Seeing that Xia Fan and his group wanted to go and see, the hawker owner became more friendly and took out a few registration forms for the four people to fill out. Phione is most likely to appear at night, so at night. Everyone just needs to come to the harbor, pay the remaining amount with the registration form, and you can board the ship smoothly, Ash, Dawn, and Xiao Gang, who had no qualms about such things, simply took the registration form, started filling it out, and paid the deposit. Xia Fan looked at them, shrugged, then took the registration form and started filling it out. I have to say that this boss knows how to do business. With just a few words, he managed to scare Ash, Dawn, and the others into going to see Phione. Anyway, no matter whether he finally sees Phione or not, he will not lose out as the boss. Time passed, and 5 hours later, it was almost night in the port town of Mudong. Xia Fan and his group of four arrived at harbor on time. After taking the registration form and paying the remaining fee, we boarded a large dive boat. After waiting on the dive boat for half an hour and waiting for other passengers to board, we began our trip to see Phione. As soon as the submarine entered the sea, everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the water Pokémon in the sea through the glass windows. Look, it's Lovedisk, this time it's Finian. How's it going, Krogunk? The sea is interesting, isn't it? Ash and the other two said happily, and released their Pokémon to watch together. Only Xia Fan didn't react much. Having seen many legendary Pokémon, he didn't have much feeling for these ordinary Pokémon. It was not until 20 minutes later that a flash of light appeared on the seabed, and Xia Fan began to become interested. Pika Pika, the light was blinding, and Pikachu was the first to notice it. And he immediately shouted, "What is that?" Ash asked in confusion after a while. As the dive boat got closer and closer to the light, everyone saw what was hidden in the light. It's Phione, and there are 3 of them. They also looked at the humans in the dive boat with great curiosity. Facing the appearance of Phione, the passengers in the dive boat began to cheer. The ways of celebrating are different if you are a couple. You can propose on the spot, and if you are not a couple, you can make a wish on the spot, for example. The fat uncle sitting next to Xia Fan was the most ridiculous. He seemed to have been prepared. He took out a scroll and shouted the wish he wrote in the scroll to Phione. For example, when you wake up tomorrow, you may lose 100 pounds and become an invincible handsome man. When you wake up tomorrow, your assets may exceed 10 billion. When you wake up tomorrow, you may own 100 luxury houses, and so on. In short, he was promised all his material needs. Xia Fan's mouth twitched when he heard this. He felt that he would be letting himself down if he didn't ask for even one of them. Therefore, Xia Fan said directly in his heart, "Lucky Phione. I don't ask for much. I just want you to let me see your old mother. Or your old father Manaphy." Ash and Dawn were also affected. One wished to get 8 gym badges. participate in the Sinnoh Alliance and win the final championship. And the other wished to become the champion of the Sinnoh Grand Festival. After they made their wishes, one of the Fions seemed very interested in the bunnery released by Dawn. It lay in front of the glass window and kept barking. "What is it saying?" Ash asked in confusion. Xiaogang smiled and said, "Although I don't quite understand it, but it seems to be certain that it likes bunnery very much." Xia Fan looked at Mew on his shoulder and Mew nodded, indicating that Xiaogang was right. This Phione really liked bunnery. As expected of bunnery of the protagonist group, Xia Fan muttered after hearing this. She didn't expect that she could attract Phione with her beauty. She just didn't know if she could attract Manaphy. The tour of Phione lasted for an hour and a half. An hour and a half later, the dive boat returned to the harbor. Phione is so cute after getting ashore. Dawn was still immersed in the scene on the seabed, and said to the three people with a girlish heart overflowing. "That's right," Ash agreed. "What do you think, Mr. Xia Fan?" At this time, Xia Fan was constantly looking back at the sea. Hearing Ash's question, he paused for a moment and smiled. "Of course I think it's very cute." After saying that, he used the spirit-shared world to ask Mew on his shoulder, "Is that little guy still following?" "Still following. It seems like he really likes Dawn's bunnery." Mew's voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, and then began his ever-useful escape trick again. "I'm going to the bathroom. You guys go back to the hotel first. I was so choked up in the dive boat just now. I really want to share in Phione's luck." Ash and the other two did not doubt what they heard and walked towards the Pokémon Center holding their Pokémon. They're staying there tonight. As for Xia Fan, after leaving Ash and the other two, he appeared under an unnoticed tree and turned into Mew. He then went into the sea with Mew. After a while, he saw Bunnery still on the sea, staring at Dawn in her arms like a waiting stone. Faina Tilda. When Xia Fan and Mew approached, two more Fions appeared. They were the companions of that Phione. They urged the dazed Phione to go home. Faina Tilda Phione. In a Dazzler responded in a low voice, saying that he would do it right away. After hearing this, the two Fions stopped paying attention to it and swam away happily together. But what they didn't notice was that the dazed Phione didn't follow them after a while, but swam to the shore with Dawn. "Master, who shall we go with?" Mew asked Xia Fan. "Go home with those two. I don't think there's any future with this one." After thinking for a while, Xia Fan said that his instinct told him that if he followed the Phione that liked bunnery, he would probably get nothing, and would just be fed with dog food. It would be better to follow the two Fions that were going home. Maybe he would be able to see Manaphy as soon as he arrived at their homes. After making the decision, Xia Fan and Mew followed the two fools. Following the two of them, Xia Fan and Mew saw many water-type Pokémon in the sea. He saw Remoraid, Tentacruel, Starmie, Lantern, and even a few of Milotic, the most beautiful Pokémon in the world. These Pokémon were happily playing in the sea with the two foolish Fions. F******Ku, can't you just go home soon? Didn't your parents set a time for you to go home? After following for 5 hours, Xia Fan felt like vomiting blood. It didn't matter that these two naughty kids were stupid. He didn't care about the lone Phione anyway. He just wanted them to stop wasting time by saying hello everywhere on their way home. It is a Pokémon that is somewhat similar to Phione, but also a little different. The biggest difference is that it has one more tentacle on its head than Phione. Ding successfully captured Pokémon Manaphy. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Water Pulse attacks rival with water vibrations. Sometimes it will confuse rival, probability 20%. As soon as it appeared, the two Fions that were still teasing Kingdra immediately became well-behaved. Heart Swap briefly exchanged the hearts and minds of both parties. Acid Armor, able to liquefy oneself anytime and anywhere through cell changes, thereby greatly improving one's defense. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Rain Dance. After using this move, The weather will change to heavy rain in heavy rain. The power of water-type moves will increase by 50%. The power of fire-type moves will decrease by 50%. Hurricane and thunder will definitely hit the target. The weather ball attribute becomes water-type. And water-type moves are doubled. Xia Fan thought excitedly after the beating. The two Fions swam back crying because Manaphy asked them to go and bring their brother back as soon as possible. However, just when Xia Fan was about to vomit blood, a light brighter than Phione suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea. But no one dared to say anything good after all. If they were implicated, it would be a disaster. As soon as Manaphy saw their expressions, he understood everything and started to punish them by grabbing the two Fions and beating them. A red light flashed and Manaphy was taken in. Ability wet body when it rains. Status condition will be cured, it means to say sorry. That's right, it's Prince Manaphy of the Sea. Xia Fan said excitedly as the light got closer. Xia Fan could see the Pokémon clearly. But Manaphy didn't look like a strict mother. After Phione apologized, her stern face melted and she asked the two guys puzzledly where their brother was. Charm stare at rival adorably causing him to be careless, thus greatly reducing his attack, gender none. The two Fions answered behind them. But when they looked around and found that their brother was not there, they were confused. Tail glow, stare at the flickering light and concentrate your mind to greatly increase special attack. Aqua ring, cover your body with a curtain made of water. And your life contest condition will gradually recover. However, shortly after the two Fions left, a human wrapped in a light shield suddenly appeared above Manaphy's head. Is this Manaphy coming? Next time I will go home on time and not hang out outside anymore. And decisively threw out his Pokeball. Skills are as follows at the same time. Xia Fan's divine beast's perception fluctuated. Behind this Manaphy are a dozen small Fions. He kept calling out to Manaphy in a low voice. Carrying things none. Water-type phantom Pokémon Manaphy. The two Fions were crying so hard that the surrounding water Pokémon felt very sympathetic. Looking at the long skill panel in front of him, Xia Fan fell into deep thought. After looking at Manaphy's skills, I found that he has 3 skills that I really want to choose. One is Manaphy's exclusive skill Heart Swap. Another is Acid Armor that can turn the body into liquid. And the other is Tail Glow, a powerful auxiliary attack skill. Although the Heart Swap skill is an exclusive skill of Manaphy, if he remembered correctly, there should be another Pokémon that can also use it. That is the artificial Steel-type and Fairy-type Pokémon Eterna. Although many Pokémon have the skill Acid Armor, only the Steel-type legendary Pokémon Melmetal and Mew have it. It is basically impossible to obtain this skill from Mew. So if you don't choose it this time, you can only choose it from Melmetal later or cultivate a Phione or other Pokémon that has exceeded the race limit like Jengar. As for the skill Tail Glow, only 3 Pokémon have it. Besides Manaphy, there are Bug-type Illumise and Ultra Beast Circuitry. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan made a decision. System, I want Manaphy's Heart Swap. In terms of importance and practicality of the 3 skills, he thinks Heart Swap is better, although it has a time limit. If you know how to use it, thy skill can kill people. It would be a good idea to choose this first. As for Acid Armor and Tail Glow, he thinks it would be better to train a Pokémon that breaks the racial limit. Just like that, after a few seconds, Xia Fan felt that his brain seemed to be sublimated. The skill Heart Swap has been added to the skill list in my mind. In the sea, its child Phione can beat it up. Converted into human relationships, it is the manager's son, the chairman's father, and the CEO uncle who was invited by the father to manage on an equal footing. It means that he should release their king as soon as possible. My son often takes a walk to say hello to the water Pokémon in the ocean, to express his condolences and to publicize his status as a prince, which is equivalent to a mascot of spiritual symbol. While Xia Fan was still immersed in his skills, Mew interrupted him upon hearing this. Xia Fan released Manaphy from the Pokeball and snapped his fingers in the sea. That's right, the strongest Phione. Preferably as strong as you. No, wait, it should be as strong as it or a little weaker. Xia Fan threw the Poké Ball and released Jengar, Mana. Zio Luo Zio Guy, please explain my situation to it. Owner, after coming out of the Poké Ball Manaphy, who was originally thinking of getting angry, turned around and was immediately confused when he saw Lugia and Kyogre, and asked them why they were here from now on. Whenever he wants, he can temporarily exchange the souls of two creatures he touches, whether they are humans or Pokémon. Because of Manaphy's ability to exchange minds, he also has a strong talent for learning human language, so he can communicate with Xia Fan in brief human language. Let Lugia and Kyogre do the bragging for it, the strongest. Xiaoma, tell me who is the strongest Phione among your children. Manaphy is just a mascot in the sea. His strength is not that great. What is terrifying is his ability to exchange minds with Sing and summon a large group of water Pokémon as fighters. If his child Phione wants to bring him skills, he should have to break through to the god level like Jengar. Better than that, Dad hides in the deep sea, usually doing nothing and caring nothing, just resting. Only when his old rival Groudon shows up, he will come out to fight with him, proclaiming that he is still alive and telling the other party to be careful, and then go back to sleeper when his son calls him. He will occasionally come out to take a look, and then go back to rest again as soon as these two appeared. The water Pokémon that were looking at Xia Fan with angry expressions immediately became wilted and didn't dare to say a word. They were even more obedient than when Phione came just now. Lugia and Kyogre immediately agreed and introduced Xia Fan's existence to the Pokémon and Manaphy in an exaggerated and boastful way. Xia Fan waited until Manaphy was scolded enough by Lugia and Kyogre, then floated forward with a smile. He was also thinking about the skill Acid Armor, which Phione should also know. As long as one of them could fight the god of war, he would throw the ball. Then he noticed that there was something wrong with the looks of the Pokémon around him. They were looking at him with rage, and some were even preparing to attack. One of the Wailords was roaring at him. Uncle is better than Dad. He originally lived on land and maintained the relationship between humans and Pokémon. However, humans were ungrateful and burned down his house, so he came to the ocean later. He was found by the lazy second uncle, who asked him to be a manager, although he is very cold. He works diligently and will move wherever there is unevenness. Good master anyway from now on. When you see Xia Fan in the sea, just think of it as these two. Xia Fan started to act cool at the right time, and said calmly with his hands behind his back. Manaphy looked at Jengar with some contempt. The figure of Kyogre, a creator of the sea, suddenly appeared beneath his feet. What's wrong? Xia Fan looked over in confusion. Even if you are ordered to die, you have to do it immediately. All the water Pokémon in Manaphy nodded when they heard this. If Manaphy is their king, then Kyogre is the ancestor who provides them with a living environment, and Lugia is the ancestor who manages them. And the figure of Lugia, another person known as the god of the sea. Jengar, I have lived for thousands of years. What is that look in your eyes? Do you think I am inferior to you? Jengar noticed the look in Manaphy's eyes and immediately became angry. Come and fight me if you dare. Mana tilde, come on, who's afraid of who? Manaphy shook the tentacles on his head and said with disdain. At the same time, the two tentacles on its head began to emit light, and its legs gradually disappeared into the sea. Jengar became even angrier, and his body began to emit a dark aura. Okay, stop it. I want Phione to fight, not you, Manaphy. Looking at the two who were on the verge of a fight, Xia Fan sighed and interrupted them, used confusion to pull Jengar behind him, and spoke to Jengar in the shared spiritual world. I advise you not to commit suicide. In the sea, it would be easy for Manaphy to kill you. You are going to underestimate me too, Master. Seeing that Xia Fan also felt that he could not defeat the Manaphy he had just conquered, Jengar was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. It's not that I underestimate Yalbut in the sea. Its special skills can completely control you. Xia Fan felt it necessary to introduce the horror of mind exchange to Jengar. I tell ya once you fight it here, the mana fee will melt into the water, and you will not be able to tell where it is, then. It only needs to catch a Magikarp to exchange minds with you, and you will immediately become a useless person who can only splash water and let it play with you. So my Jengar ancestor imagined that scene. After Jengar heard Thesa picture appeared in his mind, and Rage's expression gradually turned into embarrassment. Xia Fan patted it and said, my old Jengar, sometimes you have to control your temper. Don't underestimate any mythical Pokémon. Although they are not powerful, some of them have special abilities that make people feel more frustrated and helpless than the Region Guardian. Jengar did not reply for the sake of face. It would not say a word to surrender to Manaphy. Humph, now you know how powerful I am. Although he didn't know why Jengar stopped talking, Manaphy still looked proud. Xia Fan turned around and scolded, don't be so proud. If you leave the Seven if you have a mind exchange, you will still be useless, because no one will stand there stupidly for you to touch. Unless you know teleport. Manaphy shut up immediately after being scolded. Xia Fan patted its head and said, go and bring your strongest Phione here. Manaphy then left. Jengar's telepathy suddenly sounded. Master, can Phione do a heart swap? No, Xia Fan shrugged. If Phione could also heart swap, then they would directly jump from rare Pokémon to legendary Pokémon, which would be terrifying. Jengar breathed a sigh of relief, his confidence rising again. Then let's discuss it with the master and let Cresselia out. What are you going to do? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, then looked at him mischievously, and understood what Jengar was planning. Nothing. I just thought it should come out to see this kind of scene. Jengar said. The Pokémon then dispersed. Xia Fan nodded and said directly, let the two of them fight against Jengar alone. Xia Fan snapped his fingers. Don't talk nonsense, you will know after you fight. Xia Fan scolded before the two Phions could reply. Manaphy answered, Master, don't worry. These two of my children will never be defeated by it. After saying that, he waved his hand and asked the Pokémon to make way for Jengar and the others to fight. Tilde, there was a flash of red light, and Cresselia was released next to Jengar. Come on. Manaphy insisted on thinking so, and there was nothing he could do. If the child got beaten up later, it wouldn't be his fault as the owner for not reminding him. Don't be too harsh, he's still a child after all. Xia Fan didn't think the Jengar would lose. Try your best to help me feel how long it will take for them to break through the racial limit and possess power comparable to that of a god. Xia Fan could only pat Jengar on the shoulder to comfort his wounded heart. Jengar floated over and looked at the two Phions with amusement. The two Phions who were imprisoned on the spot wanted to use their charm skill, but faced with the terrifying image and scary laughter of Jengar, they were so frightened that they could not use it and could only tremble. 2 against 1, can it win? Manaphy couldn't help but look down on Jengar again. Feina tilde. You two should not underestimate the enemy, fight well. Uncle Jengar is much stronger than you think, understand. If you underestimate the enemy and get beaten, no one will help you fight back. Xia Fan frowned slightly, because these two skills were a bit inferior in his eyes. Xia Fan nodded, then teleported to Phione and spoke seriously. But it took one look at Jengar, then turned its head away, and floated away to greet Kyogre and Lugia, not giving Jengar any chance to show himself. The facts were just as he thought. Don't worry, Master. I'm not that petty. 2 streams of black air-carrying spells rushed towards the two Phions, imprisoning them on the spot, unable to move. In that case, let the battle begin. Seeing this, Jengar laughed even more happily, and stepped forward and licked the two Phions twice, making them dazed on the ground. After a few seconds, they burst into tears, looking like I was no longer pure. Feina tilde. Master, they are the 2 strongest among my children. Their strengths are equal. Xia Fan smiled, not wanting to expose her, and took out Cresselia's Pokeball upon hearing this. Xia Fan stared at Manaphy with his mouth open for a long time, and finally pulled it with a teleport and left the battlefield. A minute later, Manaphy swam over with two Fions. One used the skill Whirlpool, and the other used the skill Bubble Beam. After snapping their fingers at Jenger's signal, the two Fions were the first to attack. Jenger chuckled, then opened his hands and a cold, dark aura began to sweep across the sea. 1 second later, when the two skills hit Jenger, Jenger directly used his fat body to sit on the seabed vortex and took the bubble beam without frowning, and his racial ability curse was activated. After Jenger finished licking it, he looked at Manaphy with contempt. At this time, Manaphy was in a state of shock and disbelief that his child could be controlled so easily. Xia Fan on the side couldn't help but shook his head and said, "I told you not to be arrogant, but you still don't believe me." Manaphy looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan continued, "I don't know if you believe it or not, but I'm telling you. The Jenger in front of you is different from the Jenger you know. Not only is it a different color, it's also the first Jenger in the history of the Jenger clan to break through the race limit and possess divine power. It can fight with many legendary Pokémon of the same status as you, and even defeat them." After saying that, Xia Fan waved his hand, stopping this battle that couldn't even be called a crushing victory. "Come on, no need to compete. What are you fighting about? He can beat anyone, Luja Kyogre. Take these two Fions away and see if you can train them to have god-level power." Xia Fan handed these two Fions, which Manaphy considered to be powerful, to Luja and Kyogre. He could only hope to train them to god level and then exchange their skills for acid armor. If that didn't work, he would have to wait to get it from Melmetal. But after a few seconds, Xia Fan suddenly stopped again and subdued one of the throwing balls, causing Luja and Kyogre to look at it in confusion. "Forget it, let Luja take both. I have a test I want to try," Xia Fan said lightly. He suddenly thought of a question just now, that is, whether the Pokémon that broke through the racial limit and was comparable to gods with the help of the system could provide him with skill choices. It is just trying these two now. If it doesn't work, it can only wait for the other Phione trained by Luja. In short, at least one of them will succeed. He went into the room and fell asleep immediately, and waited until the next day to head towards Ash's destination. Snowpoint Citaful of energy. Ash and Zyaroging looked at Xia Fan in confusion as he pulled people in so quickly. After everything was arranged, Xia Fan snapped his fingers and sent Kyogre, Luja and the two Fions away via space teleportation. In addition to Dawn successfully winning the medal of the Mudong Town contest today, she also saw the Phione from last night again in the morning. Finally, it looked back at Jenger. The young man is in annoyance now. At this time, Xia Fan had also had a good sleep. When she arrived at the restaurant to prepare stuffed cheeks, Ash and the others sat over and shared the interesting things that happened today. They are worthy of being the protagonists. I don't know if it is fate that makes them have to have their brains lowered when they are so lucky, or the rarer their natures are, the less I like them. Unless they come close to me and actively ask to be tamed. And the stronger they are, the more I like to release them and give them freedom. However, since he was defeated in the end, he could only return home with his companions in disappointment. They looked at each other, thinking that since he still had strength, it might just be a minor cold, so they said no more. Changed their clothes, brought breakfast for Xia Fan, put it on the table and left. Xia Fan's soul-searching question made Dawn pause. After a few seconds, slapped her forehead, regretting that she was only proud that her Bunyari was liked by Phione and forgot why she didn't think of conquering him at that time. As for why Kyogre was not trained, it was because Xia Fan felt that Kyogre, a guy who liked rest, would most likely turn a deaf ear to its words. It was called training, but in fact it was just leaving him aside and not caring at all. In this case, it would be better to hand it over to Luja, who had a child to take care of and was diligent. That Phione liked Dawn's Bunyari very much, and even dueled with Ash's Pikachu for it in this way. Time passed, and it was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Ash and his friends came back. More than an hour later, Ash and Zyoging woke up from their sleep and pushed Xia Fan. Subsequent updates will be added in the next few days. Xia Fan sighed although he felt sympathy. He was very sleepy and just wanted to go back to rest. So he took out the Pokeball and took Jengar and Cresselia back. And took Mew back to where they came from. After listening to this, Xia Fan was surprised and said, "Well, since it likes Bunnery, why don't you take the opportunity to subdue it? Is Phione not rare or is it not cute enough? Or is it just not lucky?" The author has something to say. Just like that, Ash and the other two, who were originally happy, lost their appetite immediately after hearing Xia Fan's words. Xia Fan looked at their expressions and was speechless. I think I have a cold. How about I not go to exercise today?" Xia Fan, who hadn't slept all night, had dark circles under his eyes. But he told the lie he had prepared without blushing or beating his heart. It is happiest when it doesn't have to take care of the children. Ash and Zyoging also paused. And then they realized why they didn't suggest Dawn to take the opportunity to subdue it. Xia Fan hurriedly pulled him back. "No. It's just a minor cold. I've already taken medicine, and I think it will be fine after a good night's sleep. So I won't be watching Dawn's contest this afternoon. You guys go ahead. Well, it's time for me to go back to Ash and the others. You guys should just continue living your lives as usual. Have a cold? Wait a minute. I'll go find Nurse Joy and see if she has any cold medicine." Ash said worriedly and turned to leave the room to find Joy. Because Lick's behavior just now made its goddess Cresselia feel extremely disgusted and contemptuous. Lugia and Kyogre didn't ask any more questions after hearing Xia Fan's answer. But Kyogre was a little happy. "Well, it seems that I have to find an opportunity to teach it how to be a gentleman in capturing a goddess. Or at least change its fighting style when it is bullying the weak. Mr. Xia Fan should get up and exercise." Ash and Zyoging have a good habit, which is to take their Pokémon for exercise every day when they get up. It was already 6 in the morning when they returned to the Pokémon Center in Mudong Town. Ash and Zyoging were still sleeping soundly and didn't notice that he hadn't returned all night. 7 days later, a group of 4 people wearing winter clothes arrived near Snopant City. This is a snow-covered city located at the northernmost tip of the Sinnoh region. At this time, at the end of a woods outside Snopant City, a short-haired girl was waiting for Xia Fan and his group with a Glamour. She is Dawn's rival and good friend in the Sinnoh region contest. Named Zoe since her hometown is Snopant City. Dawn said hello before coming this time and waited outside the city early in the morning. Zoe, after a familiar girl's voice, as well as the voices of Pika Pika and Boga Boga, were heard from the end of the snow-covered road. Zoe looked back and saw Xia Fan and the other 3. She smiled and pointed at her watch and said, "The time is just right." Dawn smiled and said, "Right. That's because my mom has always told me since I was a kid that I should never be late for an appointment." Ash couldn't help but complain to Xia Fan. Even though she said that, it was because she overslept that she kept saying she was going to be late. "We didn't even have breakfast and ran all the way here from the Pokémon Center in Lilang Town." Xia Fan didn't say anything, but instead looked at Dawn's murderous eyes and cleared his throat, reminding Ash not to offend women. Zoe on the other side laughed after hearing this. "Welcome everyone to Snopant City, a winter city with shining ice fronts." After saying this, he made a welcoming gesture and let the 4 people go in. 20 minutes later, the 5 entered Snopant City. However, as soon as they entered, a powder snow attack suddenly came from a tree not far ahead. Xia Fan was the first to react. He quickly pulled everyone to the back to avoid the attack, and gave orders in a cold voice. "Zio Huan Thunderbolt." Pika Mew jumped out from Xia Fan's shoulder, and at the same time, a powerful thunderbolt burst out from his body and hit the tree. But the next second, there came a tragic growl between people and Pokémon on the tree. Then a pretty girl in a huge Abomasnow fell down. However, the girl's hair was all standing up, and she looked very disheveled. Ash stepped forward and said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing by suddenly attacking us?" At this time, Zoe hurried forward to help the girl up. "Senior, Your way of welcoming is really enough, really. Morty was delighted. That's great. I haven't had a challenger for a long time. Morty smiled and said because this city is far away cold and has nothing, there are rarely any challengers. The girl became even more excited. Mom, could this be knitted by your mother herself? How amazing. So cute, so nice. When they got closer, the three kids pointed at the young man behind them and said, Teacher, some older brothers want to challenge the gym. Since you are not here, we asked her to wait in the school. The girl who fell to the ground looked very calm. She was not angry at all about being attacked. Instead, she seemed happy. Senior player. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and guessed the man's identity from his reaction. That's my seniors and my alma mater. Zoe introduced it to everyone with a smile. At this time, one of the young men opposite was also surprised, staring at Ash and his Pikachu, then looking at Dawn and her Piplup and finally at Zyoging. As for Xia Fan, he just glanced at him and passed by. Desolate. Why? Ash wondered. Want to challenge the gym too? Morty asked in surprise. He glanced at Ash and his group, then at the young men opposite. He didn't expect that. He usually didn't see a challenger in a month. But there were so many today. Xia Fan, Ash, and Zyoging looked at each other and couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with this man's brain. Otherwise, his insensitivity was a bit too much. The guy who directed Pikachu to attack. You counterattacked pretty quickly. But luckily my Abomasnow blocked it in front of me. Otherwise I would have to be hospitalized. Feeling the girl's burning gaze, Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Gym trainer. Ash suddenly came to his senses. He suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was extremely sane. He excitedly stepped forward and said, Hello, me name is Ash. And I'm the trainer who is going to challenge the Snopant gym. Ash. Dawn was also embarrassed and said, My mother gave this to me. The people on the sidelines were speechless just then. Three children who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old ran over from the school, followed by several young men. But the next second, the girl seemed to have discovered a new world. She ran to Dawn excitedly and pointed at her scarf and said, This is so cute. Hey, where did you buy it? Veilstone City. Jubilife City. My gym is usually quite deserted, said Morty. The girl was stunned and thought what the schoolgirl said made sense. So she quickly turned around and posed to Xia Fan and his group with her Pokémon Abomasnow and said energetically, I'm Morty, the gym trainer of Snopant Gym in Snopant City. Please give me your guidance. The four people's dissatisfied expressions paused. This person is probably a masochist, Morty teacher. Zoe couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to pull the girl away. Okay. Senior, can you please say hello to me first? Morty looked at it in surprise. Zoe smiled and said, Gon is the former gym trainer of the Nibai Gym in the Kanto region. What, so we are in the same industry? Morty covered his mouth and laughed. Then led everyone to a Pokémon Breeder Academy. Morty said, I was too idle at the gym, so I also served as a teacher at my alma mater. After saying this, the girl hurriedly led the way for everyone. Right. Very good, very good. I like trainers like you who are quick to respond. Zyoging said awkwardly, I can understand the loneliness of not having any challengers show up. Do you know, Mace? Ash looked at the 5 young men opposite him in surprise. I don't really know you. I just watched a few of your games from afar and thought you were very good at commanding Pikachu to fight. So I remembered your name. The young man stretched out his hand to shake Ash's and introduced himself. My name is Music. Nice to meet you. The other 4 also hurriedly said, My name is Yang Qi. My name is Yang Fan. My name is Zhuzhong. My name is Le Ziking. These 4 people were also very warm to Ash, Dawn, and Zyoging. It made all 3 of them feel a little embarrassed. Hardcore player Xia Fans, who was regarded as an outsider for a moment, raised his eyebrows again and confirmed the identities of several people even more. Since everyone is here to challenge a Jimhao about this, let's have a quiz to decide the order of challenge. After they finished greeting each other, the careless Morty suggested excitedly, Okay. Ash said confidently. He liked this way of determining the order of priority. The 5 young men opposite were stunned. They were just about to ask Ash to challenge first so as to get closer to him. But now it is obviously not possible. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at a classroom at the Pokémon Breeder Academy. While on the way, the 5 people finally asked Xia Fan's name. When they learned that Xia Fan was traveling with Ash and his group, they immediately looked at him with hostility, obviously. He wanted to kick Xia Fan out so that he could travel with Ash and the others. Xia Fan sneered at this. The people from the God-catching hall had had the same idea as them and took action before. But he didn't explain why they didn't come in. Since there are 2 parties, let's have a 5v5 battle. The challenge is to answer a puzzle. Mythical's party has more correct answers, so they can challenge first. Ash and his party have more correct answers, so Ash and Xia Fan can challenge first. In order to ensure fair numbers, Morty also brought in Dawn, Ash, and his schoolmate Zoe. A minute later, everyone got the quick answer button and sat in the classroom waiting for Morty to ask the question. Prepare for the first question. Morty watched excitedly as everyone rushed to answer questions in order to challenge her gym. Pikachu is bites. Before Morty finished his question, Ash pressed the button for the quick answer and said with a fist, "Okay, I got this one, Xia Fan," who was drinking water and waiting for the questions to be answered to show off his superb hand speed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of water and looked at Ash in a daze. Damn, you already know the answer after only 3 words of the question. Is the protagonist's halo finally going to explode again? Ash ignored Xia Fan's surprised look and said confidently, Pikachu's questions require me to answer correctly. And the answer to this question is electrical, Hoothoot. As soon as he finished speaking, Morty decisively gave Ash a wrong card. Ash scratched his head awkwardly. That's impossible. Questions like this should basically be asking what attribute Pikachu has. I think you have a very smart attribute. Xia Fan on the side couldn't help but mutter. As Ash finished answering, Morty continued with the previous question. Pikachu is a mouse Pokémon. So Morty still hadn't finished the question. And Dawn, the smartest second, pressed the button and said excitedly, I know. The answer is the mouse Pokémon, Hoothoot. Morty once again gave a wrong card, puff. There was laughter from the 5 people on the other side. Dawn blushed slightly and said in confusion, That's impossible if Pikachu is a mouse Pokémon. Then the next question should be what kind of Pokémon Pichu is. Morty shook his head. You are too naive. I will never give such a question. Listen to the real question. If Pikachu is a rat Pokémon, then what Pokémon is Cyndaquil? Bite. Xia Fan finally started to answer. The moment he finished speaking, he pressed the button and said lightly, Fire rat Pokémon. Congratulations on getting the answer right. Morty said with a smile. Ash Dawn was confused after hearing this. Damn, how can it be like this? The topic suddenly jumped from Pikachu to Cyndaquil. If you don't listen to the whole question, one can guess it. Next, let's move on to the second question. Morty snapped his fingers. An Abra appeared on the question panel behind him. Everyone held their breath and waited, as did the 5 players on the opposite side. They felt that they could not let Xia Fan continue to act arrogantly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to kick this person out later. The next question is Abra sleeps for 18 hours a day. So how many hours can the stench from Stunky last? After the question was said, everyone paused. Because no one had Stunky. And who knows how many hours they could last. Everyone looked at each other except Xia Fan, who stood there motionless, speaking to let himself think for a while. About 2 minutes later, Xia Fan pressed the button and said calmly, The answer is simple, 24 hours. Congratulations, you got the answer right again. If you answer 3 questions correctly, you will be qualified to challenge the gym first. Morty said with a smile, Mr. Xia Fan, you are so awesome. Ash immediately jumped up excitedly. Xia Fan shrugged and said calmly, so easy, after all. No one present could provide off-field assistance like he did. He just asked the Pokémon through the spiritual shared world. As a result, Darkrai, who was at the Team Galactic headquarters, helped him capture a Team Galactic member with Stunky. After Nightmare served him, he got the answer out of him. Damn it, that guy succeeded again. The 5 players on the opposite side were annoyed. As soon as they saw Ash, their first thought was to join in, as the chances of encountering rare or legendary Pokémon in the future would definitely be greatly increased. But now that some colleagues have joined in, it is natural that they will try every possible means to drive this person away. Answer the next question carefully and make sure to defeat him. Mythical said to his companions. The other 4 nodded. Now we come to Ash's match point question. Everyone please listen to the question. The panel behind Morty changes again, this time to Meowth. This question is what is the only trick that Meowth can learn when he is still Meowth. Everyone paused again because no one was raising Meowth. Ash Dawn looked directly at Xia Fan. After Xia Fan replied with a thought, asked Molters, who was staying next to Jesse James, to go and ask Meowth quickly. Master, one of them is using a cell phone at this moment. Mew's telepathy suddenly emerged in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan turned his head slightly and glanced over, and found that Mythical, who was sitting at the edge opposite him, had his head lowered, which was indeed a bit strange. Clatter without thinking. Xia Fan snapped his fingers, and then a bolt of thunder struck down. It directly split through the roof and landed beside Mythical. The person on the other side was so scared that he almost lost his soul. And Mythical, who was holding the phone, dropped it and peed his pants in fear. Ashai's friends and Morty were also startled and walked over when they saw this. Only Xia Fan pinched his nose and said directly, "Oh, how come the phone fell out of my pocket because of the shock?" Everyone was stunned, and they heard something wrong in Xia Fan's words. They all looked at Mythical, who smelled of urine, and realized from his locked zipper pocket that he might have been holding a cell phone. "You weren't cheating just now," Morty frowned. "No, of course not." Among the 5 people, Mythical shook his head decisively. "Then how come the phone fell to the ground? Your pocket is closed. I told you on the way to keep these things away," Morty said dissatisfiedly. But when he saw Morty, who had just given Ash a medal, he hardened up again and simply ignored Ash and walked up to him and said, "You are Miss Morty, the gym trainer, right?" "Yes." Morty nodded, as well. Mythical was so nervous that he didn't know how to respond. Listening to Dawn and Xiaoging's teasing, Paul walked away faster. Xia Fan returned to the topic at this time, picked up the button and pressed it. Correct answer. Morty, who was still dissatisfied, was stunned. He didn't expect Xia Fan was still thinking about answering the question at this time. It's Paul. Mythical, who was watching the fight at the gym, was stunned by Jenger's sudden invincible fighting power. Xia Fan glanced at the 5 people who followed him, smiled contemptuously, and released his white Jenger as before, and ravaged Morty in less than a minute. In this gym challenge, Morty specifically let Xia Fan challenge first. "What is that?" Dawn exclaimed with Xia Fan's victory. Morty took his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center for recuperation, and brought it back about 3 hours later to battle Ash. Ash on the side showed an excited expression. "I know. It's the battle pyramid I fought with its owner, Mr. Brandon." Morty was not embarrassed after the defeat. Just like when they first met, he kept praising Xia Fan with a masochistic attitude and showed his admiration. Paul said, "Please have a gym match with me." "I see. I'll come back tomorrow." But as soon as he walked out of the gym, the ground suddenly shook. However, when he got the icicle badge of the Snopant gym, a familiar figure opened the door and walked in. But the next second, when Xia Fan said that she wanted to personally transfer 200 yuan to repair the roof of their academy that was damaged by thunder, her expression changed again, and she immediately became normal, pulling Xia Fan and Ash to complete the challenge as soon as possible. When he saw Xia Fan's cold expression paused, and then he quickly looked away, fearing that he would recall the time when he was hungry due to lack of money. I even couldn't help but imagine that after Xia Fan was kicked out of the team, he followed Ash and the others to capture one legendary Pokémon after another. Morty teacher, I have figured out the answer to the last question. The only trick that can be learned when Meowth is still Meowth is payday. Morty shook his head awkwardly. Sorry. I just had 2 games today. And I have 5 more games waiting for me. You may be late for a day or 2. Dawn smiled and nodded, who told him to overestimate his own abilities and fight Mr. Xia Fan's Deoxys battle pyramid. Everyone looked around in panic, and finally saw a huge black pyramid flying over their heads. Paul nodded, turned around and left, and quickened his pace as he passed Xia Fan. If I remember correctly, its owner Brandon seems to have the legendary 3 Pokémon pillars like him. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Damn it. This Flash Jengar of his must have been captured following Ash. We must definitely take his place. He looked around the gym with a cold expression. And the 5 people followed. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He had an impression of this. Ash's victory was much more difficult than Xia Fan's. Both sides fought until the last Pokémon, and Ash defeated Morty's Abomasnow with the quadruple damage restrained by the Chimchar attribute. It seems that he is only afraid of Mr. Xia Fan. Zyrogging, who witnessed everything, said softly to Dawn, "You fought the battle pyramids." Paul was a little surprised by what Ash said. Ash looked proud. Yes, that was when I was in Kanto region. I challenged him several times before I finally defeated him with great difficulty. At that time he sent all his Skeptile, Torkoal, Charizard, Bulbasaur, Squirtling, Pikachu to the battle. What, you won? Paul went from being surprised to being shocked. He never expected that his defeated opponent could actually defeat Battle Pyramid. Paul just then a van stopped outside the gym. A young man who looked a bit like Paul but was a head taller walked down. Paul glanced at him, called him brother, and then shut up again in a haughty manner. It's Mr. Reggie. Dawn said happily, this is Paul's biological brother, who runs a Pokémon foster home in Veilstone City, helping trainers take care of Pokémon that they have no time to manage. Xia Fan and his group met him when they passed through Veilstone City a few months ago. Hi everyone, Reggie smiled at everyone, then looked at Xia Fan. Long time no see, Mr. Xia Fan. Xia Fan also smiled and nodded, unlike Paul, who is aloof. Reggie is much more friendly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running a Pokémon foster shop. Moreover, he had already known about Xia Fan's possession of Deoxys through his younger brother Paul. Ash said, Mr. Reggie, why are you here? I was just about to send the Pokémon I was taking care of back to the trainer. Reggie thought of something and said, by the way, did you see a pyramid-like building flying through the sky just now? You mean Mr. Brandon's battle pyramid, Ash said. Yes, you know it. Reggie was also surprised. Do you know where it flew to? He flew over there. Ash pointed Reggie in a direction. Mr. Reggie, what do you want to do with the battle pyramid? I once challenged Mr. Brandon from Battle Pyramid but unfortunately lost. Now that I see him today, I might as well go over and take a look. I just don't know if Mr. Brandon is willing to meet me. Reggie said straightforwardly, not at all embarrassed to speak because of his defeat. That's easy, Mr. Reggie. I have Mr. Brandon's contact information. I'll contact him through the Pokémon Center to see if I can meet him. Ash agreed and led everyone to a trot to the nearby Pokémon Center. After taking out a small notebook with contact information from his backpack, he made a video call request to Battle Pyramid in front of a computer. After a while, the video call was connected, and a capable middle-aged man and a young man wearing a turban appeared. Ash quickly greeted him. Mr. Brandon, long time no see. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Isn't this a teenager? The middle-aged man in the video looked surprised. What can I do for you? Ash then told the middle-aged man about what he had just seen in the Battle Pyramid, and asked if he could meet with it. The middle-aged man agreed readily. In this way, Xia Fan and his group of 4, Zoe and Paul, got into Reggie's van, and the group of 7 went to the address given by the middle-aged man. As for Snopant City's gym leader Morty, he rode his Pokémon over, and the 5 players were simply abandoned. By the way, what is Battle Pyramid on the way to meet Mr. Brandon? Dawn asked the doubts in the car. Zio Gang explained with a smile. It's the last level of Kanto's Battle Frontier that Ash once challenged. Dawn hesitated and said, I remember Battle Frontier was. Zio Gang answered quickly, yes. It is the same as the Pokémon Gym. It is a facility where you can fight against super powerful trainers known as Pioneering Brains. Mr. Brandon is the Pioneering Brain of Kanto. Known as the Pyramid King, he has 3 legendary Pokémon, namely Regirock, Regison, Registeel. The 3 pillars. Dawn took out the Pokédex and started looking up information. While checking, Dawn looked at Xia Fan and said, by the way, Mr. Xia Fan, do you want to have a battle with Mr. Brandon? Release your Darkrai Cresselia and Deoxys to fight and see whose legendary Pokémon is stronger. Hearing Dawn's words, Reguho was driving. Turned back in shock. You also have the legendary Nightmare God Darkrai and the Dream God Cresselia. Paul, the cool criminal sitting in the passenger seat, also looked back in shock. MMP1 Deoxys is enough for him, how come this guy has 2? He had always wanted to take revenge on Xia Fan for his previous defeat and win back the money he had lost from Xia Fan. Ash, Zyoging, and Zoe also looked at Xia Fan. They were very curious about the battle between legendary Pokémon. But they didn't know that Xia Fan's Darkrai had already been thrown by Xia Fan to the Team Galactic headquarters to cause trouble for the boss Cyrus. A battle. Looking at everyone's gaze, Xia Fan smiled. In fact, just now at the Pokémon Center, he had contacted Long Zio and Qi Ziking to transmit his 3 sacred pillars over. He also wanted to see how much his 3 divine pillars had grown with the help of the system over such a long time. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at a snowy plain outside Snopant City. There, everyone saw the battle pyramid parked on the plain from afar. As they got closer, everyone saw 2 figures who seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. As everyone got off the car, Mr. Brandon, who had been waiting for a long time, crossed his arms and said with a smile on his face, "It's really surprising." Reguho was walking in front. Said politely, "It's been a long time since we last met, Mr. Brandon. I didn't expect to see you again in Sinnoh region." Mr. Brandon smiled, looked around at the crowd, paused in front of Ash and Zyoging, said, "They are all familiar faces that make me nostalgic." At this time, Paul took the initiative to step forward. Mr. Brandon glanced at him and said, "I remember you are Reggie's younger brother, right? I think you were there when your brother challenged me. Thank you for remembering me. I hope you can have a Pokémon battle with me right now here." Paul said this while glancing at Xia Fan, who was at the end of the group. "Paul, you want a challenge too?" Ash was surprised. Just now in the car, they were trying to get Mr. Xia Fan to challenge them, but they didn't expect that Paul, who didn't say a word, would take the lead in challenging them. HMPH, he'll definitely get beaten up soon. Dawn, who was standing behind Zoe, snorted coldly. What she hated most was people like Paul who were rude, liked to brag, and insisted on being stubborn even after losing. Yes, well said. Zoe and Dawn shared the same opinion and were equally displeased with Paul's expression of not taking anyone seriously. He is in a completely different world from his brother. However, facing Paul's challenge, Brandon agreed. Just as he was about to lead everyone into the battle pyramid, a white zip drove over after a while. A beautiful woman with exotic looks, wearing a headscarf and a white robe, walked down from the zip. "Oh, Miss Shenzi, Mr. Brandon seemed to know her and greeted her as soon as he saw her. "I've been waiting for a long time, Mr. Brandon." The woman bowed politely. "Young men, let me introduce you, Mr. Brandon introduced to the Xia Fan crowd. "This is the priestess who manages the Snopant Temple. Miss Shenzi, hello everyone." The woman bowed politely to everyone again. The Snopant Temple, the place where the legendary Holy Pillar King Regigigas lives. Xia Fan frowned slightly, remembering something about the place name, only to be interrupted the next second. because Xiaoging, who was standing next to him, bumped into him, then jumped over him, and extreme speed knelt on one knee in front of the woman. If I had known there was such a beautiful lady here, I would have gone straight to the Snopant Temple as soon as I arrived here. As soon as he finished speaking, Krogunk, who had not allowed Xiaoging Salacin to flirt with girls as usual, suddenly appeared next to Xiaoging and directly hit Xiaoging's anus with a horizontal shovel, paralyzed him and dragged him away. And the funny farce ended, this guy. Xia Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he looked at Xiaoging, who was dragged behind by Krogunk. This pervert is really amazing. He never flirts with girls who are younger than him and have flat chests. He only flirts with older girls who have some social experience. Zoe, what is the temple? Dawn asked her best friend Zoe. Zoe smiled and said, the Snopant Temple is a temple that is much farther away from here and has a long history. At this time, Mr. Brandon told everyone why he came. I came to the Sinnoh region to investigate the legend of the Snopant Temple. Xiaogang asked, so Mr. Brandon, you are also a researcher of ancient civilization, right? Mr. Brandon nodded. Miss Shenzi smiled and said, but I really didn't expect you to come here directly on the battle pyramid. It seems that I scared you, Mr. Brandon said, looking at his disciples, Sauteru. You and Miss Kamiko should go to the temple first. The disciple Zauteru was a little flustered. What about you? Master, Mr. Brandon frowned slightly. Okay. When Jenger normal flatters someone, it is definitely when he has something to ask of him. And his lower fan can tell it with his butt. Master, that Paul is really overpowered, tripping as usual. How does he think he is qualified to fight a 6v6 battle with legendary Pokémon and be able to replace Pokémon at any time? Isn't he afraid that he can't beat any Pokémon? Paul did not avoid mentioning Xia Fan and the others who were following behind him. After saying that, Mr. Brandon turned around and led the way for everyone. If it was Yuawai's master who said those words, it would be fine, but if it was him, a good-looking but useless pretender, he would be waiting for a slap in the face. Master, I believe you will be able to easily ravage that guy named Brandon later. A flash of red light appeared, and the rock god Pillar Regirock made a brilliant appearance. Xiaoging walked to the referee seat in high spirits, and just when he opened his mouth to say that he would be the referee, he was ruthlessly rejected by the arrogant Paul. Paul said, I want to do what you couldn't do back then, brother. And since Ash won, I can definitely do it too, and if I win, then my growth over these days will be enough for me to have another fight with that Xia Fan. Mr. Brandon followed closely. Go ahead, Regirock. Okay, thank you, Master. I hope you can beat up that old thief Brandon and show off your reputation. Come back, duck-billed fire dragons. Xia Fan frowned slightly and said through the shared spiritual world, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. Don't flatter me with these disgusting words. You're so pretentious, Dawn pouted. And Piplup on her shoulder nodded in agreement. A red light flashed and Hariyama, who had a double effect on rock type, appeared, surprisingly. The arrogant Paul suddenly stopped pretending to be arrogant. After seeing that the Pokémon sent by Brandon was the Geo Pillar that restrains the fire type, he decisively decided to change the Pokémon. Paul, why do you have to do this on the way? Reggie looked at his brother with some dissatisfaction. Just now in the car, they had agreed to let Xia Fan take the challenge, Mr. Brandon looked at Paul and said, since this boy is so eager to fight me, how can I refuse this fight? I will go over later. Okay, come on, I will take any attack, Mr. Brandon said calmly with his arms folded across his chest. However, come out, duck-billed fire dragon. Okay, Xia Fan agreed decisively. If he didn't agree, Jenger would definitely cry and complain that he had promised to help it chase Cresselia. But there was still no result. Jenger's telepathy suddenly rang in Xia Fan's mind. At this time, the battle between Paul and Brandon began. Paul confidently threw out his Pokémon first. As Paul spoke, he looked back at Fan with burning eyes. He doesn't dare to challenge Xia Fan easily now. After all, a challenge would risk losing everything, Mr. Brandon is different. He doesn't have to pay for the challenging if he wins. He will have the confidence to fight Xia Fan and win back the money he lost. The tone was extremely sarcastic, showing complete disdain for Paul. Hariyama get ready to fight 5 minutes later. Everyone arrived at a battle site in the battle pyramid, with Paul and Brandon standing on either side. Jengar dived after saying that, not letting Xia Fan have any second thoughts. The fact was just as Xia Fan thought soon. Jengar's uncomfortable laughter sounded in his mind. You are worthy of being my master. No matter what you think, you can't hide it, in fact. I just want you to let me out when Cresselia is foraging tonight. I haven't talked to it for a long time. In the spirit-sharing world, it always ignores me when I talk to it. What do you think? After saying that, Paul quickened his pace and followed closely behind Mr. Brandon beside 7. If I lose, it won't affect Xia Fan's challenge. Instead, it will help him realize Mr. Brandon's strength in advance. In this case, he should thank me even more. There is no need for a referee. Paul held the piquet ball and coldly decided the battle method. The battle method is a 6-on-6 full battle. Pokémon can be replaced. How about fighting until all Pokémon of one side lose their combat effectiveness? It's quite smart that they sent out the fighting department. Looking at Hariyama, who appeared, Xia Fan's expression flashed with surprise. The fighting attribute restrains rock, ice, and steel. So the 3 pillars are completely restrained by a fighting Hariyama. What Paul doesn't know is, when Xia Fan was so surprised, he first attacked Mr. Brandon on the battlefield. Let's get started. Regirock Stone Edge. Regirock opened his hands, and strings of white halos appeared around his body. The halo gradually solidified and 2 seconds later, a sharp rock condensed and attacked Hariyama. Paul sneered. Block it, Hariyama shouted, and immediately blocked in front of him with his hands that could knock away 10 tons. Paul, using rock skills is not good for Hariyama. Are you exploring the way, Mr. Brandon smiled and said, whatever you say it is. Paul's face turned cold. Hariyama arm thrust. After blocking Stone Edge, Hariyama shouted loudly and slapped Regirock hard with his huge palms. I was expecting fighting skills to smash Regirock into pieces at this moment. However, this skill was just released and Mr. Brandon said calmly, suppress it. Regirock heard this and easily slapped Hariyama's hand away with his hands, then hugged Hariyama tightly. Hariyama was unable to move after being hugged. Mr. Brandon took the opportunity to issue a third command, Shock Wave. The next second, the rock type's whole body burst into a strong electric current, paralyzing Hariyama and throwing him away. The moment he threw it away, Brandon immediately responded with the 4th instruction. Concentrate your attack, Regirock. Regirock Rock's constructed right hand burst into a burst of white light, taking advantage of the moment when Hariyama's paralysis was relieved. He used this powerful fighting skill, bang, after the blow. Hariyama fell to the ground instantly and lost his ability to fight. Several people on the sidelines were amazed. As expected of Regirock, he was able to resolve the battle so quickly despite the attribute restraint. Ash exclaimed, he feels much stronger than when I challenged him. Xia Fan on the side smiled but said nothing. Hariyama certainly has the attribute to restrain the 3 pillars. But this kind of attribute restraint is of little use to legendary Pokémon. Not to mention the 3 pillars with super high special defense and physical defense. Their defense is even unmatched by many powerful first-level gods. The only difference is their attack power. But this poor attack power is more than enough to face ordinary Pokémon. Paul throws out a second Pokémon. Electabuzz get ready to fight. A flash of red light and Electabuzz appears. Everyone outside the venue was surprised. They didn't expect that Paul, who was trying to use attribute restraint in the last game, would now switch to Electabuzz, which has no suppressing effect on the rock system. Are they planning to sacrifice this Electabuzz to consume Regirock's health points, making it easier for the subsequent Pokémon? Xia Fan muttered. Apart from speculating in this direction, He really couldn't figure out why this arrogant guy sent Electabuzz out. And the chance of defeating him was basically zero. Electabuzz brick break while everyone was guessing. Paul commanded Electabuzz to launch the first attack. Electabuzz shouted, and his right hand flashed with electricity before slashing forward. Unfortunately, a brick break did not cause much damage to Regirock, but instead he was hit by a stone edge. Paul Electabuzz protect. Electabuzz covered his head with his hands, and a thin green light shield emerged and wrapped himself. However, under the rock attack of Stone Edge, Electabuzz's protect only lasted for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the light shield shattered and Electabuzz was hit by sharp rocks and rolled several meters. How is this possible? Protect can't even completely defend against it. Paul gritted his teeth, unable to accept this outcome. He sent Electabuzz to consume Regirock's health, contest condition and skill points. But now that he had used Protect, he still couldn't block even a stone edge. Destroy the Death Ray. This time Paul started giving the first attack order. Nidoking, get ready to fight, a red light flashed. And the duck-billed fire dragon appeared, Regirock. Xia Fan shook his head. Compared with our god who fights against attributes, Comrade Ash, Comrade Paul has no other means of winning except thinking about attribute restraint. Come out Registeel among them. Ground skills have a restraining effect on steel skills. Paul was shocked. A powerful energy burst out from Registeel's head. And when the energy enveloped his whole body, Registeel charged towards the duck-billed fire dragon. As expected, a red light flashed and Nidoking, who had both poison and ground attributes, appeared. Paul's face lit up when he saw this, duck-billed fire dragon. Get ready to fight the duck-billed fire dragon, with flames burning all over its body, roared towards the sky and condensed a scorching flame into the sky. Fired while Electabuzz was still struggling to get up from Stone Edge. What was this treating him like, humiliating him? When the fire element fights the steel element, he still thinks of using attributes to restrain it. Standing there and letting Charmeleon spray him with the flamethrower, which has double damage, and just taking it. Surprisingly, Mr. Brandon did not issue any evasive orders, and let Registeel directly endure the burning of flamethrower until the duck-billed fire dragon spit out the flames. Registeel, come back Regirock, Mr. Brandon put away the rock pillar and threw out the second Pokeball. Paul looked at the trembling Charmander in front of him, angrily took it back, and sent out the fourth Pokémon instead. Paul quickly gave the defensive order, use Will-O-Wisp after blocking it. However, with a bang under the iron head of Registeel, the duck-billed fire dragon still flew backwards several feet, even though it blocked the front with both hands. After getting up, it did not use Will-O-Wisp as Paul instructed, but instead showed a frightened expression, woo. Registeel use Iron Head. While Paul was shocked, Brandon attacked without mercy. After a roar, Electabuzz lost its ability to fight. Regirock clasped his hands together, and a powerful yellow energy gathered in his chest. Are you scared? You are such a loser. A flash of red light appeared and Mr. Brandon replaced the steel god pillar. After carrying flamethrower over, Brandon finally gave the order 2 seconds later. The scorching flames spewed towards Registeel, damn it. Paul put the Electabuzz, which had lost its combat ability, back into the Pokeball with embarrassment. What? Duckbill Charmander use flamethrower.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.